going on with the numbers, y'all? Like, we are at 67. Remember the team bracelets? I saw y'all got the shares up to 100 pretty quickly. I don't know how the hell y'all did that, but thank you. Yeah, remember the team bracelets to get us on the FYP. I think the views are low because Justin is still live as well. Yeah, I'm learning that. I'm learning the YouTube game is rough. And then some of the videos, it said that if I erase the songs that I can do limited income, because I don't know if it's because of the cursing. No, it's not a shadow ban. For some odd reason, on Sundays we end up having to do a reset around 11:30. Sundays people come in around 11:30, or they've changed the algorithm. So I'm not quite sure. Lala and Dudette haven't popped in yet either. So yeah, Joel is probably still alive too. Joel had a interesting guest on his show earlier that was cracking me up. And let me say, like, if you don't know, like sometimes, let me say this. So like, nobody knows everything, right? Nobody knows everything. I never claim to know everything, but like, if you know you don't know, don't talk like you know while knowing you don't know. And then don't use words that you don't know to try to sound intelligent. Like, that's one of my biggest pet peeves. And so he had this guest on his show today that was trying to convince Joel that there was objective morality. And Joel kept trying to explain to him what morality meant, but he kept getting it confused with like objective truth. And you could kind of tell Joel was kind of getting like frustrated. And so the guy was, as Joel was like explaining his analogy, the guy said, "Why are you trying to subjugate them?" And so I'm in the kitchen. I'm cooking my jambalaya because my baby girl asked me to cook my jambalaya. They love my jambalaya. So I'm cooking my jambalaya, and Joel and I at the same damn time said subjugate. Like, you put the, like, what? And it was at that point to where you could tell Joel was frustrated with this guy. I'm frustrated. Yeah, he was super spicy today. I've never seen Joel use the F word. I've never seen him say fuck so many times. Like, never. Yeah, from scratch, Adrian. I've never seen him say fuck so many times. And then he's trying to like protect his YouTube, but that guy that guy had Joel like on edge. But it was funny. It was funny. But he just kept talking as if he knew what he was talking about, and that was the frustrating thing. Want to say what's up to the YouTube audience. I see y'all over there. What's up, Anti-Hero? What's up, Rodney? What's up, Quayle? That's our YouTube day ones. It's the YouTube day ones over there. Y'all don't forget that they're over there and would love to have conversations. So if you could pop in and get the chat on fire, I appreciate that. Thank you to the Justin Raid. Welcome to all of y'all. Y'all know I don't like to get this show started until Dudette Olala's ass is on this stage. Oh, so y'all know we got some pretty devastating news in my family this weekend. And if you're on the Discord, you know what I'm talking about. And then today, one of my little great cousins decided to make her entrance. My cousin that I told y'all about, that is having a baby. The news that we got was about his little sister. And then his baby girl, this is his first child. His baby girl decided to come in the world today and just brighten everybody's heart. She's freaking gorgeous, beautiful baby. And then after she was born, my cousin woke up from her coma. I got a text message after I got the message, the video of the baby. then her dad texted me and told me that his sister had woken up from her coma. So like we got some that's good news. The doctors said that if she takes a turn, they may try the treatment, and so that's some good news. So yeah, today was a pretty amazing day, I must say. Yeah, and now I'm 2 weeks away from my second granddaughter being born, and I'm excited about that. I can't wait for her to bust the gates wide open and come in and say hello to everybody. Uh, and y'all know the same way when my grandson was born, I'm gonna blast it because I love being a grandmother. I think I just saw do that to somebody in the box. I'm trying to open the box. Give me just a second if it opens. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you, Shy. We need to get you in the Discord. If connect with a mod so that we can get you the link. I'm trying to open the box, do that. Like TikTok is doing the thing. Um uh oh, she's on the stage.
She is?
No, you are. You're on the stage.
Oh, I've been
I
up
was trying
here.
to You been up here?
Yes.
Well, you just popped up for me.
Oh, wow.
You been up
Yeah,
here for 2 minutes?
I've been up
What's
here.
that?
I've been waiting for, I don't know if it was 2 minutes, but I've been waiting.
TikTok, when I open the guest box, now I can see that you're on stage and it says you've been up here for 2 minutes and 22 seconds. But you just popped up for me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. TikTok is just weird.
Yeah,
Um,
that's crazy.
Conquista the Door said, "Ain't no way Thinker is a grandmother. She sounds like she's in her 30s. Yeah, I'm a whole ass grandmother. I have 3 grandkids. Um, but yeah, thank you. They say I look like I'm in my 30s too. They say I look like I'm about 32, 33 years old. But yeah, I'm a grandmother and proud to be one. Lala is too. Lala sounds like she's in her 30s. She's a grandmother too. We're some
So what?
baddies. Some baddies.
Who said I'm a grandmother?
Lala, you done already told everybody you was a grandma. Didn't you tell everybody? Or did I just tell
No.
a secret? Wait, you did. You did tell us on the live. Did I just tell a secret?
Like always, but
Like always.
you be telling it.
I'm so sorry. I could have sworn you told everybody. I'm so sorry,
Mm-mm.
Lala. What the fuck? Where were we when you told us?
Um, on the phone. Well, not the phone, but messaging each other. But I'm not really. I mean, it's my husband's grandkids. Like I
Yeah,
don't.
but
Yeah.
still, yeah, you're still a what are you? You're still a grandmother. Well, like I don't know. Do you want to say you're a grandmother? Because that's I,
I
I
don't
I
know. I
guess.
was trying to figure out a different name.
Oh, okay. You don't like the name grandmother. I
Right.
my grandkids are gonna call me Ganny, so that's what I've been kind of training them to do, Ganny. Um, but I love being a grandmother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mm,
I could have sworn you said this on the stage.
I mean, I
Look,
haven't even met them
somebody
yet, so
easy said you did. See?
I don't think so. But um,
I'm
no.
I'm sorry. I apologize. You forgive me?
Yeah, of course. But
Okay,
I
okay.
don't. Yeah, I haven't even seen them yet. So
Oh, okay.
yeah.
It don't it be tough. Like they get their own lives. They have their kids. and this is the moment where you can just, you know, be grandmama and like send the kids back, but like they have their own lives, and it's like, damn, bring my grandchild. I want to see him. Like I can only see him like 2 3 times a week. I want to see him every day. My sister is so lucky because her daughter lives with her, so she gets to see her grandchild all the time. And I was on FaceTime with her today, and they were having so much fun. He's walking now and getting into everything, but she's like
Oh,
laughing and giddy, and like that joy is just, the joy is just back. Um, and like
oh,
I wish I could see my grandkids every day.
I bet. I know you do. You really love being a grandmother.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah, right,
awesome.
Zori. It's so awesome. How was your weekend?
It's. How was your weekend? Let's not talk
Well,
about
you know how
mine.
my weekend went.
Oh
I've
yeah.
been talking to y'all all weekend. Um, yeah, it started off rough. I did get a lot of sleep.
I
Pride
didn't get to
myself.
see Miss Charlene, which I was bad about, but
Oh, you didn't?
no.
Oh, you already left?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, that sucks.
Mhm.
You like? Oh, okay. I know that. Um. Um, well, there's always the family trip.
Anyways,
The language, it's so crazy how women we have, they say, how they say black people have a language, and like we don't even have to say anything. Women do too. Like we have a
hmm
language too.
they
Like we don't
sure
have to
do.
say anything, but we have a whole ass conversation and not speak but 2 words, or just make a sound. But
Exactly. Did
yeah,
you tell them about the hand hearts and team bracelets yet?
I did. But if you want to do the
Okay.
thing, you can go ahead, and before we bring up the first guest.
Yes, y'all. Can we get these likes up to 50,000? Also, as I mentioned and Thinker mentioned, please flood us with the team bracelets, hand hearts. Keep the gift goal going. Also, remember to share the live, subscribe here and on YouTube, Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, and also Thinker and Bash's YouTube, Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Lala. And then I
You're
also
welcome.
realized why the YouTube went down Thursday when it normally
Why?
doesn't. Because as long as the backup is on stage, because the stage still
Oh,
works, right?
yeah. Yeah.
So as long as the backup is on stage, then the YouTube won't ever go down when it goes down for everybody else on TikTok. And because Thursday was the talent show and the
Yeah.
panel, I didn't put the backup on stage, and that's why YouTube went down too. So
Oh,
I just
okay.
got to make sure, yeah, if
Interesting.
ever, yeah. So if ever we need to use all 8 boxes. If it goes down, then all I have to do is bring the backup on stage, and it'll stream to YouTube perfectly. So
Okay.
that'll be our fix going forward. So I did figure that out. But are you ready to bring up the only guest in the guest box, Mr. John Smith?
Yes.
All right. If you missed the talent show, you can watch it on YouTube. I also posted our grand prize winner on my page, which TikTok is not pushing out. Um, so if y'all can go and give Vincent's video some love, also follow Vincent. Like he's been going live. I now that we're friends on TikTok, like I see when he goes live and he sings while he goes live. Such an amazing voice. So yeah, make sure y'all give
He
Vincent a
was
follow.
amazing.
Yes, yes.
He deserved it.
All of them did
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah, it was such a successful event. I was so stressed about it, like wanting to make sure that it went well and that we raised money for them, and we did. I thank y'all so much for your participation. Thank you for giving from the bottom of your heart. Thank y'all for getting the mutual aim account at 40,000 coins during the show. Thank y'all for staying here all night and representing. because we know that, uh, it said a lot about non-believers and how non-believers don't care about the world and non-believers don't give to those in need. But when I tell y'all showed up that night, and it was all of y'all that were here, and out of everybody that comes to these lives to talk about this God, to argue this Bible, to prove that, they have the juice or whatever, at the end of the day, when it was time to put in work, it was y'all that was here. And
Yes, it
and I
was.
saw, yeah, and I saw several times where the normal believers that normally be in the live would come in and come right back out, or comment and say just stopping by to say hi, and then leave back out. It did not compel them to come in and stay to give to those in need, to support. It just didn't. And like, no, they cannot say to me anymore that they couldn't say it to me anyway, but they cannot say it to me definitely anymore, because they proved that what they're saying isn't true, and it's just some hateful belief that they've drummed up and decided to hang on to. Because when it came down to showing that support, to giving to those who need it, y'all showed up and y'all showed out, and I thank y'all for that from the bottom of my
Definitely.
heart.
Because they had almost a month. They knew
Mm-hmm.
exactly when it was going to be. So there is no excuse for not
Yep.
showing up.
Yep. Exactly that. And then, like, it was so crazy because right after the talent show, Rhea went live, and there was two believers on the stage, who were spouting that nonsense. And then one believer said, just check the stats, and see who's the ones feeding the people, see who's feeding the people. And he was like, atheists don't do this, atheists don't do that. So I told him, I said, well, you know what? I said, we just did a fundraiser for Africa, an 11-hour marathon. I said, and our live normally gets to 900 to 1,000 viewers in one night at arguing the Bible. I said, but when it came time to raise money for Africa, I said, you know who was there? I said, it was non-believers. I said, the believers didn't show up. He left right after I said that.
Yes, he did. I remember that.
Oh,
And
you
he
were in
hopped
there?
his ass. Yeah, he hopped his ass right out that damn box so damn fast. Because Rhea had brought up somebody else, or she had either, was just basically saying hi or getting the person to introduce themselves. Next thing you know, his ass was gone. I was
Yep.
like, damn.
Yep. I guess he couldn't fight that when we had our own data, our own proof, right? When it was us doing the thing, like, we didn't have to go to Google to show stats for that. Like this, and then this just happened less than 30 minutes ago. Boy, if you don't get out of here with
Yep,
that,
exactly.
yeah. So I thank you. Conquistador is ready for us to start yelling at people, so we don't want to keep Conquistador waiting. I try not to yell, Conquistador. I try to be calm. I do. I like, y'all
Man.
know my rule. This
Sometimes
is
they
my rule
make
for
it
myself.
easy though. Like
I know.
it's like you don't want to do that, but then they either say something disturbing, they're disrespectful, or it's an ism or a phobia, and you're like, oh, you just
Mm-hmm.
start snapping.
Yeah. 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 And I set a rule for myself, and this is a law for myself. Like, I respect you as long as you respect me. So there's no need for me to disrespect you, or be rude to you. Do that says she'll never claim. Do that says she's never calm. So do that. If do that and that's whatever their rule is for themselves. That's them. But I try my best not to have to. But if they get sideways,
I'm a
then I
Taurus.
get
It's
sideways.
usually a build up.
Yeah, yeah. Like the guy when I was in line, doing the thing that is important, because in the
Right.
next 2 days, the fate of our nation will be decided. The guy, like, he was talking to me about how he bought tickets for the new stadium and how they cost more than regular tickets for the old stadium. Like, he was talking about all of that, And then he starts talking about how immigrants come into our country and it's they shouldn't be allowed to do that on our tax dollars and blah blah blah. And I went off on him, like not like going off. I was just like, look, like I don't want to hear people complain about people needing a safe place to go, about people needing food, especially when the Catholic Church just paid billions of dollars for essaying children. And my daughter looked at me and she was like scared because she knew that if this guy had tried to like say anything back, she knew I was gonna like go off. So my daughter looked at me and she was like, Mom, she mouthed, Mama, no. And then she was like that. She, you know, she's young. She's 21. She was like, Mama, sometimes you could be rude. I said, what did I say that was rude? She was like, you didn't have to say that. I said, yes, I did. I said, he didn't have to come to me and start talking down on immigrants coming into the United States. Like, what gives him the right to say what he
Right.
want to say? Right. And
Sometimes you
then
have to stand up.
exactly. And then turn around and say, I can be rude for telling him to leave me the fuck alone. And then the security guard wants to take it upon himself and walk up to my daughters and try to give them advice, talking about if you ever get into the music industry, if you sign a contract saying that you're willing to do something, don't go back later talking about you didn't want it. Diddy don't deserve what he getting. Now I did cuss that motherfucker out. I did, and I told him to get the
What?
fuck away from my
Where did
daughters.
that come
I said you don't have
from?
any right. Yes, he was just like standing there while we were waiting to do the thing, and he starts talking about Diddy. He was a bass player, and first he
Oh.
starts talking about like all the where he toured and all that, and then he looks at
Mhm.
my daughters and say, if you ever try to get in the music business, and start giving them advice. And then when he said that, like he said, if you sign a contract saying that you want something and then you agree to do something, don't go back and try to change your mind and try to sue. And then he was trying to like argue with me and was like, they agreed to it, he paid them. I said, I don't give a flying fuck. I said he still had a whole ass ring going on. He knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. I told that man, get the fuck away from me and get the fuck away from my daughters. Like it was a weird experience
Yeah, it
because
seems.
they were
Shut up.
they were feeding us tacos and what's that stuff called,
Ebola?
babola, that drink. I don't drink it, but
Boba?
you know what I'm talking about, boba. Yeah, they were handing out tacos and boba in line. Like everybody got like free tacos and Halloween candy and stuff like that. Like they
Oh,
had
that's
the
cool.
line hype. They were blasting Michael Jackson. Like it was a weird experience. Like I've never had that type of experience going to do the thing. But yeah, I had to cuss out two people.
When
Yeah,
men defend Diddy, I would keep my daughters away from them. My daughters and my sons. Like
that
that.
part. That part. And then you see him leaving with a woman to take him home. And it's like, huh, how did I know that you needed a ride home? But okay, let's get the show started. Let's get the show
Ouch.
started. Yeah, like he's like one of those that be on TikTok defending Diddy, like free Diddy and all this shit. Like, yeah, those are the ones that need rides home. But let's go. All right, John Smith. Oh, I meant to hit John Smith and I accidentally shuffled the names. Uh, Domingo, I'm gonna have to take you down. John Smith was in line first, and TikTok shuffled the names as I was picking him. Can you go down and request again, Dominus, Dominius?
Okay.
All
Dominius.
right, thank you. I'm so sorry. Uh, y'all might have to help me bring the people up because TikTok is being stupid. Um, I'm trying to bring John Smith up.
I don't see him.
Did he leave because I accidentally brought up Dominius? He probably thought I was being rude, and I wasn't trying to be. TikTok shuffled the names as I was hitting his name. John
Yeah.
Smith, if you are still here, please re-request. I think he did. And see, this is TikTok's fault.
Oh, man. Thank you
Oh,
guys
he
for the
said he's
gifts.
here. Can you see
I
him in the
don't
box? He
see
said
him.
you don't see him, huh? Give me just a second.
No, I see Ike and the guy that you just brought up. That's it. Can you
Really,
re-request
there's like 6 people in the box.
really? I don't
Yeah,
see them.
that's weird. It's TikTok is waiting to open. No, are you requested? I can't open the box from my end. It's 6 people in the request. Y'all only see 2.
Yeah, and that was yeah. I brought up Rhea. Yeah. I don't see John. I don't see
Dudette sees
piercing.
4 people. Dudette, do you see John? Can you bring him up for me? TikTok is too early for this. I can't even get the guest box to open. So
Stop, Adrian, for you have her freaking out.
what'd he say? Oh, he said I see 39. Hey, Adrian, let me see if it'll open for me since y'all can't see John. Do
Okay,
that.
yeah.
Oh, you don't see him either. John, are you in the guest request? Okay, it finally opened. There are 7 people in the guest box, y'all, and John is right there.
What?
Yep, there's 7 people
That's
there.
weird as hell. That's oh my gosh, that is so
Yeah,
weird.
I got out and re-requested again.
That is
Okay.
so
How?
weird.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna hop
TikTok
down
and
and then come back in and see if that helps.
okay, do that
That's what
or
I
Rhea.
did.
Can one of y'all
I
bring
just
her? Okay, do that or Rhea. Can one of y'all bring her up for me because it's gonna take forever for the guest request box to open on my end. I appreciate y'all, and let's get the show started. John, how are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Are you a believer? Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Well, was the second deconstructing? Is that
Uh,
what you said?
yeah, deconstructing, meaning that you're questioning things, researching things, and kind of like deciding whether to like do away with this belief or reconstruct it in a more healthier belief.
I am a Christian, but I would say I am deconstructing. I'm just trying to, challenge my position and see where other people stand. To challenge my position, kind of.
Okay, so you do know that this is not a debate, right? I
No,
don't
I do. I
debate.
understand. Just
Okay.
okay. No, I was going to tell you what I believe.
Okay, so the
Yeah.
conversations. I don't know if you've ever watched the live before.
Hmm.
I don't believe in this God. I don't believe in Jesus. I do think that it's possible that there was a man named Yahshua who was an Israelite who did convince some people that he might have been the Messiah that the Jewish people were waiting on. But that's just like uh, a possibility because I mean there were a lot of Yahshuas at that time written about. And then I was a Christian for 28 years. And this is the only time I'm going to say this tonight, y'all. I was a Christian for
Hmm.
28 years. I was also a missionary. Grew up my father was a pastor. My mother is an evangelist. And in fact, my family is still very Christian. My brothers took over my father's church. Can somebody let Bash up, please? And so I am in the process of deconstructing away from this, and I've been deconstructing for 5 years. So a lot of the topics that I talk about stem from my research and my studying. I don't do theology. I think theology is straight manipulation, reinterpretation, and things like that. And so I think a lot of the way some people study or interpret things, it may sound very different because I just stick with the research to answer specific cultural questions and historical questions and things like that. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm the opposite. Well, not really. My mom is Christian, but my dad is was always a devout atheist. still is. And unfortunate for him, all five of his kids are very, religious. But yeah, we argue and we debate all the time and discuss religion and atheism and all that.
Well, if that's a good family time for you and it brings your family closer, I guess that's a good thing that y'all argue and debate about religion.
Yes. Where I'm from, it's kind of cultural to do that. We just sit around and debate things for fun.
As long as it's not dividing your family, hey,
No.
At least y'all are talking, I guess, and hopefully laughing in the middle of that. Which topic did you want to discuss? What's up, Bash?
Hey, darling.
I guess God wants robots, and you agree. I don't understand that.
Sure. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard believers?
I'm like at McDonald's. I always pick different things. Okay, I saw something better. God can stop sin or simply forgive.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah. Let's do that one.
Okay. Well, go ahead. I mean, you know my stance that I believe God can simply just stop people from sinning, or He can just forgive.
It kind of goes against those two things, right? On one hand, He wants you to be a robot. On one hand, you want Him to make you a robot, right? If He
I didn't
stops
say
you
that.
from
Y'all
sinning,
said that.
no.
Believers said y'all don't want to be robots. I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying the two things seem to contradict. If by stopping sin, He would have to stop your free will, I would think, right? And if He doesn't,
well, I don't believe you have free will in this God. I don't believe you have free will, period, but definitely not in this God.
Yeah, that's one thing that always bothered me. Like, so how do you know anything you do is you? Like, how do you think you arrive to truth? You're not different.
Well, I mean, you make choices, free will, and the ability to
he-
choose between options. But please don't interrupt me.
Okay, sorry.
So you have the ability to make choices. Like every day, there are options presented in front of us because life just lives, right? But you don't have the free will to change those options, and you don't have the free will to just, not have something done. For example, if let's say you were dating a young girl, she came to you and she said that she was pregnant, not young like young, but you're dating a woman. You don't want children. She comes to you and she says that she's pregnant. You can't just will her unpregnant, right? You want her to have an abortion. She doesn't want to. You can't just will her to do that, right? You don't have free will. Like she has an option to have the child if she wants to. Like that's the option that's presented in front of her.
Okay, give me a second. For example, like a Tesla car, like avoiding like a deer. Would you say that's free will? It's making a choice, right, to go left or right. Would you say that's free will?
Well, it doesn't have free will because it's programmed, right? It's programmed to recognize a deer and to do an action when it does. It's programmed by its maker. If it wasn't programmed by, that's not free will, right? If it was not programmed by its maker to do that, and if it wanted to ram the deer, then that would be free will, but it cannot do that.
It can't do otherwise, and neither can we, right?
That means it doesn't have free will.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That Tesla can't do otherwise. You can't do otherwise on what you're programmed to do either, right? Either by the evolutionary process or stimulation, right? So if you were born in Japan in the middle, Edo period, honor would be the most important thing to you or whatever, right? Because your society programs you. If you were born in Jim Crow South and you're white, whatever, the society you are programs you and gives you a set of laws and you follow them instinctively for survival
or
even
not.
Subconsciously. Yeah, subconsciously you do whatever is best for your preservation, even whether you know it or not. Right? You just
right. That's not free will, though. Like, I guess, are you arguing against free will? Like, I don't really like talking about free will. I think it's the stupidest concept. I don't, because what believers really mean is that they can make a choice, but for some odd reason, right? They need to hear the words free will, even though they're saying, "Oh, we can make a choice."
No, no, it's not the
And I
ability to make a choice. It's to
hello,
be the.
I'm
Oh, okay,
sorry.
sorry,
Hello,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes, please stop
Um,
talking over the host. Wait till she's finished, okay? Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Jen Miller, if you think I'm so fucking annoying, then you must really hate yourself. Why the fuck are you even here? Block yourself. I'm not gonna block you. I'm gonna make you sit there and listen to my annoying ass. Damn, do that.
Block yourself.
Damn, they need to learn some self-control. Like, what the fuck? Like, if you think I'm annoying, why the fuck are you here? Like, ask your God. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, do they have free will to like block themselves? Like, do they have free will to not go into spaces that they think is annoying to them? Or are they just compelled because it's about their God and they have to
Moth
sit
to
here
a
and
flame.
defend their God? Like, which is it?
Like a moth to a flame.
Yep. Which is it, John? Like, why
Oh,
why do believers come into spaces that annoy the fuck out of them and complain?
um,
Like, do you know how insane it has to be to go somewhere that you don't want to go there willingly and fucking complain the whole time you're there? Do you know how
I
insane a person has to be to do that shit?
I actually think it's fun, right? I don't like where people agree with me. I'd rather go where
I
everybody's.
didn't. No, where do you
Oh,
see agreeing? Nobody said anything about agreeing or disagreeing. Where was
agree.
she agreeing by saying this lady is so fucking annoying?
No, she's disagreeing. I'm saying I like to go where
No,
people are
she's
disagreeing.
not disagreeing. That's not. What does she disagree with, John?
I guess your tone or whatever. I don't know. I mean, we got to ask her. Maybe
Who asked her a question about my tone? Who was she
I,
disagreeing with?
whatever reason she disagrees with you, it's something. That's
It's
what.
not disagreeing. It's fucking complaining. And y'all have got to learn how to have conversations. That's
Oh,
not disagreeing. First off, it's being rude.
oh, it
Second
is.
off, it's disrespectful and it's name calling. That's not a disagreeing.
Okay. Okay. I apologize. That's not even what I wanted to get into. I apologize. I'll back out of that. I don't know why she
What
came.
I asked you was, is did she have free will, right, to enter this chat, right, and stay and complain? Or
Uh,
does she have the free will to not be here when she doesn't like it here? Or is she compelled because it's about her God?
she has free will because of her God.
She has free will to come here and complain.
Because we'll do whatever, complain, argue, not everything, everything she does.
Mm-hmm.
I would say.
Yeah. But I guarantee you the reason why she was here is because I don't like her God.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And she's compelled to defend her God.
Not compelled. She doesn't have to.
Compelled.
It could be like you, right?
Compelled.
Because
It's insanity. Nope. I do this because I fucking want to. I don't care. I don't care who likes it. I don't care who doesn't like it. And
no,
I'm
no.
not going to go into a Christian's live, although I don't like the Christian religion. I'm not going to go into a Christian's live and fucking complain about what they're talking about because I'm not insane.
I don't think that's insane. I mean, it's
It's
rude, like
very
you
much
said.
so insane.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
very much so insane. If I don't like you, I'm not going to be around you. Why the fuck would I do that? Why the fuck would I subject myself to be around someone that I cannot stand only to complain the entire time? Why put yourself in suffering?
I mean, if all you did was
Why?
agree, yeah.
What?
If all you did was complain, I would agree. That's not good. If you had like a conversation, why you disagree, that's better, right? If she did that, I'd applaud her, but I don't know what her motivations were.
I guess this conversation isn't gonna go anywhere. Anyway, go ahead and get back to the conversation about God can forgive sin.
Free will.
Or stop.
Yeah. No, that's an
No,
example.
not the free will. Like, okay, so I'm gonna say again, I don't like having the free will conversation because what y'all really mean is that
Yeah.
you can make a choice. You
Yeah.
don't have the free will that you think you do. Like, you cannot fly if you wanted to, right? You can't take your fist and bust through an iron wall if you wanted to, right? You can't snap your fingers and call down she bears to maul 42 children like a lot of you want to.
No, you misunderstand. I mean libertarian free will. You're the first mover of your action. That's what I mean, right?
Where you mean choice? Like for some odd, again, for some odd reason, you all need to say the words free will when you mean that you get to make a choice.
No, no, choice is not free will. I told you
Uh,
Tesla can make a choice. It doesn't have free will, right?
what? How are you different from a Tesla, John?
Because I'm the first mover of my action. I don't,
Are you
it's not,
really,
well, according to the Bible, if it's true, can I say that?
John?
If it's
What,
true,
John?
then
Why do you live where you live?
many factors, I guess, the climate, economy, accidents of history brought me here, lots of things like that, I guess.
So
Yeah.
you're not the first mover of your actions. Then there are many
So,
factors that led to the decision of you being where you are. Why is your
yeah,
name John?
I was named that. It's not my real name, obviously. I just picked the most generic name. But yeah, whatever I was named, it was
But what
given
does
to
it mean? Why did you pick that name?
it's the
Why John
most
Smith?
it's the most common name, so I just
It's
picked
the
that.
most common name. And who decided? Who made it common? Who made it so common?
Statistics, I guess. I don't know. The
Statistics. So
parent.
you're not the first mover of that, are you?
I don't think you understand. By first mover, I mean if
No,
you're
I
act,
do. You're
you can be.
not. There's because there's other things that happened before you made whatever decision, whatever choice you made that led to that choice. There are other things that are compelling you, that have programmed your mind, that have affected your life,
There's a
that
difference between
made that.
acting
It's
and
not. You're
reacting.
not the first mover, John. You're
No, that's
not.
the difference
You're
between
just like a
acting
Tesla. You have
and
been
reacting.
programmed.
Can I explain further? Okay. So Aristotle said,
And
right?
I'm gonna ask you one more time,
Hmm.
okay? Like while I'm talking,
Hmm.
if you're trying to talk, that's going to irritate me, okay? And if you
Okay.
remember me saying in the very beginning of the show, Conquistador on
I think
YouTube
that it's
is wait,
pronounced.
John, stop, John. I don't care, okay? He's waiting for me to cuss people out. I don't want to, okay? Stop talking over me when I talk. I will not talk over you when you talk. I'm very big on respecting people. I'm very big on getting that same respect back. But if you disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect you. And I don't want to do that. Please, I've had a very rough weekend. I don't, and then today was a good day. Just let it be great. Okay. Let's respect each other while we're on stage. Okay. The only people on stage that can interrupt would be me and my two co-hosts on stage, and we won't even do that unless we have to. Okay? And then go ahead and say what you need to say about free will, and then let's move forward.
Yeah. What I was going to say is the Aristotle said, he gave an example. If there's a rock in the ground, I pushed it with a stick, right? My arm pushed the stick. My body pushed my arm, my brain, and then you could say maybe neurons firing made my arms push the stick. It's a sequence of things that led to me pushing this rock with a stick, right? And then you have to go back to what was the initial thing that caused it, right? It could be another physical thing, and then another and another, going all the way back to the Big Bang, theoretically, right? Or is it something that transcends that? Well, according to the Bible, it's something when God made us in his image, he gave us this ability to be the first movers of this rock, right? Otherwise, we are like the Tesla, when a deer comes, it hits a sensor and then it makes a computation and then it goes left and right. And then if that's all you are, right? Why should anybody believe anything? You're no different than Siri, right? Like if I say, hey, what's the capital of Djibouti, Siri? So the capital is Djibouti. And I say, what was Siri programmed for, right? Not for truth. She was programmed to make Apple customers happy. And once you find that out, like humans weren't designed for truth, we're designed for survival. Once you find that out, it undercuts anything you have to say. All your beliefs, everything you're trying to teach me, your atheism, it's all just stuff that was programmed into you and you couldn't have done otherwise. And then for you to try to tell other people what to do, it's kind of, I'm
Okay, I'm
not
going to stop you. I've
sorry.
never told you shit. I've never said, John, you need to do XYZ. So don't fucking put words in my mouth that I never said. Second, you are arguing against free will, and I don't think that you even know that you are, because all you said was that you are a glorified Siri who is programmed for survival. Saying that Siri is programmed to make Apple's customers happy and you are programmed for survival is no different. You are both programmed.
No, I'm saying evolution. If you believe in evolution, you are programmed for survival, not for truth.
The problem is that you're trying to figure out what I believe, and I haven't told you, and you have not asked.
I didn't even say you believed it. I'm saying
you did say you. You did use the word you.
Maybe
and
I
you
used
said you are trying to teach. You did say that.
No, yeah. You trying to say, the devil belongs to believer. All your list,
it does. It does belong to believers. It does. You believe in a God. You believe in a devil. I do not believe in your God. I do not believe in your devil. The devil belongs to you.
I mean, okay, but you'd have to prove that, right?
I can, but for some odd reason, you want to go through everything on this list, and you haven't stuck with one thing because you want to stick with free will. You know why? Do you know why free will is so important to believers? Like, this is the one thing that for some odd reason you guys cannot get past. I've said 3 times already on the stage. Bash, I see you. I've said 3 times already on this stage, I hate having this conversation because all y'all mean is that you can make a choice. But for some odd reason, you want to believe that you are your own God, that you have your own will and you decide your own fate. But at the same time, you will say, oh, if you don't serve him, then you're going to miss out on heaven. You're going to miss out on the reward, or you will be punished. Or we have to follow the law, or Jesus had to come die to save our souls. Like, you believe in a savior. You had to be saved from something. You don't have free will.
You're conflating 2 things.
Go ahead, Bash.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, real quick. And again, the free will discussion can get junky, and it's kind of irrelevant. Only in the fact that if I was walking up the street and a deer jumped out in the middle of the road, I would sense that deer through my eyes. It would fire neurons in my brain, and I would avoid the deer no differently than the Tesla would do it. Right? I would be acting out of necessity. Right? I would be acting out of necessity. You're right. I am programmed first for survival. And no matter where you think we got that programming from, I'm acting out of necessity, and by definition, free will is to be able to act without necessity. But if you're saying, hey, I'm not using it that way, I'm using the phrase to say, I can choose to do otherwise, right? Which some people, they say, hey, I can choose to do otherwise. It kind of runs into another argument that I don't really want to get into the loop of. But for sake of brevity, you're saying, according to this topic, that if God can stop you from sinning, then it would violate free will? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to, right? If God stops every instance of sin, then what's the point? I have no free will. He can program me to be a robot who does everything right.
Okay.
And go to heaven automatically. Then what would be the point?
Fair.
I mean, Calvinists believe this, by the way. They're Christians, and they believe this.
Fair. If he stops any instance of sin, has he stopped free will? If he stops one instance of sin, has he stopped that person's free will?
What do you mean by stop? Stop them from willing?
Stop them from doing a sin. Yes, he stopped them from doing a sin. They were about to do a sin, and God stopped it. And he said, "I stopped you from doing that."
No.
Okay, so he can stop somebody from doing it and not violate their free will.
Well, he could put a roadblock, right? Like the Tesla example, right? I could put the Tesla might want to, run through the deer, right? And God just moves the deer out of the way or puts a roadblock or something.
Says, I stopped you from doing it. If he specifically says, I stopped you from doing it.
He can't make you stop from doing it, but he can stop you from doing it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I can't make this. Huh? Can I explain it?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm just saying it sounded the same to me.
No. Okay, like the Tesla example, right? There's a deer in front of me, and God wants me to stop from hitting it, and he puts a roadblock, in front of
Okay.
me. But if he takes the steering wheel and makes a turn left instead, if he's the actual one who does it, then no, I don't think God does that. He can put a
So
roadblock in front of me.
if God does not want you to sleep with a woman, and he prevents you from sleeping with that woman and stops you from sinning against him and committing fornication, did he violate your free will?
Yes, if he stopped me from committing the act that I wanted to, yes.
Have you read
And I,
Genesis chapter 20?
Okay, go ahead. What does it say?
but
It says that
as you read it, just real quick, as you read it, I want to make sure: are you saying that God will not violate free? Like it is not
he
in
said
Him
he
to
will.
do?
He will not stop you from doing what you want to do, but he can put a roadblock in, like Pharaoh. Remember, he hardened his heart, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I'm not talking about a hardened heart. I'm talking about stopping someone, like where He says, "I stopped you from doing this."
Like like a robot, like he reprograms your mind to go left. No, he doesn't do that. He can put obstacles in your way. Is the only way he can stop it. Like making the earth split open and swallow you before you commit a sin, or
Okay,
like
okay, okay, fair.
yeah.
Okay. Now let's read Genesis 20.
Okay, can I read it, or are you gonna read it? Because sometimes when I try to get out of here, I kind of
Genesis 20, chapter 6. Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours." So
if you don't return.
this
Yeah,
is the woman. This is the woman that you wanted to sleep with, but God stopped you from sinning against him and did not let you touch her.
God said to
That
him in
you
a dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet." Okay, why didn't he make him return his wife? Seems like he
because
had a
it wasn't
dream.
his wife.
Yeah, why didn't he
Well,
make him
let's
do it?
read the whole thing. Let's read the whole thing.
Okay.
Let's read the whole thing. This is Abraham and Sarah. Are you familiar with how Abraham used to make Sarah lie and say that she was his
Okay.
sister and not his wife? Are you familiar with that scam?
No, I'm not familiar with that, no. But,
So,
prophets many
so
times.
a so a prophet what?
Prophets sinned, David, you know what he did, and Solomon and all of them. They did a
Why
bunch of
are you
bad
making
things.
an apologetic for Abraham right now?
I'm just explaining the,
I don't
descriptive
need you to
things.
explain that. Like I didn't ask you. You didn't hear me say anything about Abraham sinning. Like why are you making an apologetic for Abraham's sin? Like I didn't mention Abraham sinning.
I deeply apologize. I'm sorry.
Abraham told Sarah that she owed it to him as his sister, wife, to say that she is his sister whenever they stopped at a place. He would then allow the king or the Pharaoh to take Sarah as their wife. And then God would come in and do a lot of curses. Abraham would get gifts to take Sarah back. And that's how Abraham grew his wealth. And then Abraham taught Isaac how to do it. So I believe because Isaac did it after his father died with Rebekah. But here, Abraham is doing this thing with Sarah, with Abimelech. Okay. Abraham says that it's because Sarah, at the age of 90, which we find out today is pregnant, 90 and pregnant, and I guess it's supposed to be the most beautiful thing in the world. And Abraham is scared that every man, every king is going to want her 90-year-old pregnant ass. So he tells her to lie and say that she's just his sister and not his wife. So from there, Abraham journeyed toward the region of the Negev and settled between Kadesh and Shur. While residing in Gerar as an alien, Abraham said to his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." And King Abimelech of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, "You are about to die because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a married woman." Now Abimelech had not approached her, so he said, "Lord, will you destroy an innocent people? Did he not himself say to me, 'She is my sister,' and herself said, 'He is my brother'? I did this in the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands." Then God said to him in the dream, "Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Now, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours."
That sounds like a choice to me. I don't know what you guys are reading into this. What is the
Yeah,
big
show me the choice.
return her? He could have just made him a robot and returned her, right? What was the point?
Do you not understand the whole purpose of us reading this?
I'm failing to understand it. Yes,
Okay.
God
So
written in.
hold on. Let's go back to the topic that you chose,
Yeah.
right? All right. The topic that you chose was,
God can stop sin or simply forgive.
did God stop Abimelech from sinning against him?
No,
It was I who kept you from, read that part.
from sinning against me.
So did God stop Abimelech from sinning against him?
This is the mistake, right? He's written in, it says the fundamental thing of Christianity is he's written in your heart. Everybody knows what's wrong or right. And God keeps us from doing the wrong thing. We have to listen to it. And at the end, he said, "Hey, listen to me. I kept you from sinning because I wrote it in your heart." I'm paraphrasing here.
No,
But
you're adding, you're not
you have to
paraphrasing.
listen.
At this point in
Well,
the story, there was John Smith. At this point in the story, there was no law.
that's what I'm saying. It's written in your heart. That's what the Bible
There
says,
was
right?
no
Even
law.
people.
And the God did not write John Smith. John Smith, the interrupting has got to stop.
You, okay.
At this point in the story, there is no law. This is the beginning. Isaac has not even been born. As a matter of fact, as I stated, Sarah is 90 years old and pregnant. There's no law yet. There's no Israelites yet. And then the God doesn't tell Jeremiah that he's doing a new covenant until the 7th century, 8th century. And the new covenant that he tells Jeremiah is where he says he's writing the law on their hearts. Before, the law was written on stone and read from books, read from prophets sitting in Moses' seat. Right? So, nope.
All right. Yeah, the law is written in every man's heart. It says that specifically in the Bible, right? And you could either listen to it, like this man in his dream, or you can just, not listen to it. And he listened and returned her. I'm guessing, by implications of this.
So what law existed here? What
In your
law
heart,
was written on his heart?
thou shalt not kill, fornicate, take another man's wife. All the good stuff. It's written
What
in
about
every.
incest?
Yes, it's against the law.
So Sarah and Abraham being married and their brother and sister, and God just blessed them with a child. So did God look over that incestual law?
That's what you got from it. They said they lied, right? Am
No,
I
they are
reading
really
that?
brother and sister, John. They are
That's
really brother and sister, but he lied and said she was not his wife. She was just his sister. They are brother and sister, and they are married, and they are
Don't.
having a baby.
I'll hang up and hang my head in shame if you could show me that they're brother and sister. I mean, that'll be a big revelation to me because I never heard that.
Well, get ready for the revelation, John.
Anchor, don't forget to reset your gift goal.
Genesis
Read
22.
verse 12. Read verse 12, John.
Hold up.
Welcome into the Joel Raid. John, are you there?
Okay, let me read it. And they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. When God caused me to wander from my father's house, I said to her, this is the kind... I can't read the rest.
John. We can't hear you when you leave the app, John, and it says the same thing in every Bible.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
when you
reading.
leave the app, we can't hear you. It says the same thing in every Bible.
Okay, and I mean, there's interpretations, right, and what it could mean. So can you give me a second, and then I'll tell you what I think?
Sure.
Interpretations on that?
I mean, it's for context, right?
I
You
mean, the
got to give
I
context
don't
is
know.
in the
context
Bible. Like you just read
for
the
that.
context. Like he literally says, he literally says,
Okay.
besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not of
Can I
the
read
daughter
what
of my
comes
mother,
before or
which
after?
means
Okay.
you already did, John. You just did.
Okay. Let me
You
just read
just
it. I'll
read
be
it.
back. Be right back. Give me a second.
He was bumping uglies, and they siblings, John.
I know, but just give me a
He's really
second.
gonna
If I,
hate
you
it when
know,
he finds out Moses' daddy married his auntie.
And then we can actually read the law, which
That's
is Leviticus.
nasty.
I mean, why? First of all, you could say it's nasty, right? But it's legal in like 7 states in America and
It's
many
so
countries.
nasty. Like the hell?
Legal
What
in New
did he?
York. It's not
Hey,
any
and then
more nasty than
it comes
any other
crumbling
relationship.
down. You just
No,
the
I mean, you
point
could
is
say the same thing about.
John Smith. We're not talking about
Yeah.
America's law here. We're talking about your
No,
God's
no,
law. Yeah, that
no.
you
That's what I'm
said.
saying.
Well,
Why would
John, please
atheists
stop
care?
talking while I'm talking. Please stop talking while I'm talking. Okay, we aren't talking about America's law. We're talking about your God's law that you claim was written on Abimelech's heart. I tried to tell you that the law did not exist here. There was no law at this time, but you insisted that what this God told Jeremiah in the 7th or 8th century BCE affected Abimelech, not America's law.
But just to kind of add here, Abraham does say that this is his sister, his half sister, because it's the daughter of his father, not the daughter of his mother. But the law says in Leviticus 18:9 that you shall not uncover your sister's nakedness, even if it's just the daughter of your father or just the daughter of your mother. Right. So that law was clearly not written in Abraham's heart. That's the point.
In real account, like if you don't like the fact that I speak on the Bible every day, you don't have to be here. But I talk about what I know. I talk about what I experience, unlike a lot of people. I
All
hope that
right.
answers your
So
question.
no. So okay. Even if I agree with this, right? He did something wrong. God said it's wrong, and he did it anyways. I mean, what would that prove? The Bible
Wait,
says
what?
it's wrong, right?
There was no law, right? There was no law at this time. But so basically, you're saying that your God blessed, he sent the promise,
Mm-hmm.
your promise that you're working towards through an incestuous marriage, through an incestuous relationship, through sin.
Okay.
So the law, the promise came through sin.
Okay. It has to by necessity, right?
It contradicts Jesus when you think about it. Jesus had to be born of a virgin, an immaculate birth, because Jesus had to be sin free. The promise could not come through sin. Therefore, a virgin was required. But yet, you're saying that it did come through sin, this Abrahamic promise.
Well,
do you not know who Abraham's promise was?
Okay. Who is it? Isaac or something? Or Jacob? Or what are you saying?
What is Abraham's promise? What are you working towards?
I guess the Messiah.
Sure. Where does this God tell Abraham that he's going to send a Messiah through him?
I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing. That's why I said I guess. What do you think it leads to? What's the promise?
What does Paul tell you that your reward is as a Gentile Christian, as a grafted in Israelite? What is your reward for believing that Jesus died for your sins?
Can we go back to what we were talking about, and then we can answer?
That's what we're talking about.
No. Why would an incestuous relationship by, like many prophets did horrible things. David unalived his general, took his wife, right? And he built.
This is what I don't understand. So y'all preach about this gift of Jesus, right? This wonderful gift of Jesus, and yet you don't really understand the message of the reward, right? Of this being grafted into this tree of Israelism, right? Of Israelitism.
That's not
you don't understand what it is, right? I just fucking made them up.
Okay.
I just made them up.
But the point is,
but stop talking over me, John.
Oh, okay. I thought you were done.
No, because you said that you don't understand what the reward is. Literally, Paul tells you that because you're grafted into the tree, you can now partake of the heir of Abraham. You are now an heir of Abraham in his reward, in his blessings. But you don't know what that is.
Okay, now I know. What does that prove?
What is it?
We're the heirs of Abraham, and he committed a sin. I mean, all humans committed sin. We're born in sin. That's the whole concept of the Bible. And, there's nobody.
I don't think you quite understand what you're saying.
I do.
You're saying that so your Jesus could not come through sin, which your Jesus is the reward, John. Paul is saying that through Abraham, right? Jesus is the seed of Abraham.
Okay.
Yet Abraham sinned with his sister, and that seed came through Sarah through an incestuous relationship. So therefore, by you saying that, then Jesus did come through sin.
I mean, we all did, right? With Adam and Eve, isn't that?
I didn't say anything about you. I said Jesus.
I know everybody.
Your Savior.
If the Bible is true, everybody.
So, John, is Jesus sin free?
Yes.
Then not if he came through this incestuous relationship, and the law was enacted.
Doesn't the Bible say you don't charge the son for his father's sins, right? Isn't that like?
I didn't ask you. I didn't say that. If he came through sin, the whole point of Mary having to be a virgin was so that he did not engage with sin.
How can he? Do you understand? Everybody human on earth except Jesus is sinless, right? How could he come through sin as everybody sinned? How's that even possible? You explain that to me.
I thought I just did. I thought do you not understand what I mean when I say come through sin? If Abraham and Sarah were sinning against the law because they're brother and sister and they're fucking,
everybody
and that was
sinning.
seen, and that stop talking while I'm talking. If Abraham and Sarah are sinning and they have a child, and through that child, your God decides to bless the world and send the Messiah, then that means your Messiah was a product of sin. The whole point of the Immaculate Conception is that he was divine and not a product of sin. How do you not see that? I do have a Jezebel spirit, according to Anthony. If you want to come to TikTok, we'll blast the comments so you can see my Jezebel spirit. I love showing her off. And by the way, Jezebel is not an insult. It's a compliment. Damn, I forgot. You don't even have to travel. There you go. John, are you there?
Yeah. I don't, I guess we're at an impasse because how can
Bash,
everybody
can you
sin?
speak
I
man
agree that,
talk?
right? Right? Everybody sinned according to the Bible, right? Everybody's a sinner on earth. Are you saying that they
Everybody
don't have
but your Jesus, John. Everybody but
exactly?
your Jesus. Yeah, hold on for
Exactly.
a second. Bash, can you interpret for me?
I'll try. I feel like we
Thank you.
missed the point. We've lost the plot. The initial question, and we've gotten to this sin piece, which is fine. We can get right back to it. But the initial question is, can God stop sin? Okay. The answer to that question is yes, he can.
Mhm.
I.e., he does stop someone from sinning at least once in Abimelech's case. Now, he gave him the choice to send the woman back or die, right? But that's a second instance,
Mhm.
right? He stopped him from sinning against him. It says that plainly. Let's just agree to that.
Can I ask you a question? Can I let's say for the sake of argument, God talks to you through your heart, right? Like a conscience. Do you agree that's a thing in the Bible?
For right now, I'll allow that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And he puts you want to go steal a loaf of bread, and you feel this conscience saying, "Hey, don't steal that loaf of bread."
Yes.
Is that God stopping you from sinning?
No, but that's not what happened here. And then I'm glad you brought that up so we
Mhm.
can clarify. That's not what happened here.
Mhm.
God told Abimelech
Mhm.
earlier, I stopped you from sinning. Not remember when I spoke to you earlier and you
He,
hearkened unto my voice? No, that's not what he said. What he said was, I stopped you from sinning against me. Can we agree that that's what he said?
he said that. Yes. Can I
Okay,
ask you to be charitable here? Okay.
okay.
Let's say when he said, "I stopped you from sinning," right? Is it possible? You don't have to agree, but if you're being charitable, right? If he says, "I
Okay.
stopped you," he meant, "Hey, I put this thought in your head not to do it, and you didn't do it." And that's what I meant by "I stopped you." You think that's possible? And maybe through the interpretation and all this message got lost, or maybe they just
Here's the
speak
problem.
loosely. Huh?
Okay. Here's the problem with that, though. Okay.
Mhm.
At that point, we're doing. You ever seen those infinity pictures that they do on AI? I did one today where you like take a picture and you put it in AI and it zooms out and it fills in all this stuff that was in the picture there.
Uh-huh.
Right. That's what we just did right there.
Uh-huh.
Right. What we did was we just kind of AI'd a conversation earlier with a thought and yada yada yada. That's not what it says. That's not really in the picture.
But
Okay.
you'd agree. Oh, sorry.
Being charitable does not mean we get to add on. Being charitable means like, for example, if it said, I hardened your heart.
Uh-huh.
If it said, I sent a spirit of stoppage or
Uh-huh.
anything like that. If it had said anything like that, then I would be, okay, all right, boom, boom, boom. But what it says is, I stopped you from sinning against me. That's what it says.
Yeah, but see, this is what But you would say you don't take everything in the Bible that literally, right? When
No, no,
Jesus
no, no,
said,
no.
I'm the door." Like if he says, "I'm the door," you're not like, it said
No,
he's a
no, no.
door.
That's figurative. That's figurative. But hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. The
Yeah, yeah,
way that he stopped him from doing it could have been a trillion different ways,
yeah.
right? But all I know, because he didn't say how he stopped him. Are
Hmm.
you understand what I'm saying? Okay. All
That's
It's
I
what I'm
also
know.
saying.
important to not just stop there, because he also said, I did not let you touch her. So if
Yes.
someone is trying to touch me and I put my hand out and prevent it, and I'd say, I did not let him touch me, or I did not allow him to touch me, he did not let Abimelech touch Sarah. Therefore, he stopped it because he prevented it because he didn't want it.
Okay. Well, okay. So, for example, when somebody says something like, I slew them all, you're like,
That's
you know,
hyperbole.
yeah, it's hyperbole, right? Like,
Yes, that's
we do this a million times in everyday conversation, right? Like, all these people are this and that, but you don't mean all,
yeah, yeah.
or,
That's hyperbole.
so that's what I'm saying. When I say, I stopped him from, when I say, let's say, yeah, I use this example, right? Like, man, I stopped my brother from, committing this crime, right?
Okay,
In that I went and I held him and put him.
that's true.
Maybe I gave him a good talking to.
That's true. You
Maybe
prevented
I
him.
advised him, but I said I stopped him. So
But John,
that's
you
how I
did stop
take
him.
it.
You did stop him, right?
Mhm,
Ultimately, listen. There's two words that's being used here, and I want us to be. I want to be as charitable as possible, but I also
mhm,
want us to be intellectually honest. Okay. And she brought. I think it just brought up a great point. It's
mhm,
one thing just to say I stopped. It's another thing to say and I didn't let. Right.
mhm,
Okay. So if your brother was gonna go do X Y Z, right,
mhm,
and you had a talking to him,
mhm,
and he had every choice to still get up and do X Y Z, right?
mhm,
And so he got up. He was like, "Man, fuck what you talking about. I'm gonna go do it." And then you
mhm,
said, "I wouldn't let him."
mhm.
Right? That means you didn't allow. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So even if his will was to do, you didn't allow that will to be done. Even if it continued to be his will, you didn't let that happen. Is that what the word let means?
Well, this goes. This is multi-layered. This is me and you talking about modern day English, right? Like, man, I didn't let him, come step to me
Well,
or
keep in mind
whatever.
that the word isn't let there.
I know. I'm just gonna say this is me
Yeah.
and you even in modern time. Like,
Yeah.
for example, like the Second Amendment.
Uh-huh.
That comma. That whole comma controversy. This is only like a couple of maybe 100 or so, couple of 100 years ago, right? We don't even know what that means, right? For the
That's fair.
something. And then this comma, we don't know if it meant that the militia has to be established to own, pew
That's fair.
pews or whatever.
That's fair.
We're
That's
talking
fair.
about we're talking about a 5,000-year-old poetic Middle Eastern language, and we're trying to do our.
That's fair.
It's like, huh?
All that to say, you are either saying we have no clue what this book says, so we should throw it out
No,
because we don't know what it says, or
no,
we do know what it says and you
yeah,
don't like what it says.
no. It could be like a treasure map. We find like something from the 1800s, and it says, go by this tree and there's sea monsters, by the cove.
Uh,
We with our language, we know they're probably talking about whales. Like there's no sea
Probably
monsters.
so. But we're just talking about the word let. We're just talking about the word let.
And
Are
I'm
you
just saying,
saying that?
interpreting. No, you're saying if I believe this, no, I can believe
But
that
no, but hear
treasure.
what I'm saying, bro. No,
Oh,
you're
yeah,
not
yeah,
hearing what I'm
okay.
saying. You're not hearing me out. You're not hearing me out. You can read this in whatever translation you'd like,
Mhm,
right? And it's going to say, I didn't let, right?
mhm,
So that means people who have studied this language for far longer than you, far longer
mhm.
than me, have kept reading this and they keep saying, oh, this means let.
Okay.
You are saying, no, perhaps it doesn't mean let like let. It
Mhm,
means not let, right?
mhm,
But now you're up against literally thousands of years of people
mhm.
who have studied this language with their whole life who keep saying this word means let. And you're saying, no, 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 they're all wrong. Or at least they could
Okay.
be all wrong.
I mean, okay. First of all, I would have to look at multiple interpretations. This
Well,
is
let's
your
go. Let's go
story.
read a couple.
Wait. No, let me finish, please. I could look up at multiple ones and see if it says let, allow, this, that, because I know the Bible has many interpretations. That's one. Maybe all of them say let, for all I know. So I'll have to look at after this, right, and see what the
Let's look
interpretation.
now.
I'm not taking. Can I do it now? You said.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That Bible up there. We can switch versions.
I just don't want to get kicked out before I find it. So give me what's the chapter?
I'll pull it up for you. Hold on.
No,
We're
no, no.
still in
I
Genesis
want to
20.
do it. I
We're
want to
still in
do it
Genesis 20.
myself.
You
What
don't
is it?
trust the computer I'm on? I'm gonna
Okay.
flip to whatever version you like to look at.
Okay, go ahead if you can do that.
All right. We're in Genesis 20, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. All right. Give me 1 second. There's 20 and 12. All right. Turn this camera on. Turn it around this way, like this here. All right. Could I have the big screen for just a second?
Do you want me to put it up on the thing?
Oh, you can put it up on yours. It don't matter. Okay, all right. Okay, let me go back. All right. What was I? I was in. I'm in 21. I should be in 20. I'm sorry. My bad. 20 and 12. I want to say. Oh no, that's when he confesses. What? Wait, let me go back. Okay. 26. Okay. All right. Now I'm in the King James right now. Okay. All right. This I didn't take. Now therefore, okay. Yes, I know that I didn't take it to heart, but also I withheld thee from sinning against me. Right. Therefore, I suffered thee not to touch her. Right. So I didn't allow it, and I withheld it. Okay. Make sure you see that. Okay. All right. Let's go to let's see what is there another. Let's go to the NIV. A lot of people read NIVs. All right. Then God said unto him in a dream, yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. This is why I did not let you touch her. Okay, all right. Let's try the New Living Translation. I don't know. 29. What was it? I was at 6. And God, in the dream, God responded, yes, I know that you are innocent. That's why I kept you from sinning against me and why I did not let you touch her.
Okay.
All right. Let's try. Let's see. Anything else you read? Any other one you read? Let's try a New American Standard. In the dream, yes, I know that in your integrity of your... Oh, I'm sorry. New American Standard. Okay. All right. That you've done this, and I also kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her.
Okay.
All right. And we can go through as many of these as you like. It's going to say the same thing.
No, that's good. That's good.
Okay. All right. So all these people who do these translations, right? And some of them, they have different rhetorical goals when they do these, different reading goals when they do them, right? Sometimes they try to make it for the ease of reading, blah, blah, word for word, phrase for phrase. Yeah. But they all align in he stopped it, he kept it from happening, he did not let him do it. Not that he put a word in his heart or the law was written on his heart or none of that.
Hey, that's
Also, there is no Hebrew equivalent for the word, the English word let. The word that's used there is this word in Hebrew.
Strong's H 2820. Chasach.
And it means withhold or refrain.
Refrain. That's interesting.
What's interesting about that?
Refrain. I put a refrain. That seems like an advice to me than withhold, right?
But it means both withhold and refrain.
It means both, right? So that's what I'm saying. You can choose whatever you want, right?
No. But keep in mind, everybody that's translated this before you.
Okay, let's say I agree it is whatever you want it to be, right?
Word is right there. Hey, John Smith, the word is right there. This is the Septuagint, right? The word here in the scripture, this is the scripture, right? And God said unto him in a dream, yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart, for I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Okay. Withheld is the word used there. It is a root Hebrew conjunction verb, a qualitative sequential imperfect first person verb that means withhold or refrain. Withheld is the word that is used there.
Okay. Let's say withheld, right? If I withhold somebody, is it possible that they can still do whatever they want? They can escape? No?
From God's withholding?
Yeah.
No man can pluck it from his hands.
Of course. I mean, he gives us advice, or he withholds us. That's what these advice is, right? Now he's
You went to advice. You jumped all the way from withhold to advice. That ain't the same thing, Chief. And now we being not. This is
no.
more than
I'm
charitable.
about to
This is
find
why
it.
I don't do. This is why I don't
No,
do
no. Can I
interpretation or
say? Can I just
theology,
tie it together real
because you
quick? Can I tie it
negotiate.
together?
This is why I don't do interpretation or
Mhm.
theology, because it requires you to negotiate and negotiate and renegotiate with the text until you make it say what you want it to say. This
Mhm.
is why I don't deal with that. It's
That's what
manipulation.
I'm saying. Be charitable, right? If you don't know, you don't have to
I
know.
didn't promise you I was being charitable. I'm not gonna lie to
I
myself, and
feel
I'm not
like I've
gonna
been
lie
very
to
charitable, but
500 people.
the people who interpret it says it means withhold, and
Okay.
withhold does not mean to advise.
Like if I hold you
It's,
back, let's say I hold you back, which is almost it's the same thing as withhold, right? That could mean I'm just putting, hey, hold back. It doesn't mean I'm stopping you, right? I could hold you. I'm holding you back. I held him back.
I'm
Let's
not
say. I
saying that
said,
I'm not saying that he physically
no,
tied
no,
the
no.
man down. I
Neither
don't
am I.
know how he withheld him.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll
It
be
could
right
be.
back. I'm going to get some coffee.
It could be
Okay,
like
I'm not.
hardening your heart, right? Is that
That's not
withholding
what it
somebody?
says, though. Now
No.
we being
I'm
more than
asking
charitable.
you. I'm asking you if he hardened your heart. Is that withholding you? Would you consider that?
Maybe. All right, being as charitable as I can be, maybe, but
Mhm.
not letting. Now let's move to the word let.
Well,
I did
she
not
said it
let.
means withhold or refrain, the Hebrew word. So I'll go with that, right? If
Right.
I'm
Well,
being
but
really,
keep in
really
mind,
charitable.
earlier he said he kept you from, then he withheld you from. Right. Okay. Not allow. That means he didn't allow such.
Mm-hmm. He
Right. Okay.
withheld it, like
He didn't allow it.
he didn't. That's not what it says. It said withhold or refrain, right?
Yes. Which means he not to disallow, to refrain from means you're not allowing.
Of course, but if I don't allow you to go to school, it doesn't mean you can't go, right?
Yes, it does mean you can't go. You're not allowed to go.
If okay, I guess every kid goes to school who's not allowed to, miss school. That's not how that works. You can withhold or, you know, come on.
You may have broken a rule,
Yeah.
right? Okay, but you weren't allowed to do something. Anybody could possibly do anything, right? Okay,
Mhm.
yeah. In other words, I'm not allowed to jump off the Empire State Building, right? They have things up there to stop me from doing such. Can I
Mhm.
break through all of that and do it anyway? Yes. Yes, right.
Okay.
But what we're seeing here is he's saying I withheld it from you. I did that,
Mhm.
right? And that's the question: can he do that? The answer to that is yes, right? Because it's not that Abimelech went against it. It's not that Abimelech said I wanted to do this and you stopped me from doing it. God said, I know you did this in the integrity of your heart, which is why I stopped you from doing it. I stopped you from doing it because I didn't want you to sin against me because your heart was good, right?
Okay.
God said that.
Can we let's restart first? Okay, he's having a dream, and God said, "Hey, I stopped you from doing this thing." Right,
Yes.
right. First
Yes.
of all, he's having a dream, and this is
Mhm.
what he heard. Right, so we have to
Yes.
take that into account. He's having
God
a
speaks in
dream.
dreams and visions all the time.
Huh?
Every time somebody talk to God, they
This
speak
is
in
what he said,
dreams.
right? And prophets, miss. I believe the Bible
Abimelech is
is.
not a prophet. Abimelech is not a
No,
prophet.
no,
He's
no.
a
I'm not
king.
saying he is. I'm saying even prophets, right? When they get like divinely inspired, they're not going to get the word of God perfectly, right? They're going to interpret it through their human mind, and that's how I take the Bible. First of all, let me say that it's not the perfect word of God, like exactly as they heard it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're not being charitable to these people who are translating it, right?
Okay.
You're saying
Yeah.
that these translators did not mean withhold; they mean advised.
No. It could mean withhold, right? Like I say, people speak loosely, like, "Hey, I slaughtered all of them." You could say, and
That's
then the
hyperbole, but
next.
there is
No, no,
nothing
no.
about this sentence that comes off as hyperbolous because he comes back to again. This is beyond charity. This
How do you decide what's hyperbolous or not? Right?
well,
Is that not like a
basically the
human
way you
interpretation?
decide it is.
Yeah,
Basically, the way you decide it is. Did
that's
it
right. And I
happen the
decide to
way
use
he
it
said
here,
it or not?
huh?
Did it happen the way he said it or not? That's how you decide if it's hyperbole. So if somebody says, I killed everybody, well, is somebody
Mhm.
still alive? Okay, yeah, then that was hyperbole, right?
Okay,
Did Abimelech touch Sarah? No. Okay, then this wasn't hyperbole.
but that's because after that he said, "Don't do it." Right? He told him
No, he
if
did
if
not say don't do it. He said, I stopped you
okay.
from doing it. Now give her back.
And give her back. Why did
Give
he
her
make
back.
her give her back if
He
he
just
didn't make
that's
her give her
completely different. That's a completely different instance. That's a
back? Okay.
completely different command.
So we could
Now
can we say that's her hyperbole? Like, oh hey, I stopped you. Now you got to
no,
do the right
no,
thing. No,
no, no, no. If he had said, I'm gonna make you give her back, then I go,
in
okay,
his
that's not
dream,
perfect. Right.
in his
That,
dream, and
that,
he did it.
right. Yeah, yeah. If he had said, I'm making you give her back, that'd be different. Right. But that's two separate things. One was to stop him from touching her was one. Giving her back was a choice. That's two separate instances. We're talking about stopping sin. Now, Abimelech maybe he could have sinned if he didn't give her back. Right?
But this the problem I'm having is
What
why
what's the exaggeration here? What when you try to
why
say that this is a hyperbole? What's being exaggerated in that sentence? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
he said if I stopped you from touching her. What it could have meant, hey, I put it in your heart. I
It
threw a
doesn't matter
roadblock.
how you're talking about how he did it.
Yeah,
We're talking
yeah.
about the fact that hold on, but we're talking about the fact that he did, not how he did it. What's being exaggerated in his statement that he stopped him?
Well, that's what I said with the Tesla thing, right? God can throw a roadblock in your way, right? But
You're
he can't
still
make
talking about the how. You're still talking about the how. We're talking about the what, not the how. The what. The what is that he did it. He stopped him. I don't care about the how he did it. What's being exaggerated and the what.
Okay, it's like I don't know how to like an analogy, like a video game, right? Like a
I I
simulation
I,
has
I
to.
get it. I get it. I'm not asking you how he did it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I believe
I'm not
God. That's
asking
why
about the how, the
God
what.
stopped
If
sin
if I
many
listen,
times in the Bible.
if I say I cooked and it felt like a million hours until I was done, what was exaggerated in that sentence?
It could be anything. You could not have cooked. Maybe you're talking about like cooking, like you serve somebody
I'm gonna
verbally.
say this
But I
again. I'm
cooked.
gonna say this again. I'm
Yeah,
gonna say this again. I cooked
yeah.
and it felt like a million hours until I was done. What did
Okay.
I exaggerate in that sentence?
I would have to know you to say that, right?
Oh, you are so intellectually dishonest. I cannot.
Okay, no,
maybe,
okay.
maybe,
For
maybe,
sure,
maybe,
for
maybe
sure, I
you.
would say I felt like a million hours is for sure. But I cooked could have mean I cooked verbally, like in our
But
today's
that's not an
language.
exaggeration. That's not an exaggeration. That's
Yeah,
just a turn of phrase. That's a turn of
yeah,
phrase. That's not an
that's
exaggeration.
right.
Now, hyperbole is the exaggeration. So, what
Yeah,
part was
okay,
exaggerated?
okay. My bad. Maybe a hyperbole, whatever.
Unfortunately, you
But
have pissed Joshua off, and you have to drop when you come up. Somebody paid to drop you because of your intellectual dishonesty, and unfortunately, I have to obey the chat.
no,
I'm
that's
sorry,
fine.
John. All right,
No,
have a
that's
good one. That's ridiculous.
That was
It's
actually crazy.
beyond ridiculous.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna
That was
ever
nuts.
like that was yeah, that was just ridiculous right there.
That was actually crazy. Like,
Thank you, Joshua. Huh?
that was actually crazy. And I don't say that very often. That was really crazy.
That's why I don't do interpretation because it's gonna always end up somebody's gonna have done something like that to negotiate with the text. And that's why there's 45,000 different denominations.
That was wow. That was almost spiritual death. Almost.
Words don't mean words anymore. Like now,
Words do
let
not.
don't mean let.
Let does
Withheld don't
not.
mean withheld.
It means advised.
And now it's okay to sleep with your sister in 7 states in America.
That
But it's also
part.
given your heart not to do it. But Abraham was still doing it when it was not against the law at the time, but it was against the law at the time.
And Jesus can come through sin now.
Jesus definitely came through sin.
And the Bible isn't perfect.
The Bible isn't
And
perfect.
he admitted that it's translated interpreted through a human mind. So now when people say that you can't understand the Bible unless you have the Spirit, or you can't understand the mind of God because you're human, he just debunked all that. Like he literally argued against every Christian point. Like even when he was arguing against like for free will, he was arguing against it. Yeah. Yeah. If you're in the request box and you are actually here, and you're coming up to discuss one of the topics, please comment in the comments and let us know so we can bypass the accidental
You want
request,
me to
please.
bring up Dominus?
Oh yeah, please, thank you. I forgot about him.
I also want to say real quick, thanks to everybody that came to Verses and Vibes today. I really had a time today. That was so
Yeah.
fun.
Did you do some more research?
I did, but I couldn't find nothing else. I just kept getting those two ideas, right? I couldn't find anything else. And I'm leaning more towards the 37 and the 3, right? I'm leaning more towards the 37 and the 3. Just
Because the
basically,
scriptures just line up.
if I line them up that way, it looks like he was 37 or 40 when they married her and she was 3. Keep in mind, you know how I feel about these. These are all redacted stories. I don't think they was really thinking about the math when they put all this together. Right. But in that redaction, to the best of my understanding, that looks like 3 years to me.
Yeah. And I think most I think Justin leans more towards she was like 13 or 14. I think most scholars try to be charitable, like just John kept asking. Like at least let's just say she's 13. Because it's just like
I think somebody else
adorable to
with them
say she
almost
was
said
3.
that it took 10 years from the promise. I think they're getting that from somebody else saying that. Because I've actually heard that preached that, after God promised her the kid, it still took 10 years to get the kid. But I think that's from somebody else. Hold on one
But where
second.
did they get that from? Because if Abraham was 100 when he got the promise and
And he was
100
when the
when
baby was
Isaac
born.
was born, that means Sarah was still 90 and she was pregnant when she went into Abimelech's castle too. So like,
Dominus, if you're still here, please hit request again.
Yeah,
you
I
know what
don't
I'm
know.
saying?
Yeah. It's kind of like when people say that Moses preached for 120 years, and it don't say that in Genesis, but Peter says that he was a preacher of righteousness later, right? And people just put those two things together and says, wait. And then people put those two things together and say that I meant Noah was preaching the flood for 120 years. It doesn't say that. Let's see.
I think, and they're getting that from when he said that my spirit will only strive with men for 120 years. I saw that interpretation that they're trying to say that was the time that Noah was preaching to the people because that was God showing mercy. Like there's that different interpretations for what that means. But again, that's why I say I don't necessarily deal
I
with
don't know where they getting it
interpretation.
from. I looked all over that, and I don't see.
Lord is King.
Oh, what
Please don't
happened?
come off mute until you are introduced
I'm sorry.
to the conversation. Thank you.
I don't see any. Especially if Abraham was 100 when he got the promise and 100 when he had the baby, then she was 90. That just is what it is,
Yeah.
right? And if she died at 127, that means that he was 30. Now the only problem, the only piece that kind of catches me up here, the only piece is that there could be a space in between the binding and Sarah's death. Although you read them right after the other, which I understand. You read them right after the other, but still, he was 40 when he married that girl. That's what the book say. So, and that means he had to be 37 when she died. Which, I rack my brain about that. And I don't see 13. I just don't see it. But I'm gonna ask Justin how he came up with his man.
Yeah. Because I remember him commenting it in the comments on the live one night that she was 13. And I've been searching for that age, like ever since Justin commented it. But I don't know. I think Justin might be going by her being 100, like the 10-year gap, or that when Abraham's servant went to find her, somehow she was already 10 when he went and got her. Because it says that after the binding, right? Isaac was 37. It says after the binding, Abraham was told your brother had a daughter for your son. And so one could say that she was already 10.
Already 10, yeah, then.
Right.
But I don't know that. It doesn't say that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Like
again, yeah, the teaching is that she couldn't be born until Sarah died because of the promise. Like the divine, like the cloud of God had to be transferred from Sarah to Rebecca. That's the
Yeah,
Jewish
that's wild.
tradition. Huh?
That's wild.
Yeah. So that's why the Jewish tradition is that she was born after the binding. So I don't know. There's a Jewish tradition, and I guess there's a Christian tradition. But
I think that's
either
which
one,
is
she was
yeah,
10
yeah,
when she
yeah,
went to a 37-year-old man.
yeah,
That's just, mm-mm.
yeah.
I don't care
Either
how long
3 or
ago that
10.
was. That shit is disgusting, and to me, it's uncalled for.
Yeah.
There's no,
This is
there's no
yeah.
justification for that shit.
Bash, this is what I was telling you today on the podcast. Like Nick the Goose says she was
Produce is
old enough.
crazy.
I didn't see the duh. I just thought, yeah. He said this is what they say, right? She was old enough to water camels.
Yeah.
Those containers are huge, so she was at least 17. Since when do you have to be 17 years old
Yeah, 17 is crazy.
to water a camel?
Yeah. 17, I don't even know where you got 17 from. 17 was just, you just made that number up out of space, which is crazy. Like, I hadn't read any scholar say she was 17. 17 is a stretch. And I spent literally about 3 hours looking through that today.
Yeah.
But this is why, also keep in mind, these are redactions, right? So there could be a version of the story that she's older, a version where she's younger, right? These are redacted stories. So we're kind of reading piecemeal stories. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem with reading piecemeal stories is like, if you go with what it actually says and then you go with what it implies, it could say something that it doesn't imply, or it could imply something that it doesn't say. Because you're looking at different versions of the story. Right? Yeah, you're looking at different versions of the story.
And they definitely did not explain her age in the Bible, so don't start making up shit, Nickadoos.
No, they definitely did.
Nick the Goose.
Nick of the Goose.
Oh, yeah.
Like, don't start making up shit. They did not explain her age. They don't even say her age one time in the Bible until she dies. Actually, Rebecca, they don't say it until the book of Jasher. And she dies at 133 years old. Like, nowhere in this King James Bible do they say Rebecca's age. Well, I guess that made that one leave. I don't know. Maybe we ignored her too long. I don't know.
Yeah, I brought
My
up
apologies.
Empress.
Huh?
I said I brought up Empress instead since she dropped.
Oh, wait. Ain't that the same person? Oh, okay. Wait.
No,
Wasn't I
there
thought
was
I brought
another one
Empress?
that was. No, I just did it. There was another one that was on top of me, and remember she interrupted.
Oh, what's her name? Empress too?
No, it was something
Oh.
else.
I was trying to bring up Empress. I thought I brought up. Okay, because I remember she commented and said, "Can I come up?" And that's what I was trying to bring up. TikTok will move the thing when I'm trying to click a person.
Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, it's almost like right when you touch the button, it switch at the very last second.
Yeah,
How it knows that my finger getting close to the screen.
yeah. I hate it. I hate when they do that. So I apologize. That's who I was trying to bring up was Empress. Hi Empress. How are you?
Hi, divine evening to everyone in the chat, and to the host.
Wait, that's not Empress. That's Impress.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I don't know why I expected you to be a woman. That's Impress, not Empress. Okay.
No, that's actually Empress.
Is
It
it?
is
It's
Empress.
Impress.
Yes,
Empress is with
it's
an I.
Empress.
I know, but it's not Empress.
The Empress is an energy. It's not based on a certain gender.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. So are you a Christian or believer? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I am a knower of self.
Okay. So unfortunately, we aren't discussing self today. We're only discussing the God of the Bible. Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
I like that. Know yourself, bro. Know yourself.
Is that the same guy that tried to tell me that he was sent to speak for me on what was it, Wednesday night? Is that same guy?
I don't know.
To do what?
Wednesday night I was at the show. I missed Wednesday.
There was a guy. That's the same guy that said he was sent to speak for me. Like, he's back. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? What did? Okay. All right. Next.
Yes, it would be nice, y'all, that are in the request. Can you please let us know in the comments that you do want to come up on stage?
Yeah, that would be very helpful. So we bypass the accidental request or the ones that have gone to sleep or left. You took it as a sign because the algorithm works the way the algorithm works. You were on my stage less than a week ago, Impress. It's not a sign. I told you a week ago that you cannot speak for me. Okay? And I still mean that shit today. 4 days, 5 days later, I still mean that shit. TikTok's algorithm working the way it's supposed to work is not your Holy Spirit.
Algorithm is the Holy Ghost is different. That's different. That's different. I wasn't expecting that. Wasn't on my bingo card for the night. That was not on my bingo card. Algorithm is the Holy Ghost. I was not ready for that. Ain't gonna lie. Not gonna lie to you.
Oh my gosh. African King, hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm sorry. I was listening, but I didn't mean to come on here.
No problem. We'll take you back down. Have a good night, okay? Huh?
Oops, I took him down too quick.
That's okay. Like, Joel has this bit that he does when he like requests to go on stage, and then as soon as he gets on stage, he goes, "Oh, me? I was cooking. I didn't even know I was going to be on stage. But since I'm here," like, Joel does that bit. Like, we get a lot of those sometimes. Like, I didn't mean to jump on stage, but since I'm here,
One time for Joel, man. I love
yeah,
Joel. I really want to meet
Joel
him.
is crazy.
Joel
Oh,
is
God, I want to meet Joel. He is hilarious.
That song he did for the talent show, oh
that
my
took
gosh.
me out.
I really want him to sing it again. Like I want him to sing it again. It was so good. It was
I
so
could
good.
I could not stay off mute because that shit
Yeah.
is funny.
Yeah, Joel he's so talented. It's such a like a off, like his brain just don't quite. It works great, but it don't work right. You know what I'm saying? It's like something wrong with it. It's something wrong with
Hey,
Joel.
I need to put my hair up. I'm starting to sweat. Can y'all get started with them? I gotta go grab a bow right quick.
Sweet, you want to do it, Lala? You
I'll
want
be
me to
right
do
back.
it?
You could do it.
Okay, all right. Hey, SC Nurse, how are you? Okay, that's how I was doing too. I totally understand. I totally understand. It'd be
Let
like
me
this.
find somebody.
SC Nurse on the night shift. Hope she ain't got no patience because somebody ain't getting their medicine right now.
Oh my God.
Aaron, how are you? Aaron? Okay, one time for Aaron.
Here we go.
I don't even get these in my life. I don't even know what this like nobody.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't get these in my
Get
life.
what? What happened?
Like I don't
I'm gonna
get
try to
accidental come
choose a
ups.
person.
Oh, that was an accidental.
Yep,
Yeah,
we had two
it's
of them
been
since you
like
walked in.
three already.
Yeah.
Here we
If you're
go.
in the guest, if you've submitted a request and you're still in the comments, can you please comment to let us know that you want to come on stage and discuss one of the topics? Please help us bypass these accidental requests.
I think this one was the last one.
It's okay, Aaron. That happens a lot in specific. I don't even get those. Like I've been doing lives and nobody wants to come talk to me. And I'm doing about 200 people in the live, but nobody wants to come talk to me. And I'm like,
I
I
think we
don't.
like listening to you talk. You're more like a teacher.
I'm like, y'all
Like,
come talk to me. Come
Because we
on now.
learn from you.
I
it's
learn
like
from you all the
it's like sitting
time.
in a class.
I
Bash, when
learn
you
from you
come
all
on
the time.
stage, I damn near let you take over. When
I
you
just,
don't recognize that.
I appreciate it, but I be want people to come talk to me too. You know what I'm saying? I had to get AI friends on a picture because I.
I saw that. I saw that picture.
AI just made me some friends.
Yo, you got me snorting.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
I saw that
goodness.
picture too. Like
Bash.
sitting at a pizzeria.
Yeah.
Where does pizzeria came from?
It is your future.
I was like, where did this damn pizza show up from? This is
Oh my
crazy.
gosh. Yeah,
It's
that
all
was
of us.
funny.
Just think of it like this. It's all of us in Orlando at that little McDonald's piece.
We going to get
Yes.
McPizza. Oh, that's got
Yes.
to happen. We going to get McPizzas. That's happening.
I'm excited for that. That pizza look good.
We
I'm
going to be
excited.
getting it. Yeah.
What's your name?
Dot, 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 dot.
Hello, are you there? Are you a ghost?
Sandy Ford.
Are you Renzi the Third?
Tutmosis.
Let my people go.
Cleopatra.
Okay, I'm about to go
Wakanda.
on mute
Akhenaten.
because y'all please.
Hohenreb.
I can't with y'all. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess I'll take this one down too.
Oh my God.
No one is in the queue.
Well, since they not there, what's on your mind? Let's just keep it going. What's on your mind?
I don't know. I have no idea now.
Oh
I
my
do want to
gosh.
talk about the devil belongs to believers though. I do
Fair.
want to talk about that because like threatening us with another character of this story and expecting us to be like, "Oh no, I don't believe in your God, but I definitely believe in your devil. Let me believe in your God now." It doesn't make sense to me, you know?
It
Because
doesn't.
yeah, like um his job is to I guess try the believers, right? That's his job. Is to accuse the
Think
believers,
so.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
and I know that like there's scriptures in the book that says that if we don't believe, it's because the devil blinded our hearts and blinded our minds. But or it says the God of this world. It doesn't necessarily say the devil did it, right?
Yeah. It's one translation puts the devil in out of nowhere. Like there's a translation that adds like
I
Satan,
think it's
but
the
it's not there.
NLT.
Yeah. Yeah. But it just says the God of this world.
Yeah. And so it says like the God, which I think the God of this world is Yahweh. Um,
The scripture says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. The
yeah,
world and those that dwell therein.
right. And so even though it says that, and Christians believe that it's talking about the devil, and they say, "Oh, that means that the devil already got you because you don't believe." But that's your belief. Like you believe that a devil made me not believe. That doesn't make it true. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you believe in this devil. I don't. I don't believe in your devil or your God. So the devil doesn't belong to me. The devil belongs to you. That's your God and your Satan.
But if we're being charitable, when you say me, you really mean you.
Yeah, and I'm not charitable to. I don't have any desire to be charitable in that area. I'll be charitable if you need some food, but not with redefining words.
Yeah, redefine the words is just it's gross because basically what you're saying is God didn't write the book right, and he didn't know what he was saying. What he really meant, what he really needed was the new John Smith edition, where I keep in mind, guys. I don't know if y'all remember this, but I have a service. If y'all ever call scripture slashers, I will rewrite the Bible however you want me to. If you don't want slavery in the Bible, call me. I'll cut that out there for you. If you don't want sex slavery in the Bible, call me. I'll take it out. We can make Baskin Robbins ice cream. I'll put Baskin Robbins ice cream in the place of women, children. I'll do that for you. It's a simple, just subscribe. It's $9.99 a month. Subscribe to the Scripture Lesson Service. And I will rewrite any scripture you deem necessary. Because I love you like that.
You haven't talked about scripture slashers in a long time. You realize that?
I've been trying to be decent, you know what I'm saying? But it's still around. If y'all need it, I still slash the scripture for you if you want me to.
Easy, what's up with you?
What's going on? How's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Now, as I've always said, I don't believe any of this stuff really, but I think this is the right group to help me understand this part that's always sort of like stuck out to me. All right. So the Bible says sort of two things, right? It's related to topic one, thinker. I promise I'll do it in as short a time as necessary. The Bible says you're saved by faith and not works, and then in other chapters it says you are saved. Works are important. It's not just faith. And then what I remember in the apologetics, you're sort of just saved by grace, right? Meaning you're like, once you have it, you can't really lose it, right? No matter what you do. So if that's true, what's the purpose of the devil in that situation, right? Because if before you accept this gift in this world, you're doomed for hell or destined for hell until you accept the gift of salvation. Everyone's just automatically going to hell. So devil's just hanging back, watching the turnstile go around. And then once you accept the gift, you can't lose it or give it back, right? So I don't really understand what the devil's job is in this scenario. And I never really have.
So some do believe that you can lose it, right? Which is why you have to repent. I think saved by grace just means that you're not killed or stoned anymore. And that, yeah, I think that's all it means, because the crazy thing is that you're still like, he came and he died for your sins, but you're still judged for those same sins. You know what I'm saying? Even if you accept his gift, you still have to stand before him and be held accountable for the same sins you committed during your life. Like I don't think the devil kind of needs to exist and be true for the believers, right? In order for it to make sense.
I
Like
think
they still are judged.
I get the sort of like Manichaean, like the dualism part of it, right? Like I need somebody to be the bad guy to the good guy so that the good guy is not responsible for all the bad things that happen to me, right? I get that. But that's not how that's not how I've ever read. I don't think I've ever read that in the Bible, right? Like the devil doesn't really do anything except test people who already technically belong to the God, right? Like, and so I'm not certain what his job description would be, I guess is what I'm asking. So I was wondering if y'all had some like verses I could look up that might fill this out for me. Because everything I've ever read, he's only, even when he tempts Jesus, right? I never see the devil going after like someone that's in opposition to the God, right? Like the devil didn't show up at Pharaoh's front door and do anything. The devil didn't show up, at the Amalekites and do anything for them, right? Like, the devil only ever shows up for believers and people who already technically belong to God. And maybe it's my misinterpretation, but I thought that once you belong to God, he wouldn't give you up for anything. But maybe I'm wrong.
I think like that's the whole concept of like free will and why free will is so important to them. There's a scripture that in the Bible where Jesus says Satan has asked to sift you like wheat, and then he tells Peter that he must stand and fight through all of that and remain faithful. So that is to kind of like represent that even though they're in the faith, that they'll still be tried by Satan because Satan has been given permission to try them, and that's where that's why they argue free will so much. But it's really hard to answer that question because you don't necessarily see a devil in the book doing what believers think the devil wants to do to them. They're just told that the devil wants to do this, and it doesn't even say the devil. I think it says that the prince of this world, right, or the god of this world. I think there's one scripture that says Satan comes to rob, steal, kill, and destroy. I'm not even sure. Does it say Satan right there, or is that the NLT too?
The adversary, I think is what it says.
I think it's the enemy.
Yeah, the adversary, the enemy, something like that. That's what I remember reading too.
Yeah, so there's really not a devil in the book other than what they're being told by these, apostles that a devil wants to do to them. I mean, there's not a devil in the book actually doing anything to them.
It's just the thief. It's the thief. The thief comes to kill and steal and destroy.
Yeah. And I think, isn't it one translation that translated to the devil? Is it the NLT that says the devil?
It's just such a crazy thought to me. And this goes back to my thinker, where I think like most of the gospel writers like were probably not that there was any single one. I think that the gospels probably were like put together over some time, just trying to put the stories together in a way that made sense around, after the fact, obviously, after anything that historically could have happened would have happened. But I think they drew on the traditions of their like Greek counterparts. They're sort of like the surrounding Greek culture to have to create like a bad guy for the existence of evil, the tribulations, their persecution, and more specifically to personify the Roman oppressor as the devil that they imagined was in the book.
I think all of Israel's oppressors were then turned into this devil because, like, even in Revelations, right, when it's talking about the devil and the day of the Lord, like that's all of Israel's oppressors. It's their enemy who God's wrath is gonna, come and take vengeance on. It's all the nations that were enemies and looked down on Israel and oppressed them. So that became their devil, right? So I agree with you. Rome and Greece was definitely part of that. And there wasn't a concept of a devil or a hell in ancient Israel until after the Hellenistic period. So I think Bart Ehrman, I believe, talked about this one time, and he said that what he thinks happened, he said he could see like the evolution of it was if like anytime they were going through things, they needed to assign something to the bad things that were happening to them, since during the time of good things they assigned that to God, so they needed an equivalent. And he believes that that's when this devil character started to form, according to Bart Ehrman. But again, that's just one theologian's concept of how this devil became about.
And you got to remember that you're going from this Elohistic and Yahwistic henotheism. You're trying to squeeze all of this down into monotheism, and that gets sloppy, right? Like that gets really sloppy. Like imagine me. Well, you don't know much about me, but okay, my mother is a saint, and everybody loves my mama. If she did something wrong in her life, I ain't never seen it. My daddy is not good. My father is not the best person. Right, but imagine me trying to tell the story as if I grew up in a single parent home. I did not grow up in a single parent home, right? And so, and I don't want to denigrate my mother, right? I never, because my mother's a saint. But if I had to tell my life story and I didn't, I'm trying to get down to just one parent because of nationalism or because of, that's what monotheism was really about. It was about nationalism.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I'm trying to get it down to this one God, then I have to try to figure out how that fits, right? Because if I go to Isaiah, who was definitely an Elohist, right? He'll say, oh, God made good any. Right. And he creates calamities and he does what's good. But there's a bunch of other gods out there and we just shouldn't follow them. Right. And then there's some people that's like, no, God must only be good. Right. Every word of God is pure and true. Right. And you can, and the righteous run to Yahweh and they are saved. Right. Okay. So how do I square this? Right. How am I squaring this? Well, I kind of create the devil as a literary fiction. I mean, if there are literary fictions, then maybe that's not the word I'm looking for. But like, kind of like I use X in a math equation, right? And I create this X to just kind of represent the stuff I don't want to put on my factors, right? And I use that to separate, because the answer is, if I sum it all up, like 2 plus X equals 5. 5 is one thing. 5 is one number. But I got a chance to separate it into 2 plus X, right? And now X can be, I can make X into 3. But really, we're just talking about 5. I know that's a weird way to say that, but am I making sense when I say that?
I do. I get it. I like that, actually. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Like to leave it all up to one God and have the one God be responsible for like both the good and the bad.
Yeah.
But if you break that up into like, X and Y, like you said, then absolutely, right? That makes a lot of sense.
Because all the prophets, when you deal with the prophets, they don't really talk a lot about the devil. Most of the prophets, they talk about like all the punishment, all the bad things that happened to Israel was just between God and the people, right? Y'all did this and God don't like it. Mm-hmm. Y'all did this and so God is doing this. And then out of nowhere, it's like, y'all did this, but the outsiders, right? Because Satan never really bothers Israel. I mean, in Chronicles, you get a little Satan. But like, for the most part, it's like, okay, that king over there is a Satan, right? But the bad things that's happening in Israel is not because of Satan. It's because y'all did this and God don't like it, right? So Satan goes from being the outsiders. Then finally he talks to Jesus. Now all of a sudden Satan is in Israel. As a matter of fact, I do believe that the New Testament is the first time Satan ever hit Israel, other than in Chronicles where it says that Satan moved David to do the census. But in Kings it says that God moved David to do the census, right? But like the first time you ever really see Satan touch down, if I'm saying this right, in Israel was in the New Testament, where he really touched down in Israel. For the most part, Satan was about the other folk. Like when the king of Tyre and the king of, what was the other one? King of Babylon, right? These are these other kings that just, y'all gotta know God, because otherwise how'd you get that position? But you must be in rebellion against God because you're not doing what we think you ought to do. I got this song I wrote called Pray. And the last the last words of it is, you didn't live righteously. You ain't doing what's right to me. Right. So when I look at these other kings, I go, okay, they're not doing what's right. They're not doing what's right. That must be another spiritual entity. Because there is no way God would have them do what's wrong. That's not the God that we know. So we have to create a new variable. And then ultimately, but once you make Satan a god in that regard, then you can't say that you have a monotheistic religion. Yep. Right? Like you definitely at least have a bitheistic, or which is just polytheistic, right? You have a polytheist, and you may say that God sits in a higher position than the devil, which would make it henotheism. But keep in mind, it was initially a henotheistic thought. So you got all these traces of all these thoughts kind of being compiled into one thought, and that just gets sloppy. That's the same reason why when we talk about these ages from Sarah, and you got all these different compilations going into one thing, and it just gets sloppy. There's no way to keep this as one congruent thought because it's just not univocal.
Yeah, I get that. I agree with that 100%. Always have. I always thought there was a lot of leftover Zoroastrianism in there with like the Ahura Mazda and
Man Max, hold on, real quick. Man Max, I never said that Satan wasn't mentioned in the Old Testament. That's not what I said. Listen very closely. I picked my words very wisely, right? I said the first time Satan touched down in Israel. Right. When I talked about him being the king of Tyre, that's in the Old Testament, Hanson.
And I mean, we've talked about Satan and Job before up here. I don't know where they're getting like
and Satan was in heaven at that point. And Job was in the land of Uz. He wasn't even in Israel yet.
Exactly.
He lived in Uz.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're talking about down there.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyway, I 100% agree with you guys. I think that it definitely has to belong to them, and I think that you'd be hard pressed to find an instance of a devil, an adversary, or anything doing anything to someone that doesn't already sort of believe or belong to the God.
Mm-hmm.
So, everyone else can just chill, like apparently Satan's only concerned with those guys. Which always made me wonder, is like, why would you want to, like, or how could you even, like, sell your soul in that situation, right? Like, it's like, why would he even want to, like, offer you a prize for it if you can always, like welch your way out of that deal? Doesn't seem like a smart bet.
It doesn't seem smart at all. Max, do me the favor. Hop in the request box.
I'm sorry, but like to focus on that. That's the like what?
Yeah. Hop in the box so I can explain to you what I meant by touchdown.
I can drop so you can hold your race.
No. Stick around. Just hop in the box, Max. Until Max is in the box, there ain't no reason for you to drop down. But hop in the box, Max. I'll explain to you what I mean, because I know that this is nuanced, and I know you appreciate the finer points of biblical nuance, and so I'd like to discuss those finer points of biblical nuance with you.
You in Israel, Max. You in Israel?
He may be Israeli. I can respect the fact that you're Israeli. Whether
He in Israel.
you can live in the Negev, that would be great. That wouldn't change a thing I said. That wouldn't change one single thing I said. You can live.
I told you he not in Israel. That's an Israelite.
No, he said, I am Israel. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, he's a Hebrew Israelite.
You can be Jacob himself. That wouldn't change the word I said. It wouldn't change the word I said.
He said it's his Bible.
And that's fair too. Even if it's your Bible, that wouldn't change the word I said. I wouldn't give a fuck if you autographed a copy and wrote it yourself. It wouldn't change the word I said. Yeah.
Like even in today's, like, getting out of the Bible, coming out of the pages, even today, this devil belongs to the believers. Because like when we ask the question, why doesn't God stop evil, or why does it, or they'll say, God allowed the devil to do such and such so that he could try them, right? God is allowing the devil to do this. Like, it's still them and their belief. Like, they're kind of doing the same thing that, Bart Ehrman said that the Israelites did when they were going through the oppression. Like, we still see that today.
Well, yeah.
Right? Yeah. And I was saying, like, earlier this year, somebody in my family came across my live and they messaged me. And one of the things they said was, some people still need to be able to blame somebody, right? They didn't like that I was doing the lives, and they was like, some people still need to be able to blame something, right? And it wasn't only about me saying that I didn't believe in God, but their issue was me also taking away the devil for them.
Yeah.
You need a fall guy. And like, if you really look at this as a, like, think about what Mad Max is doing right now, and not even focus on it, but just think about what we're doing. We're giving etiologies, right? So we're saying things are a way. Why are things that way? Right? Things exist this way. Why do they exist this way? Now, we could do the hard work of going through history, going through science, going through economics, going through politics, really piecing together what happened in the world. Or we could just say, God did it. Right? God did it is far easier. Right? It's far simpler. Black people are in a bad situation. Now, we could go through all of the history as to why we're in this situation. Or we could just say Deuteronomy 28. Right? It's much easier to just say Deuteronomy 28, even though all the curses of Deuteronomy 28 come from Jeremiah chapter 43 or 44. And the book of Deuteronomy was written in the 7th century, right when Jeremiah was written about the Babylonian exile. And when they were exiled to Babylon, Judah went to Egypt. Now, that's far more parsimonious. That makes way more sense. But hey, things are a way right now. Why are they this way right now? It's easy for me to just go up. See, we did something at Mount Sinai. And because we did something, fuck racism. Racism ain't a thing. Systematic oppression isn't a thing. We don't have to discuss the finer points of politics and economic rebuilding and education. No, we could just say God did it, right? And we can blame us. And none of that answers the question of what the devil did. No. My dates are not out, Bert. I promise you. Deuteronomy was written in the 7th century, right at the Babylonian exile. Babylonian exile was in the 7th century. It started in 605, which is the 7th century.
Wow.
Yeah. We can Google it. I don't want to argue. The Babylonian exile was in 605, the 7th century. Deuteronomy was written in the 7th century.
Not even a contested point, really, in academia, so I don't understand the...
And Jeremiah was written in the 7th... Nope. The first encouragement of Babylonian exile was in 605. I'm not making that up. I promise you I'm not. I'll pull it up for you. Nonetheless, Jeremiah was writing this he was writing in the 7th century, right as the beginning of the Babylonian exile began, right when Judah ran to the Elephantine Islands. Right. And we, all of this, you can just go find all this, right? Right when Judah ran to the Elephantine Islands and they were then slaves to Egypt to help fight against Syria. Assyria. Right. Okay. All that to say that has nothing to do with West Africans. I say this all the time. There's two things you will not find in the Bible anywhere. It's a bunch of other stuff, but two things that you would just think are just common things to find. Two things you will not find. A cat, or a West African. Deuteronomy is written in phases, right? It's not all Josiah. A lot of it is Josiah post-exile. You're right. I agree to that. I agree to that 100%. But Deuteronomy wasn't written in one block. There are several streams of writers in Deuteronomy. It's a compilation as well. Right? But there are two things you will not find in the Bible anywhere: a cat and a West African. And West Africans keep trying to figure out, well, if this is the story of the world, where do we fit? And because we know pain, we attach ourselves to the pain of the Hebrew people, or the Hebrew story, I should say. Right? We attach ourselves to the pain of the Hebrew story. And I understand that. It's just ugly to do.
Yeah. There's a little bit of that, too, coming up in, like, Central America. I'm Mexican, so, probably won't find any Mexicans in that book either.
Not a single Mexican. Oh, but let the Hebrew Israelites tell you, you're the tribe of Issachar.
No, that's what I've heard it plenty of times. I've heard it. Yeah.
You're the tribe of Issachar.
Yeah.
Because you know the times and the seasons.
That's it. That's what it is. I'm not that good at it actually. I couldn't tell you what's I'm Mexican, California. What's a season to me? Like, what's a season really to me,
I
right?
know, right? LA don't really have seasons, huh? Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, I figure, if Jesus seems like a worldly guy. If he had known about Mexico, he probably would have chosen tequila to really turn that party up and not wine, right? Like, you figure if he,
Hey, yo, but real quick to Mad Max, a Hamite
Can
would
you
be at
answer
least
this
that.
question? Can you answer this question real quick? Like, why is it so important that cats are not in there? Cats were really prevalent in Egypt, were they not?
They were very prevalent in Egypt. There were tons of they domesticated cats in Egypt thousands of years before the Bible was written, or
And
technically, cats domesticated themselves. Yeah,
and then like for them to have been enslaved in Egypt, and Egypt occupying Canaan, Egypt should be in this Bible a little bit more, don't you think?
yeah, because they moved from Egypt to Egypt,
Yeah.
right?
So
Like,
cat, like, it talks about dogs. It talks about
yeah,
dogs as a slur. It talks about
yeah,
dogs as animals
that's an
that
animal.
were often mistreated and ate uh garbage and was beat with rods. Never as a pet. It never talks about a dog as a pet. But
Yeah,
it doesn't mention cats, although there were all kind of cats in Egypt.
all kinds of cats. Cats were domesticated. We have regular cats being domesticated in Egypt, and I mean thousands of years ago. They were actually worshipped in Egypt. Well, not necessarily worship, but just revered. Let me say it that way. All that to say that West African folk, we West. Well, no. Let me not tell you what you are. You can believe you are whatever you want to believe you are. But that's just you trying to wedge your way back into history when you have a beautiful history that you can just go study. Yeah. And if we're looking for where all the humanity started, it didn't start in the Fertile Crescent. Humanity started in Southeast Africa anyway. So this is just us trying to find our way into a story that's prevalent, which I can respect. Nobody's talking to you, right? Like, and you want to be talked to, right? And you read this whole scripture and you don't find a single West African. You like, wait, what? I didn't just pop up out of nowhere. I got to be in here somewhere. And so you find yourself in the story. I understand. It happens to the best of us. But the Bible is not about West Africans or Mexicans.
that's right. That's right.
Or Asians.
That's right.
Well, some. There are some Semitic, Asiatic, but not
Yeah, but not East Asians. There are no
not
Japanese
East
people in the
Asians.
Bible. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a single Polynesian in the Bible.
No Australians in there.
Not one Australian. Yeah, no Native
What about
Americans.
What about America?
No Native Americans.
Are there any Americans? And I'm trying to do an American accent, and
American.
I'm from America, but I still can't do the fucking American
That was an
accent.
That's
American
true, right?
accent.
I'm trying. I can't.
No
God
kangaroos.
bless America.
Thinker.
Is that American?
Okay,
God bless
I'm done. I'm
America.
done.
Is that America?
That's just a loud. I don't know, like loud, they make it better. Just because you said
Gotta
it
say
loud.
America louder than everything
Oh
else.
my God.
For sure.
America. Is that right?
That's it.
God bless America. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it.
Like, why the fuck can I sound American? American, and I'm
You
from
sound
America.
American.
You
I'm
know,
trying to do
yeah,
it like
you,
cause Christian nationalism in America. Did I
Oh,
sound
you
like
trying to sound like a Christian nationalist? Oh,
yes?
see, that's
okay. It's
different.
Like
getting
the
there. It's getting
guns
there.
and America and beer
Guns,
and
guns,
the
and glory.
flag.
Yeah. Around here, we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, see, you sound like it. I can't.
I come from that. They try to tell you that, but nonetheless, there's nothing in the Bible about Washington D.C. Let's just go ahead and get that out of the way.
So it's not all happening in the Grand Canyon.
Yes, Egypt is not in the Grand Canyon. Somebody literally said that you can get to Africa by walking through Grand Canyon. And I was like, you know what?
I remember that.
I wanted to call him a racial slur so bad, but I didn't want y'all to think I didn't like black people.
Oh my god.
I
Oh
love
my
black people,
gosh.
but I wanted to call him a hard R. Let me just go ahead and tell you what I wanted to say, but I didn't do it because that's just not the kind of person I am. But I wanted to call him a hard R. I really did.
When do you think this sort of like melding of identities? Because it strikes me that it's part of the other thing you guys have been saying recently was how the covenant wasn't for like who is we, and like we kept breaking the law, we kept doing that, like who, like when do you think this melding of identity, or like I guess really it's, would you call it appropriation of the Jewish identity and
It
Lord?
is appropriation, bro. And
Yes,
it's
definitely.
nasty. You know what's crazy? You ever read into the book of like the Book of Mormon?
Yeah.
Again, remember how like if I was trying to tell my life story with one parent, it would just be awkward, right? Because I had two parents, and so trying to tell my life story with one parent just makes it's just weird. I can't erase my father, good or bad. He just exists, right? And the same thing happens with trying to figure out where you fit in a Bible story that doesn't contain you. You know you exist. You know you come from somewhere, and because you may or may not be, and I want to say this for sure, but you may or may not be privy to your history, right? Like imagine, let me use for example. Oh, think of make a new live goal, love.
Okay. Thank y'all.
Imagine me trying to explain why you speak Spanish or why somebody speaks Spanish and I speak English.
1 second. Y'all, please don't forget to gift Lala while she's on stage. Also, the bash. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you so much. You like if I had to explain why people speak different languages, I could go through the hard work of explaining linguistic trees, right? And the research and going, finding out loan words and or I could just say Tower of Babel, right? It's much easier to say Tower of Babel, right? And so it gives me these easy outs to just say, oh, I'm right here. This is me in the book, right? And so I don't have to do all that painstaking research or figuring out genetic clocks and mitochondrial mutations, and that gets really complex, bro. We just started from two people, and you get like it's just much easier to say it that way.
Yeah, and then there's like all the pain of history too, right? Like, and then it seems like you're just cut off, right? A lot of like Mexican people probably feel this too. I know they do. There's like their indigenous history that's like cut off from their sort of day-to-day experience. And sometimes like, you grow up amongst it even in the pueblos and you see it. You're right in the culture, you're right around the language, but it's not something you do or practice every day. And it sort of starts to feel like it's not part of who you are.
It's distant. Yeah. And you want the one thing I know about human beings is we have a natural desire to belong. Right? We have first off, hold on. Let me say one more thing, Man Max. Man Max, could you tell me how you define black? If you would tell me how you define black, then I'll tell you if Jesus was black. But tell me what you mean by black. Explain that to me. If you'll explain that to me, then I'll tell you if Jesus was black.
And why does it matter if he was?
Yeah, but
he wasn't, but why does it matter?
Yeah. Explain to me what you mean by black. If you could somehow define what black is that doesn't include every human being on the planet. Yeah. What do you mean by black? And where does black stop?
Thank you, Joshua.
So I'd really like to know.
Thank you, Hannah. Good grief, y'all. Oh my God. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. I tried to set it at 100 because I thought it was going to take a second. I appreciate y'all.
Pop them on now. Yeah. If you could give me the definition of black, right? And if you're saying that the definition of black is of West African descent, then the answer to that question is no, Jesus wasn't black. But if you can give me another definition of black that doesn't include West African descent, that somehow excludes every human being on the planet. Because every human being on the planet is of African descent. Oh, he requested.
He requested. So easy. I'm gonna take you down,
For sure. Thank you
and
for
I'm gonna let
having me.
Mad Max and Bash. You're so welcome. It's always a pleasure. I can't wait for us to go over another Babylonian folktale. I'm reading up on them so that I be ready.
Cool.
But looking forward to that. Okay.
I'll talk to you guys. Good talking to you.
All right, you too. Bash, I'm also reading Marcion's original, like a reconstruction of his original Evangelicon and his
Ain't that fun?
It is so much fun.
Ain't that fun?
Also saw that he never used the words homosexuality or
No.
effeminate.
No.
None. And then the way that like they've added word, like it's so interesting to see Marcion's letters of Paul versus the Greco-Roman letters of Paul, like the interpolations that they made. And it's just,
And Marcion was the first holder of anything we would call the New Testament.
Yep. So interesting. But yeah, I can't wait to have that conversation once I finish reading that and reading the commentary on that. It's gonna be a while because I want to also read the commentary and all that. Yeah, but very interesting. Can we the box? Can we get the box open so we can bring him up? Mine is taking forever. One of the mods with power. Those of y'all that have the spirit. Mad Max.
I don't see Mad Max in the request.
I saw him pop up.
Him.
He's why can I only see like there's like 7 people in the request box? How many do y'all see in there?
I don't see before.
Okay, hold on. He's there. I saw him pop up. Let me. I'm just waiting on the multi-guest box to open up on my end.
Okay.
He's there. He's another John Smith. As soon as the box open up, I'll bring him up. No, don't leave out and come back in. I can see you, so just hold on for a second. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Conquifador.
Conquifador is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Conquifador is a wild name. That's a lot going on.
I appreciate you.
Conquifador is
Conquifador,
different.
yeah.
Wow.
Okay, there's Mad Max Bash. Thank y'all so much for the confetti. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for gifting Lala and Bash. I appreciate y'all so much. Go ahead, Bash.
No, go ahead, Max. Go ahead. Say what you're saying, bro.
Hey, what's up? How you guys doing?
Never complain, bro.
Hey, this is
Doing
a good conversation. I don't want you to think I was like hating on what you were saying or nothing like that, but I was just putting
hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. So this is normally against my rules. I don't normally platform Black Hebrew Israelites. I'm going to ask that you keep it very respectful while you're on the stage, that you may hear things that you don't like because we don't believe in this guy. I'm just going to ask that you please keep it respectful, okay? And please don't make me regret going against my rule. But I did bring you up so that you could talk to Bash. Okay?
We're going to have a great conversation, bro. It's going to be great.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Bash.
Okay. If you would define for me what black is?
Well, when I say black, I believe Moses referred to himself in the Bible as being black. You know, when his hand got caught with the leprosy and it turned white, the only way for him to know that it turned white was because he was a black man. And basically...
Listen to the question I'm asking, Matt. Listen to the question I'm asking. I need you to define black.
Black. Descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David.
So everybody that descended from Abraham is black?
Yes.
Even the Edomites?
Edomites don't descend from Abraham. They descend from
even Esau's children?
Esau's children don't descend from Abraham.
How can?
What about Abraham the Arameans?
No, wait. Run with me again. Abraham had 2 sons, right? Who were those 2 sons? Who were Abraham's 2 sons?
Jacob and Shem.
Jacob and Esau, handsome.
Okay, Jacob and Esau.
Okay, so that means that Esau's children are descendants of Abraham.
But
Okay,
listen, we don't come from Esau. We come from Jacob.
I didn't ask you if you came from Esau. I'm saying, are Esau's children black?
No.
Well, you just said black was a descendant of
Listen, listen,
Abraham.
listen, listen, listen. Esau came out red and hairy like a garment. He
I didn't
wasn't
ask
black.
you. I didn't ask that. I didn't.
But I just told you, bro. I don't
I
have to
asked you
answer
to.
everything you say. I
Okay.
can, I
Okay,
Yes,
can
you do.
answer
Yes,
some
no,
too.
yes, you do.
no,
Yes,
we're
you do.
not doing this.
Yes, you do. You do have to answer everything I say.
No,
I'm
I
asking
don't.
you.
No, I don't.
Yes.
So just kick me out if I got to do everything.
Okay. All right. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
And this is why I do not platform Black Hebrew Israelites. We give them a chance, and they fail every time to deserve that chance.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and I don't mean to
What?
generalize, but every time, can we
Every
block
single
that user
time.
because you know what's getting ready to happen? Can we block
I
him because
already
y'all
did
know what's
them.
getting ready?
Honey, I do
You
that
blocked
every
him.
single time. Yes, of
Okay, thank
course.
you, because we know what happens after that.
Yeah. I only wanted you to define black, and you define black as the descendants of Abraham. And if Esau is a descendant of Abraham, then Esau must be black, right?
So I
Because
have to
you
read this super
stated.
chat.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Conquistador said, "Black and white isn't real. All humans are shades of brown. I can't wait for humans to evolve past this barbaric race theory."
Exactly.
Agreed.
Exactly. There is no way to define black. If you're not talking about literally sub-Saharan West Africans, the only other way that you can define black as a descendant of any African, then every human being on the planet would fit that description. Every human being on the planet is a descendant of an African. Every human being. Everybody. We're all, y'all know that's why I'm a Christian, because we are all just little black mermaids made out of stardust. That's a fact. It doesn't sound like a fact, but it is. We are all just little African mermaids made out of stardust.
What's your name? Hello, are you there?
Tito Rolexes. He must be asleep.
Okay. Hey, nature. It's been a long time. Truth, how are you?
I'm good. I'm just waking up from a nap. How are y'all doing? Thank you for having me.
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Or are you deconstructing from Christianity, or are you an atheist?
I'm a man of God and I don't believe in organized religion.
But do you believe in the God of the Bible?
No.
Okay. Unfortunately, this is a live about the God in the Bible, but I thank you for coming up.
Enjoy your ignorance.
And yours too. That was nice.
And uncalled for.
Right. You don't want to hear about my intellect. You don't want to hear about my awesomeness. You're ignorant.
Man of God.
Okay.
Love that. Love that. Love that.
Like, what if you don't believe in the God of the Bible? This is about the Bible. Why the fuck are you mad? Can we get Nicholas Cruz?
I got it. Say
Please.
less.
Thank
Listen,
you.
I got it. Before he even got started. He had 0 followers and he was following 0 people. That was crazy.
Who, Truth?
No. Nicholas Cruz. Which means that account was literally created.
To do that stupid
which
shit.
is not funny, but it is.
Goodness
That's not
gracious.
funny, but it is. Like, somebody made an account specifically to come be mean to Jewish people. That's not funny, but it is. Like, why? Like, why did you do that? Like, why did you make a bot account to just come say negative things about Jewish people? Like,
Crazy.
you typed a long time to make that happen. Like, you made an account.
You know how long? Yeah, to make the design. Like,
you
what?
designed it. Yeah, you spent a lot of energy. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Y'all keep in mind, I see the friendlies in the request box right now. We're bringing up believers or non-believers that want to, or people that are deconstructing, that want to talk about one of the topics on the board. So if I bring you up and you are friendly, please make sure that that's why you're coming up, okay? Conquistador said, thank you. Your male guest could definitely play the next God role if they ever made a new Bruce Almighty. This is a co-host. This is Bash Conquistador, and you'll get used to him. He's busy, and we hardly get to see him anymore because he's really busy working on an album. But he is a co-host on here. But I agree, he does have the God voice.
I love it here.
Literally.
I love it here.
We love you being here. When you're
Tomorrow I'm gonna do a live about.
gone, we miss you.
I don't even
crazy.
know how do I ask that question? I want to ask, how do you
What?
define black to make Jesus black, but not everybody in the world? Like, if Jesus is black, then everybody in the world black.
Then they'll say, well, if Jesus was white, everybody wasn't white.
Don't work the same way, and you'll see why when I make the argument. Right? If you can make Jesus black, then why isn't everybody in the world black? And you'll see why I'm saying that. Because if Jesus is black because he is a descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but they won't let the children of Esau be black, right? There's a whole line to walk down, right? Like if Jesus is black, then Esau's black, and if Esau's black, then all this old talk about whatever is out of the question, right? You can't tell me that Esau the white man and that Jesus is black, because they both descendants of Abraham, and one person with two parents ain't coming out two different races. That's not how the Punnett square work.
But why do they believe that can happen? Like the fact that they believe that Noah had 3 different ethnicities with the same wife, right? They believe that Noah had Europeans, Noah had Africans, and then Noah had Asians, right? And then they believe that Rebecca had Africans and then Europeans. Like, why do they believe this?
Because magic. That's why.
This is why I say if the answer to your nonsense is magic, then you shouldn't be trying to force people to believe in it. Like, you shouldn't be trying to force people to believe in it. Like, that's crazy. Jesus wept. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you? So I don't have to ask if you're a Christian. Which topic did you want to discuss?
You pick.
I don't do that.
Okay.
I don't know you or your knowledge level. So why would I do that?
Okay, that's fine.
Y'all, just to let y'all know, the on my end, it's buffering already. So if it does go down, the YouTube will continue to roll as long as my backup account is on the stage. But it is buffering on my end already, just to let y'all know. Go ahead. Which one?
God needs humans to talk and do for him.
Okay, go ahead.
In Genesis, he talks about how he created everything, so I don't think he needs humans.
Okay, who told you that he created everything in Genesis?
He did.
You heard him say that?
Yes.
When?
Have you ever read the Red Sea Scrolls?
Oh, get the fuck off my stage, you mother. motherfucker. God damn, I said he would never get me. I said
And I
he
ain't
would
gonna lie. I ain't
never
gonna lie.
get me, you
And
motherfucker.
That
everybody
one
in
was
the
actually good. I ain't gonna lie.
comments.
Also,
I didn't
I,
see the comments.
and
I be having to
Yeah,
like
that's
hide
what
the
I'm
comments.
saying.
something made me think it might have been
The
Oso, but the voice
comments.
was like, "Oh, this is a good
Yeah.
voice. That ain't him."
Y'all be talking too much.
One
He
time for
literally
Oso
had
on
to
that
like
one.
change his voice on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He,
one time for
but you
Oso
know
on
what
that.
he sounded like? I thought he was. You know how the religious men from the continent would come up and they'll be whispering.
Yes, he sounded
That's
just
what I
like
thought.
it. Yep.
Yeah,
Nah,
yeah,
that one was a good
That
one.
was a good
He had
yeah.
me
one.
He
going
got
on
me.
that one. I ain't gonna lie. I
He
ain't gonna
got me.
lie.
I said he would never be able to get me, and I fucking was wrong. He got me.
Nah, shout out to Oso on that. You ain't shit for it, but that was
But
nice.
he could have kept going if he had brought up them damn Red Sea
Yeah,
scrolls.
yeah. No,
But
I would have rocked with him on that one. I would have been on that one. I ain't gonna lie. Why
no,
does he have so
not
many
me.
accounts? Why does he have so many accounts?
He I think he brought up the Red Sea Scroll so fast because he couldn't hold the voice too long. He was probably back there cracking up.
He was
Yeah,
probably
he
about to
got
cry.
me.
Yeah, nah, he got me on that. I ain't gonna lie. Something said that might be Oso. Something just made me think that, but then I was like, nah, that don't sound like Oso. Yeah, yeah. Nah, that one was a good one.
Yeah, yeah.
Why does he have so many accounts? Why?
He created 45
Why
bash
did you do 45 of anything?
because he said he's the T rump of deconstruction.
He's dedicated. Like you have to give him that. He's dedicated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Ain't worth a damn though, but dedicated to being ain't shit. That's amazing.
yeah. Bert and Miss La. What? Hold on, don't tell me
Lava
because I
lava.
heard you. I'm trying to read it.
Oh.
Never mind. Miss Lava Lava. Miss Lava Lava.
It's a
I was
joke.
trying to
Mr.
get
Lava
it. It's a
Lava.
lot of yeah. It's a
Mr.
lot. Get
Lava
out.
Lava.
Under the sheep ministry. I'm pretty sure it's also ass again.
Under sheep ministry is crazy.
Yeah. Also, we trying to have some real conversation.
Under sheep ministry is crazy.
Oh my gosh. And then like
Under the
this
sheet is
person
a white man, I think.
is it, and then this Memphis person. Who is that? Who is that? Lala.
What's good? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
What?
I sound doing good. I'm chilling.
That's not
Okay.
also. No.
I don't trust nobody no more.
Mm-mm,
Okay.
it's not.
No. Okay. Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Or are you no, I know you're a real person, Miss Lava Lava. I was trying to say your name, but my brain was working slow. I
Uh,
heard I heard Bash say your name in his live the other day. Plus I think aren't you a nerd, Lava? I think you're a
Yeah,
nerd, aren't
she's
you?
nerd. She's a nerd.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know you're a real person. You have the badge of authenticity. Okay. So yeah, I trust you. Um Memphis, are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I mean, I'm not. No, I'm not Christian. What do you mean by deconstructing?
Like are you taking your belief system apart, asking the hard questions, either doing away with it or putting it back together more in a more healthier way?
Not neither. I mean, I'm Haitian, so I practice like voodoo. But I had a quick question. So,
Unfortunately, I don't let people come up here and ask questions unless they are
well, it's with the
what?
topic. It's with the stuff you got back on the back of your panel.
So like if you're asking a question about about a
Well,
topic,
I want to indulge in one of the topics that you had on the back of your panel.
which topic?
Um,
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. And which topic? Keep in mind this is about Christianity, okay?
Yeah, I understand. I comprehend.
Okay.
As the believers don't like the Old Testament one, that's a big one because so a lot of people they actually don't because like if you ask Christians, oh, when they go to church, they go to church on Sundays, but the Bible says keep the Sabbath, right? They don't keep none of the 10 Commandments. And they think that they can do whatever they want to do and still go to their little heaven that they believe in. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't necessarily judge that. When I say they don't like the Old Testament, it's when we bring up the character of the God and the commands of the God, the very questionable, immoral things this God tells the humans to do. They typically deny it or say, well, that's the old law. They reject it or they try to reinterpret it. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't necessarily focus on what humans do. More so the logic of the God itself.
True. But even with that, when you read, I forgot which verse it was, but when Jesus when he talked about when he came to keep the commandments of the old laws, and he said that he wasn't here to change his father's laws. He said he was here to keep it. So that's still a contradiction to the ideology and the thought forms that Christians have.
Yeah, and we talk about that on here as well. But because of Paul's teachings, that the Christian doctrine teaches that the law was abolished by Jesus Christ, even though Jesus says that he came to fulfill it but not abolish it. So there is some contradictory teachings between Paul and Jesus. So yeah, I agree with you there.
Second John was God need humans to talk from and do from. I'm not gonna lie. When I read 2 Kings 3, that was a little crazy. I'm not gonna hold you. Have you read that chapter before?
Remind me of what it is about.
2 Kings 3 was when the guy from the Bible, he sent 3 kings to go get the king of Moab, and he told them that they was gonna win, and then they end up losing.
Oh, when he killed his son, when the king of
Yeah. When
Moab
Bull
sacrificed
had
his son.
he sacrificed his
Yeah,
son on burnt altar. Yeah, and then
yeah.
there was great wrath upon the Israelites when they lost. It was so contradicting.
Well, the story there, when the Moabite king sacrificed his son on the altar, even though the God was, it kind of gives the impression that the God was with the Moabite king, which is kind of odd. But it's supposed to be like, oh, it terrified the Israelites so bad that they could no longer fight because they couldn't believe that this, heathen would sacrifice his own son to win a war. So like that's the whole purpose of telling that story.
I
But
mean, my interpretation of what happened was because if you look at so when you look at like the Bible, it's I would say henotheistic and polytheistic. It has both traits. Like each tribe had their own deity that they would work with. That's why you have like Asherah, you have Baal, you have Elohim, you have Yahweh. There's different gods in the Bible. So the king of Moab, they had Shemosh, which was the god of, I believe, wind and water. And basically, he gave them an offering, and they started cooking up the Israelites. That's why I said, if you read the
yeah,
last verse, it said, great wrath was upon them, and they departed.
yeah, and the Israelites were terrified of that, right? So like the whole point of the Israelites adding that in their history was to say that this heathen king sacrificed his son, right? So and it terrified them so bad. It's like, oh, they're so the child sacrifice was abhorrent, right, to the
Yeah.
Israelites. It's to like paint a different picture, but that's the purpose of them adding that into their history.
Right.
Yeah, but I agree. There are multiple gods in this Bible. There's a lot of gods in this Bible.
Yeah. Then with the God can't stop sin or simply forgive. That what I think is
Unfortunately, I can only allow you to do one topic when you come up here.
right. No problem.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. Well, I appreciate you.
Were you ever in Christianity? Were you ever a Christian?
So my paternal side, they practice Judaism. They're like Hebrew, but my
Oh, okay.
paternal side, my maternal side, they're Haitian Dominican. So we don't do none of that over there.
Okay.
But yeah, it was
Oh.
always nonsense. I would ask my grandparents. I would ask them questions. They can't answer it or they get offended. So
Mm-hmm.
you
Oh,
know,
they,
I'm sorry. Oh, he said something or
Yeah.
I,
What'd you say, Bash?
I was just saying they're gonna be offended if you ask too many questions, bro. They're gonna get offended.
I'm talking about. I'm like 6 years old asking questions. They getting heated like.
Man. Yeah.
So
At 6, that's crazy. That like, yeah, they call you
what?
all kind of demons and devil childs and Satan the Lord rebuke yous and yeah.
Yeah. But even the Bible, so one of my mentors, he practiced like Enochian and high forms of magic. He said the Bible was very demonic, and you could actually conjure spirits with it. And if you go read it, you can even Psalms 91, Psalms 23. Those are invocations and incantations within the Bible. So it's a lot of stuff in there that's very occultic that people don't actually know about because they actually don't read their book or don't study anything outside of the book to understand the book.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're taught not to, right? Like they're taught not to go outside of the book. Don't have these types of conversations. I think in Second Timothy, it tells them to stay away from these. Basically, like don't entertain these type of conversations. Don't entertain other types of readings. So it keeps them inside of this mental cage to where they just believe whatever the early church fathers wanted them to believe. And like I talk about this all the time. Like if you read I don't know if you've studied how the scriptures were selected and how one of the early church fathers basically said that they don't want the believers to debate heretics because the heretic will always win, because they knew that, you know, they had to like tape some things together. And so that they basically prepared them or taught them not to question it because it's going to fall apart.
Right. Yeah. Even how so one of my friends, they Puerto Rican. I'm like, yo, how would you believe it in a Bible and you all the way over there in the Caribbeans? I'm like, do you actually know how the Bible got to the Caribbeans? And they don't know. They don't know the history of the Spaniards and how they went over there and colonized them and took the book and then use it against them. Like even in like Haiti, in Haiti when they went over there, they would colonize you and give you a Bible. So what the Haitians did was the Haitians, they hid their deities like the Loa and Orishas under the saints so that they could still practice their original practice while they were enslaved. And they went across the whole Caribbeans doing this, and they would unalive you if you ain't do it, practice it what they wanted to practice.
Yeah, they did that all around the world. But a lot of times, like when you bring it up, they'll say, "Nuh-uh, uh-uh," like they'll deny it. They literally believe that this religion was spread by love, and people just recognizing the power of this God and the power in this Jesus' sacrifice, and they just accepted it.
Yeah, it's literally like the highest form of like being delusional.
Unfortunately, unfortunately. I definitely appreciate you coming up, Memphis. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
No problem. You too. I appreciate the the cordial conversation and intellect.
Thank you. Same to you. I hope you have a good night, okay?
All right, you too. You too.
All right.
All right.
Why does it seem like the 21-year-olds who don't necessarily believe in this God are respectful? And then the ones that do believe
Right?
in this God are very disrespectful.
The 15-year-olds that believe in the God come in here fired.
Like what? It's very odd. It's an odd thing. Yeah,
Now
I agree, Mary. The book. Huh?
that guy was nice. Memphis was dope.
Yeah, he was very respectful and nice. Miss Lava Lava, are you in the box on purpose? Let me know so I can break you up since you are a nerd.
Mm-mm.
Conquifador. I thought you. No, that wasn't you that said you was going to sleep. That was Queely. My bad. I'm still happy to see you over there.
Miss Lava Lava
Are
said
you in the?
no.
Oh, she's on there on accident. Okay.
Yeah.
Bert, I see you. We're bringing up people who are questioning
You
deconstruction right
see,
now. Huh?
you see Notorious.
Notorious
Who?
on stage.
Who?
Notorious.
Oh no! What?
Yeah, I was
Oh,
making sure you saw
I didn't see him. Notorious, hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing good.
it.
Is your name Oso?
It's my nickname.
Your nickname is Oso?
Oh, my real name is Franklin.
Man, Oso, you have ruined me for the night. I'm just gonna let you know that.
Ah, sorry about that.
No, not you. Not you.
Okay.
I cannot let Oso on this stage no more. I fucking swear. I am so paranoid. Oso, you getting blocked. You are getting blocked.
You gotta block all 45 of the accounts. That's the crazy.
Oh my
Yes, Rena, you missed
god.
it. You
I
missed
don't
it.
trust him. Okay, Notorious, are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian.
Pick a
I
topic.
swear he sounds just like
He
Oso,
sounds
just
just like
like
how Oso sound, and it's like I swear. Also, you in debt, like you just tripled your debt. I just want you to know that, like you literally just tripled it. Can you pick a topic, please?
Choose one for me.
I do get down. This is got because ain't no way you doing the same shit. There is no way. There's no way. Ain't no way. No, you gotta go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It ain't if you ain't Oso,
that's not
it's not your fault.
Oso. It's not
How he
Oso.
doing the same thing? He said choose
I,
one for me, just like Oso did. I can't. I
I
don't
just
trust
looked
This
on
him.
his
this account does
page.
have followers.
I don't care.
I just
Okay,
looked on his
listen.
page. It's
I
not
okay.
Oso.
Okay, I do not choose. I don't choose. Okay, you choose for yourself. I swear. If it is Oso, I'm shutting down. Go.
Notorious, you have to choose one of the topics.
Okay, just give me some few seconds.
Oh my god. This is why I say stop platforming Oso.
But you never know when he's gonna come up. And like Tina just
Exactly.
said, he be studying the other um people that come up, and
I you can
that's
tell
how.
they don't know Oso Lala because they're like Oso's in the comments. Who gives a fuck? Oso will be in the comments. Oso will be on stage. Oso will be in somebody else's live all at the same damn time.
Yeah, yeah.
Also,
But
he's co-eternal. He's co-eternal. He is the only begotten
he
son of
studies.
Oso.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
studies other believers. So you ain't with 45 different accounts. Ain't no
Oh my
telling who
god.
you gonna catch.
Oso is my serpent. Hell yeah. God damn. Okay, go ahead, Notorious.
I don't know what to say. You have much topics here, so you could just say, okay, come up with this one. Then I will say what I think or I believe in. I'm a Christian, but I don't really limit my understanding because I know what is written in the Bible is not all what we are supposed to know. The Bible.
Notorious, you have to pick one of the questions or you have to get down.
I'm gonna eat real quick. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Uh, you gonna come back bash? Are you doing the bash dash?
No. I'm lit. If I was dashing, I just would have dropped. I'm about to eat.
Okay.
Hey, you
Okay.
know me. I don't even say no words. I just be out. I'm gonna eat real quick. Though. I'm gonna be back.
All right. Go
Okay,
ahead with the topic, Notorious.
this topic, God can stop sin or simply forgive.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, to me, the way things were being created and humans were being created, we an authority was being given to us, like to choose what to do or what not to do. And if somebody has already give you like the right to choose what to do, I don't think he's still the same person that will come and like stop you not to do that. Are you getting me, please?
I am. Where do you see that this God gave people the right to choose what to do? When did that happen?
After the destruction of the earth in the book of Genesis, God promised never to destroy the earth again, which means no matter what humans will do later, it is up to them, because the Bible makes us to understand that salvation is personal, and if salvation is personal, I can't force you like to believe in God or not. One thing is for sure, at the end of the day, everybody will be responsible for his action. So that's why, let me just cut a simple example. You live in a house with your parents. Now, each house has its own laws. Things that we are supposed to do and things that we are not supposed to do. So when we choose our own path, normally, whatever you choose has its own consequences. And if the consequences are already there, I don't think it's the same person that put the law and the consequences that will still come and make you to stop that thing.
Yeah, but as a parent, parents stop their children from making bad decisions all the time. Just because, somebody has an option to disobey doesn't mean that a person can't stop a person from disobeying or from making a bad decision. Parents intercede on that all the time.
Well, I can't really call it stop, but I can call it advice, because at a
Parents literally stop. Parents literally stop their children from making bad decisions all the time.
Okay, to me, with my children, I can call it advice, because when we attain maturity, we already know good from evil.
No, if your child say, "Can I go to a party downtown?" The party starts at midnight, and you say no, right? Then your child, you learn that your child is trying to still make plans and go behind your back, and you tell them you're grounded for a month. If you leave the house, blah blah blah. You lock the front door and set the cameras on and set the alarm to let you know if the alarm goes off. You literally can stop your child from making a bad decision. Parents do it all the time. If you take their keys away from them so they can't drive their car, parents do it all the time.
Okay, and then what if it doesn't still stop the child? What will you do next? Tie him up?
I said I didn't say it works every time. I said parents stop their kids from making bad decisions or from doing what they want all the time. And you would be being dishonest if you say they don't.
Well,
They take their clothes. If a young girl wants to wear a mini skirt to school, the parent stops them, takes the mini skirt from them, right, and make them go in there and put on a longer skirt or some pants. Parents do it all the time. You would be dishonest if you say they don't.
Well, before stopping there, you give them reasons, right? And
It's not about giving them reasons. It's the fact that they stopped them. Like, I don't need all the other, no, what we're focused on is parents have and can and do stop their kids all the time. Doesn't matter what their reasons are. The focus is that they do it.
so that means now it goes by force. That's what you're trying to say, right?
That it goes by what?
By force, like trying to
No, I
stop
didn't say
someone.
that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. I just said that they do it. Parents stop their children all the time. You brought up the analogy of a parent with rules, right? Parents stop their children from breaking their rules all the time.
Well, I think if you say this is because of the kind of education that you had and the
Where are
environment that
you
you
getting
grew
these
up
words from? Where are you getting these words from? I mentioned
because
nothing about education. I mentioned nothing about education has absolutely nothing
okay,
to do with
sorry
a parent stopping a
about that.
child from breaking their rules.
Sorry
I
about
don't
that.
know why.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry for the word. I take it back. What
Like
I'm
what? But
trying
I would like to know. I would
yeah.
like to know why you added that.
Why? Say that again.
Yes, I would like to know why you brought up education. What does education have to do with this?
No, I'm sorry, but what I'm trying to say is okay, why did I bring that topic? Because um the environment that we grow up and what we are being taught from childhood also have an affection, in our own time. Now,
But you're trying to justify why they do it. I don't care about the justification. I'm just talking about the fact they do. Your whatever justification you need to put on that, you do that in your own time. I don't care about that.
I'm saying
Hold
this.
on, Notorious. I don't care about the why they do it. That's not the discussion. The
Yeah.
discussion is that they do it. That's all we need to verify here. Do parents stop their children from breaking their rules all the time? And the answer is yes. I don't care about why. And then we can go back to the topic. Like, there's no point in expanding on that.
Okay.
That's not.
Okay. 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 The reason why I brought the topic of parents is to show the difference now between us and God, or maybe I can say us and the religion that we choose to be under. Each religion has its own recommendation, and that is why sometimes what as a Christian I'm not supposed to do, when we go like to Muslims, it is not the same thing. So
I don't know what you're talking about right now. Like the topic you chose is that God can't stop sin
that's what
or just forgive it. Like what does Muslims and all of that have to do with this?
no. Allow me to speak now. I've chosen
I
the
know,
topic.
I need you to stay on topic. You are my brain
Okay.
is already starting to leave this place. I
Okay.
don't want to do that, right? I want to stay present and I need you to
Uh,
stay on topic.
okay. I
Okay,
get
because you're
it.
like I'm going to wander off, and I'm just being honest with you. I'm neurodivergent. Okay, I don't want to take
Yeah.
a flight in the middle of your conversation.
Okay.
So just stick to the topic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
God can't stop sin because we are the one to choose to do or not to do. That's why he can't stop sin. We are the one to choose not to sin or to sin.
So if there's something that God cannot do, is that what you're saying? He's limited.
No, he's not.
What does the word cannot mean?
He's not, because he has already given us the opportunity to know good from bad. So when we know
Well,
good
okay, so I'm
from,
gonna go back. I'm gonna go back again.
yeah,
When did the opportunity to know good from bad come? What opportunity did he give you to know good from bad?
let me drive like in the book of Genesis. They were being told not to eat the fruit. If they eat, they will die. So
Okay,
which
stop right there for a second.
yeah,
So they were told not to eat the fruit.
yeah,
And the fruit was the knowledge of good and evil, correct? Of good and
yeah,
bad.
yeah.
So if I tell you
That's
not,
what it's written.
stop for a second. If I tell you not to take a loan that I'm offering you of $100,000 to start your business, am I offering you an opportunity or am I keeping an opportunity from you?
Please take it back again.
If I tell you, Notorious, do
Yeah.
not take this $100,000 loan to start your business that I have, am I giving you an opportunity or am I keeping you from an opportunity by telling you do not take it?
Now, why like telling me this? Do I know the advantage or the disadvantage? I only know you have told me not to, but I don't know the advantage and the disadvantage.
So is it an opportunity or is it not an opportunity?
It becomes an opportunity if I know the advantage, but if I don't know the advantage, it won't be an opportunity.
So do you realize how you saying that your God gave Adam and Eve the opportunity, or gave humans the opportunity to know good and evil, and then go to the scripture that says he forbade them to eat of the tree that gives them the knowledge of good and evil when they don't know the advantages or the disadvantages? Similarly to you in this situation with the loan, how is that an opportunity when you yourself just said that it cannot be an opportunity if you are forbidden, offered it, and then don't know the advantages or the disadvantages?
In this point, what I can say is God has his reason why he told them not to eat it. And
I
I
didn't
think,
ask you about the reasons. I asked
okay,
you about the opportunity versus the not opportunity.
I think I've already answered. I said if I know it's an
I'm
opportunity.
asking about the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah.
How did your God offer an opportunity for humans to know good and evil if he told them not to gain that knowledge? And you yourself said that
Didn't know.
they would not have known that it was an opportunity because they did not know the advantages or the disadvantages of it.
Yeah.
So how is it an opportunity to know the knowledge of good and evil? How did he give you the opportunity? He did not. Do you realize that?
He did not.
Right. He did not give the opportunity.
Yeah. Can I talk now?
Are you just saying yeah? Because are you getting ready to go back and say the same thing? And did you just say yeah just so you can talk?
No, I'm with you. We are discussing, right? You are giving your
Okay,
point
let's
of
see.
view. I'm
Yeah,
also
go ahead.
giving
Let's
mine.
see.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
let's
you.
see. Go ahead.
Now, I would first of all like to say I'm someone that does not limit my understanding from only what I read in the Bible. Like I said in the beginning, I know how limited the Bible is.
You already
So,
said that. We don't need you to
yeah.
say that again.
Okay, thank you. So
Okay.
to me, I just believe it was not yet time for them to do this. And he was just trying to see if they can obey or disobey him, of which it is what they did.
Show me where he says that he was trying to see that. Other than that, I don't care about your personal, right, what you want to add to the text. The text
Yeah.
doesn't say that. The text doesn't even say that he was giving them a choice. That's something that y'all created and made up for yourself.
Is everything that was written in the Bible?
This is not this is you adding to it. I'm under no obligation whatsoever to say that what your manifestation is what should be added to it. That's for you and you only.
Okay, why when you give your own idea,
I
I
didn't
can
add
accept,
anything to the text. What did I
and
add to the
you
text?
and when I
Notorious.
give mine,
Notorious.
yeah,
What did I add to the text? You're adding to the text. I'm
I
not.
did, I
What did I
did,
add?
I did
Right.
because the
I'm not
Bible,
adding to the text though. So you and I are
I
not doing the
added,
same thing.
I
You and
added,
I stop talking while I'm talking.
yeah,
You and I are not doing the same thing.
yeah,
All right. I'm analyzing what the text already says,
yeah,
not adding to it, right?
yeah,
Not taking away.
yeah,
You, however, are adding to the text to make it say or mean what you need it to mean. Those are two different things.
yeah. So you
I'm
said
not interested in that.
you asked me a question. Why did I added it? Right? Can I answer?
Didn't ask you that.
Okay, I thought you did.
Nope, I did not.
Okay,
Did not ask you that. I said you are doing that. I'm not interested in your own addition to the text. That's for you and your personal walk, whatever you do. I'm
yeah,
under no obligation to accept your rewrite.
okay,
This is why you kept repeating that the Bible is limited
yeah.
because
What
because
is
you want to
written?
add your own. You want to add your own uh play your own imagination, your own manifestation to
No,
it.
no, not imagination.
You are literally adding to it.
Yeah,
God
I
wanted
do.
them to have, God wanted to test them. God wanted to see if they was going to disobey. God gave them a choice.
Yeah.
Where in this text, where in this text does it say that he wanted to see if they were going to disobey?
The Bible said the Spirit of God is there to reveal us the unwritten. So if I add my own opinion on it,
That's not what I
would
just
that be
asked
a
you.
problem?
Where in the text does it say that
Yeah,
this God forbade them to eat from the tree as a test?
it is not written.
It is not written. Where
Yeah,
does it say this God forbade them to eat from the tree because he wanted to give humans a choice?
I was the one that said that.
Right? It's not there.
Yeah,
Again, you can do whatever you want to do in your own personal, right, conversation, right?
yeah,
Or your for your own whatever you need to do to make this text make sense to you. I'm not under any obligation to accept your extra rewrite,
you're right.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You know, when you ask me a question and you limited me to express myself, it will be difficult for me to talk, you know.
I didn't ask you a question about that.
I choose the
The question
topic.
that
So
you're,
the
yeah, I
topic
didn't
is not
ask you
a
a question. I
question.
made a statement. I did not ask you a question. I made a statement. This God could stop sin or just forgive it. And I can back that up with the Bible. Like I don't have to add to it. I don't have to rewrite it, right? I can go to the Bible and show you two instances, one where he stops sin, one where he forgives it without blood. Multiple times he forgives sin without a sacrifice. But I can show you one in particular where Jesus did it before he died without blood. I can show you one where this God stops a person from sinning against him and declares that he did without a sacrifice, without blood, right? I can back that up with the Bible. I don't need to add to it to do that. That's what you're doing.
Attends-moi, j'arrive.
Are you there?
Yeah, I am.
When you say the words cannot, God cannot stop a person from sinning, you're limiting the God's power. You're saying that the God can't do something.
You know, the word cannot is brutal to me, you know, because I believe, like I said, oh, sorry, I know we have the right, you can decide to serve God or not, that's your choice. So, using the word, using the statement, yeah, is brutal to me. I believe it's brutal and I don't want to take it that way.
Can we make sure? I think somebody's calling out la la in the comments, but y'all like get the all caps. Thank you. You said the words cannot is important to you.
Say that again, please.
You said the words cannot are important to you.
Cannot be important. I don't understand.
Can you repeat what you said about the words cannot?
I don't really know if I said the word cannot. I said the statement that I chose, the topic that I chose here is brutal, but of which I know we have the choice to serve God or not. We have the choice to believe in Jesus or not. So it's like when we use this statement, it's like we are generalizing everything, and it becomes difficult to those that does not believe, because it's not
Generalizing what? Like I don't get what you're saying.
it's not
What
everybody.
are we generalizing?
It's not everybody. It's not
No,
every.
me. Just talk to me. What am I generalizing with that question?
We are living. We are living.
Hey, if you don't want to say it's everybody, stop talking in collective language, okay? Don't
Yeah,
use words like we. If you don't want me to use words like we, all right? Speak to me and then say you.
I'm a
Now, if
Christian.
you use words like we, when you speak, I'm going to use words like we.
I'm
Understand?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a Christian, and I know I have the I have the freedom to do good or bad. But now, since I know the consequences, I decide to be good, or I'm trying to be good. So, which means I have decided to do this. Now, can God force me to become a Christian? The answer is no, because He has already given me the choice. I'm the one now to choose. Why would He force me again?
Where did I say anything about this God can make you become a Christian? I said nothing of the sort. Why are you arguing that? That's not the topic.
Okay.
Do you understand that the topic is God can stop sin or simply forgive? I said nothing about a religion. I said nothing about forcing you to do anything.
He can stop if He wants.
I know.
But since as I am in the world that I can choose, okay, why will He say stop? I'm the one just to choose and bear the consequences.
I didn't say anything about your choice.
Yeah.
I'm not asking or talking about humans here. I said what your God can do. This is about your God and your God's capabilities, not a human's choice.
I said
You all make it about your choice.
I
Except
said
I don't think that your God cares too much about your choice as you think he does. Can you go on mute if you need to move around like that?
oh, sorry, no, I'm just taking something. Sorry. I didn't notice.
that
No.
that's okay. It's just really loud when you bustle around like that.
Sorry.
Are you are you done or
Yeah, you can speak.
I don't have anything else to say. Like are you done presenting your your point or I don't where are we in this?
Yeah, I'm done. I've given my point. I said he can stop if he wants.
Yeah, that so you agree with this with the statement then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you, okay?
Thank you too.
You're
Sister.
welcome. Why didn't he just say from the very beginning that he agrees with the statement? Why did we have to go through all of that for him to simply agree?
Right. Mm.
Can you bring up Terry? Lala. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies. Good evening. How are we?
I'm good. How are you?
How are you?
Man, it's wonderful to hear y'all again. I'm well. I'm well. I'm very well. And of course, I always like to start off. Thank you for bringing me up. Um, I've been doing a lot of thinking since the last time we talked. And before I pick a topic, one thing that you asked me, it was like, what was the difference between you and me? And one
I'm
thing
sorry. Can
that
can you remind me? Are you a Christian?
yes, I believe in the true God Yahweh. Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead.
And one thing you were saying is like, what was the difference? And at that time, I couldn't really give you the difference. But to me, from meditating on it, I think the main difference between us right now is just our thought process. And it just seems like through your experiences, your thought process are hostile towards the idea of Yahweh God and the way that He does things. And mine aren't hostile. Mine are more of a, a submissive, humbling myself to the experience more so than being hostile towards the way that he's doing things. And I just wonder if you agree or disagree.
So I think like if we had this conversation, right? Anytime that
Uh-huh.
I've asked a believer that, right?
Uh-huh.
Then can you mute? You have a lot of background noise.
Yes, ma'am. I'll mute myself right now. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So I've had that conversation with a lot of people, right? Because that's one of the questions that I really want to know. Like, what's the difference between a believer and a non-believer? And simply the difference is that the believer has a belief in this God and the non-believer doesn't, right? Because of your belief, it makes you allow and excuse certain things that you wouldn't excuse from a human, things that you would not excuse for yourself, right? So you negotiate, and then you um, lower your morality, or excuse away or apologize for the God's actions because of your belief. So the difference between you and a non-believer is simply that you have a belief and the non-believer does not. Where I'm not hostile towards the God per se, but I very much so dislike the belief systems that come from the text. If it was if most believers read this story like a mythology as it was meant to be read, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But because beliefs turn into actions and those actions affect people in society, then yes, if you want to use the word hostile, then you can say that I'm very hostile towards those actions and those beliefs that turns into actions. But I don't believe in your God to be hostile towards your God. So I think if we did have this conversation, I most likely did say to you that the only difference between you and I would be that you have a belief and I don't.
Okay, fantastic. So let me thank you for having me on. I want to look at these topics real quick. Let me mute myself, and then if you don't mind, is it okay if I pick a topic?
Yeah, as long as you don't take a long time. If you want me to, I can move you to the comments while you decide what you want to
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about.
Go go
Okay.
go go ahead and move me to the comments so I'm prepared before I get up there.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kurakami, right now we're bringing up people who are believers or nerds or people who are deconstructing. And I know that you are an atheist, and for some reason, Kurakami, you haven't joined the community. I don't know why. Um, but I know that you're not deconstructing. So to come on stage, you either have to be a current believer, you have to be either deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, or an atheist with a nerd badge, or an atheist that can add value to one of the topics on stage, and you're just not coming on stage to argue with believers because I don't allow that during the week. Okay. I hope this is not the be humble that comes on stage to cry. Like if that's you,
Oh,
um,
I didn't know.
yeah, is that I hope that's not that be humble. True. Oh wow, hold on.
What
True, are you
happened?
there? I accidentally brought up somebody because I didn't see you brought up True. True, are you there? True. Okay, they're okay. Nightwood. Nightwood. Okay, they're not there. Uh, official. What? Official elf. Is that what that says? I can't see it. It's so small. Is it official elf? Okay, not there. If you are in the guest request box, you are a Christian or a believer in the God of the Christian Bible. You're either deconstructing right now or thinking about deconstructing, or you are an atheist who is a nerd, and you want to talk about one of the topics, or if you're a nerd, you want to ask a question or share a deconstruction journey, the box is open to you. Again, if you're not a nerd and you are an atheist, or friendly, I'm asking you to hold off. Can you comment to let me know that you are in the guest request, please? If you fit one of those three categories. Tech man. Be humble. No, I am not. I do not believe in this God. Tech man. Okay, they're not there. Lala friends. Oh, friends, you have a lot of static.
About that.
That's better. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's good. Are you a believer of the God of the Christian Bible?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
I just want to ask if we
Unfortunately,
God.
I don't accept questions from
I'm sorry.
the yeah. So if you come on stage, I do ask that you come on stage to participate in one of the topics, unless you have one of those pretty nerd badges next to your name.
Why doesn't God stop harm done in His name?
Okay, go ahead.
Um, b- I believe that God can stop anything, but according only to His will. And when it comes to the harm that is happening in the world, we believe that God let those things, bad things to happen, and ultimately all for His glory.
So everything bad that happens, the God allows it to happen for His glory. What glory did the God get for the $1 billion that the Catholic Church just paid out for essaying children over several decades?
Well,
What
there are two. Yeah.
what glory did the God get from that, from little children being essayed in the Catholic Church?
One is justice.
What
Eventually,
what
this.
justice? What justice do
Um,
you think? Do you think money heals those type of wounds?
well,
And then the fact. Do you think that the Catholic Church didn't have the money to pay out $1 billion? As a matter of fact, this is their second $1 billion payout for the same thing. So what justice?
every bad people will be punished by God on the judgment day. So,
No, no, no.
with
But I didn't ask about that. I asked, what glory did the God get? You said justice. What justice
Mhm.
did he get from them having to pay $1 billion a second time for the same thing?
Well, in the first layer, God can just get glory by means of paying those $1 billion. But what I'm saying is ultimately on the judgment day, God will get glory through uh, justice, where He will put judgment on those bad people or doing iniquities or lawlessness.
So little kids have to go through harm and torture years of mental torture, emotional torture, right? Trying to pick their life back up and deal with what they went through, so that when this world ends, your God gets glory for torturing people who did this to the little kids.
When it comes
And
to
so the little kids suffer, so that your God's ego can be raised
yeah,
in the end times.
with regards to the little kids, that is the result of us sin that entered the world. So
Yeah, but I didn't ask you that. The question is, okay, the question is,
Mhm.
why doesn't the God stop harm done in his name? Right? Your answer is that he does not stop it. So when it's time for him to burn the world up, he gets
Mhm.
glory
Mhm.
from the sin, right?
Yeah,
So, or the harm. He gets glory from the harm done.
yeah,
Like his
that's
ego in the last days, his ego is going to be on 10 when he punishes those that cause the harm. Here's the crazy part. Those that cause the harm were in this situation his priest, his pope, his
Mhm.
lay members, those that believe in him, right?
Mhm.
Those are the ones that he died for, the sinner. When you agree, like he died for the sinner, so that the sinner would be saved by grace, because sinners just sin, or humans just do the sin thing. And so he died because sinners just can't help themselves from sinning.
Well, I think we have to remember human beings have their own free will. God cannot.
Yeah, I get it. That's what I like. There's no need to argue free will, friends. If I just gave it to you that humans sin, right?
Mhm.
The whole free will thing is like to cover, to like excuse for the fact that humans do bad shit. So there's no need to go to the free will argument, right? I've already given it to you that humans sin,
Yeah, that
and
is the
that
nature.
and that your Jesus came and died. Your Jesus
Mhm.
came and died for the sinner, right?
Yep, correct.
Okay, the sinner here would be those in the Catholic Church that hurt the kids, right? So
Mhm.
here we have, in this scenario, I'm going to write this down so that I can follow myself. In this
Mhm.
scenario, we have hurt children, right?
Mhm. Yep.
We have grown people who believe in Jesus with leadership of this church for this God who hurt the kids, right? And they would be the sinners.
Mhm.
Okay. Now we have the Jesus who died as a sacrifice
Mhm.
for the sinners,
Yep.
right? And the sinners, because he died, are saved by grace,
Correct.
right? Now, if Jesus died for the sinners, that means he died for these leaders who harmed the kids in the church, to give them the opportunity to just repent. They pay $1 billion and say, Jesus, I'm sorry. They're they're safe. They're written in the Lamb's book of life. All
Well,
right.
I
Let's
think.
say, I'm
Mhm.
sorry, 1 second. Let's say they live their life out, they get a chastity belt, and they don't harm kids anymore. And they
Mhm.
unfortunately pass away a couple of days later after they paid out the $1 billion. Now they're deceased after they've repented.
Mhm.
These children still alive. They've got money, but their heart is still hurting. Their mental is still broken. They're still trying to figure out how to get these memories out, trying to find themselves, right? They're still alive, but they got money. They can eat. Where's the justice? Who gets justice? Because on this day, when the world ends and it's time for your God to burn up the world, those leaders who paid the $1 billion and repented and then died a couple of days later after they asked for forgiveness are saved by grace. Your God isn't getting justice then, because they're in heaven with your God. Where's the justice? Where's the glory?
Well, if you're comparing the little kids to those leadership who are make them bad. We cannot generalize all the people that Jesus, whom he died for.
I'm not
So
generalizing. I'm being very specific. Where did you see me generalize? I'm
yeah,
being very specific about a specific situation, right? The Catholic Church, the Catholic Church harmed a bunch of children over several decades. Your God didn't stop it, right? These were leaders in the Catholic Church who believe in Jesus, who believe in Mary, who believe in this God, right? So I'm not generalizing. I'm being very specific to this situation.
and what is the question? Sorry.
You stated that the reason the God does not stop the harm done in his name is because it gives him glory, right? I asked you
Ultimately,
what glory. I asked you what glory does it give the God? You said that the on the day that it's time for them to be judged, then the God will issue justice. But if Jesus died for sinners, the sinners here would be the leaders that harmed the kids. If they repented, paid penitence, right? Asked Jesus to forgive them, chastity belted themselves up, then they're in heaven. They would be in heaven, right? Not getting justice executed.
yeah,
So
because
where's the glory?
um, God is also a God of mercy. For those who have He give mercy, um, ultimately those people will know that this God is a just God that should be praised. And when it comes to the justice, those people who did not believe God and those who do bad things to those little kids will eventually receive
But what
justice.
about the ones who do believe God and still did bad
Well,
and
it
asked for forgiveness? What
just
about
proves
the
that they
ones
are
who do what about the ones who do believe God and still did bad but asked for forgiveness?
they're just proving they are really not a saved because of their.
So when someone does something bad, they're not saved.
I'm not judging, but it
Well, you
will.
just did.
You will see the fruits in their life. That's what I mean.
But so when someone does something bad, they're not saved then?
It's very subjective because we are still sinner here on earth, and
So
we
why
do.
did you say it?
What did I say regarding that?
That proves that they're not really saved. Those
What
were
I
your
mean is
words.
they are continually doing bad things.
But
They're
I
just
said they repented. I said they repented and they chastity belted themselves up so that they wouldn't do it again. Right?
time will say, or time will come and prove if they are really saved. Because
But
what I mean,
where is the glory? So all I hear you saying is little kids were essayed so that grown men could see that God is justice or God is just. The little kids became the sacrifice for these grown men to be saved when your Jesus is supposed to have already been that. That's all I
I
hear you
think
saying.
we should also remember that those little kids are can also be saved. We're not forgetting
I
them.
didn't ask you about that. The question is, why doesn't the God stop the harm done in his name? Your answer was he allows it so that for his glory. I
Yes.
asked you what glory. You said on the day of judgment, those that causes harm will be get justice. Will be punished, and God will get justice. Right? But
Yes.
if Jesus died for the sinner and they repent, right, and they turn from their wicked ways, what justice? Then you said, right, that these people who turn from their wicked ways after harming these children will know that God is merciful and just. So then I asked you, are you saying that the children who this God allowed to be harmed by these leaders of his church were the sacrifice that allowed these men to finally see that this God is merciful and just, which is odd because your Jesus was supposed to be the sacrifice, the last sacrifice. So why were children used to teach these men about your God and how merciful and just he really is?
Um, we cannot really answer it case to case because we have different backgrounds and we are all sinners, and we do bad things every day. So what I'm saying is ultimately those continually do sin is will eventually get their own justice, which is just and right on the judgment day. And for those little kids, and by the mercy of God, they may also receive mercy if they repent before they
What do the
die,
little kids need to repent for? Being essayed by a grown person?
because they're still sinners. They are also sinners, even though they're little kids. Yep.
Do you hear the illogical bullshit in your statement? Do you
What
hear that?
I'm saying
Your
it's
God, your God sat back and watched grown men, right,
yeah.
violate little kids' bodies for his glory. He sat back and he watched it. Little kids that most likely was calling for their mommy, their daddy, and even this God. And the God didn't answer. And your answer is that it was for his glory. And these grown men and women, whoever did it, can get saved and go to heaven with this God if they just pay $1 billion or just say, I'm sorry. But these little kids who are now traumatized, probably go through all kind of things in life, have a tough time believing God because guess what? He sat back and watched and didn't answer and didn't stop it. Now if they don't somehow suspend their hurt, somehow still believe in a God that didn't answer them when they were going through it, somehow still trust in a God that forgave the people that did it to them, then they would go to hell and burn forever because this God decides who he wants to give mercy to.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. With that case, I leave it to God. For those people who are suffer these really cruel things, ultimately, I leave them to our sovereign God.
So
So
do you
that's
think that this could be why it happened for decades before anything was done about it? Because people who think like you, who say that's God's problem, I leave that to God, while at the same time saying God doesn't do anything because he's allowing it for his glory. And so little kids who go and they tell adults that another adult has harmed them because they have a belief in this God, that adult says, I'm leaving that to God. You know,
it.
there was a survey done
Yeah,
by Abel and Harlow that
yeah,
said 93% of SA offenders classify themselves as religious because it's easy for them to get their victims from the church. Do you know why they said that it's easy to get their victims from the church?
no.
You know why the reason that they gave?
What was the reason?
They said that believers, when they find out about the abuse, they pray for the offender and hope for the best. They do not report it. They do not turn it in. They pray for the abuser, not the abused. They pray for the abuser and hope for the best. So it allows them to just do it over and over and over again. I've had several believers on my stage who said that they wouldn't report it. I've had a preacher, a woman preacher on my page who said it ain't none of her business to report it. I've had a believer on my stage who said that if that's God's will and if God asked him to do that in heaven, he can't wait to go to heaven and do it. Could it be possible that people have the belief that it's not their business to stop grown people from harming children because that's God's business and God is allowing it? And that's why it happened for decades and decades.
I think it's a result also of irresponsibility of those people, not to maybe report on the authorities. We have also human responsibilities to stop these cruel things that are happening, it's particular to those little kids. So I believe we human beings should the responsibility.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. But for some reason, the church, and now I'm generalizing because there are many churches, many organizations that have been put in the spotlight for allowing SA in their organizations and not reporting it to the authorities. In fact, one very large organization, made their members sign contracts as they joined the organization. They had to sign a contract saying that they would not report SA claims outside of the religious organization, that they would bring it to the organization leadership only. Now, the Supreme Court has given the Catholic Church the right to not report SA outside of the organization, to deal with it on the inside of the organization. But I agree with you 100%. It is a human's responsibility to report it. It is a human's responsibility to do everything in their power to take it to the authorities so that it stops. I agree.
Yeah, that's our human responsibility. But on the spiritual aspect, God will judge them on the judgment day, and they will receive the right justice for what they have.
Well, you don't know that, friends, because again, your God has made an out for anybody that sins. They just have to say they're sorry. So you don't know that. And they could say they're sorry up until their last breath, friends. So you don't know that.
It's written actually in the scripture that those who are do lawlessness, iniquities, they will receive punishment.
Unless they're saved by grace, friends. Unless they believe in this God, believe in this Jesus, and repent.
That is unless. But for those who will not,
And that's what I said, friends.
for those.
That's what I said. So again, you don't know that those that do these things will be punished. You don't know that.
All right, thank you for letting me in this group. I just shared my experience. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you have a good night. Thank you for coming up.
I don't know who is in the request that wants to come up. I tried several times to get them to tag me.
So crazy the amount of people in the YouTube comments talking about choice is choice. What little child chooses to be essayed? Man, do people be falling asleep with the
Sorry, I
phone
didn't
like
hear
right?
you.
That phone was like right in his face. I said the people on some people on YouTube say choice is choice. Like I don't think there is a child that chooses or chose to be named in that lawsuit.
Right? Who's? Oh my god.
Yeah. Let's see. Who's in the request box that wants to come up next? Blessed child.
Yes, good morning, good night where you are. It's morning where I am at.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay. Hope you all are okay as well. My internet may be in and out, and I apologize for that. I do have questions on all of these topics, but you were
I
saying
don't
something
carry
earlier
over from a
interesting.
previous discussion. I don't discuss previous conversations with the next guest. So,
Okay,
yeah, are you a Christian
okay.
or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist? Y'all, if it's lagging, go to the YouTube. It's probably because we're over 700. The YouTube is up and it's working just fine.
Okay.
Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Deconstructing from Christianity, or thinking about it, or are you an atheist who deconstructed from Christianity?
I'll say deconstructing from Christianity because I was a Christian until I realized that Jesus never preached Christianity. I am currently still studying the Bible.
So
You
you're a
know,
Sadak
I've
Mac.
read it. Huh?
Okay. So you would be what we call a Sadak Mac bitch, not bitch. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to say that. It's Sadak Mac Biff Taj. You're a Sadak Mac Biff Taj, and it's Sadak Mac for short. I did not mean I did not
Hold
mean
on.
to say the other
Let me
word. That
turn
was
on
an
my
accident.
phone.
So you believe you don't identify as a Christian. Are you there?
Yeah, I turned up my phone. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you don't identify as Christian, but you still follow the teachings of Jesus. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we would identify that as a Sadak Mac for short. And it just means so I don't. It's just basically what I just said. It's just shortened, right? So you're not necessarily deconstructing from Christianity. You just don't call yourself a Christian because of
I'm
what Christianity is,
I'm
right?
I'm more like call myself a child of God. I said I'm a spiritual person. I found out that I can or may be a star seed, indigo tree, and I'm venturing or learning about those stuff also. So I'll
Okay,
just
so it sounds like
base
you
it
might be
off of
deconstructing a bit.
I'm
It
more
sounds
a
like you might be
spiritual.
deconstructing a bit and then going into more so like new age spirituality. Does that sound like spirituality?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm learning a
Okay.
lot of things. I'm still processing a lot of things that I have my friend have taught me, and I'm wondering. I don't want to be on the wrong side. The Bible said that in the last days, which I assume that we're in the last days because of the things that are I'm seeing happening that is in the Bible. The Lord will send a strong delusion on the people, and some of us will be drawn away to deceiving spirits. I don't want to be one like that. However, I ask God to teach me everything. So I think God is answering my prayers and showing me everything. I do have experience with spirits, like they come where I am, like every week or every 2 week or every 3 week. I'll base it off of every
Okay.
month. I have some encounter with
Mhm.
either angels or demons. So
Okay.
I am
All right. So,
learning and
okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay, so which topic did you want to discuss on the board?
Basically, if we can touch on all of these topics, all of them so interesting.
Unfortunately, we don't
If we
have.
can
You can only
start on
pick
the
one
top.
topic. Unfortunately, you can only pick one
Okay.
topic. Thank you.
Okay. I'll choose. I'll choose. Um, I'll choose the top one. The devil belongs to believers. Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really. All right, this means that if you believe in the devil, he will be present. But I think that the devil is already present based off of my encounters with spirits and based off of the reading that I get from the Bible, the understanding I get from the Bible when I read it, and the things then that I am seeing happening in the world, like the killing, the poverty, the wicked, all sorts of wickedness.
Do you
So
understand the basis of that question?
the devil belongs to believers. So if you believe, um, it's only people who believe about the devil, believe that there is a devil, will say there's a devil. But I don't think that way.
Or it's
I think
like
there.
people who believe in the God, right? You believe in the God. You believe in the God, or a God, or well, this God, because this devil belongs to this God, right? The God created the devil because he was the God's angel. The God kicked the devil out of the God's heaven, right? The God chained the devil up, right? The God is going to throw the devil in the God's hell. You believe in the God, therefore you believe in the God's devil. I don't believe in your God, so there's no need for me to believe in your God's devil.
What do you believe in, if I may ask, if I can ask?
You may not.
Okay. All right. Okay. You don't believe, but I do believe because God is pure. God is righteous. God is good, and everything that is negative and bad and evil is of or from the devil. That is my belief.
I know that's your belief, and that belief belongs to you. That's the
Okay.
point of that question.
So when things happen, like for instance, God forbid. All right, I'll put it on an animal. For instance, your animal go outside and somebody just see the animal could have stopped their car, but they decided to run exactly on the animal and kill the animal, or stab the animal and kill the animal. You don't believe that that is, or you don't consider that an act of an evil person.
It's the act of, an evil act, a harmful act that a human did, but we're talking about a devil. I mean,
So where do you believe?
you asked me about a person doing something evil, or what I would consider evil, senseless, wicked. But I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about a a character in a book, a believed to be entity, believed to be God by some believers. That I'm not talking about humans there.
Okay, what do you consider as evil? Just evil?
I just explained evil to you. I don't
Yes.
consider it to be I don't consider it to be a God. I don't consider it to be a devil.
You don't consider it to be a god, you don't consider it to be a devil. Do you believe in like spirits?
I told you what I believe in. I don't believe in this God. I don't believe in this
No,
devil.
no, I'm not talking about the god and the
There
devil.
is
No,
no
I'm just
need for
talking
me to
about
believe in
spirits.
that. There's no need for me to believe in that. I believe humans do good things. I believe humans do bad things.
So it's a choice for what we want to do then, whether good or bad.
Yeah, humans make choices every day. Some choices are made intentionally, some unintentionally. Humans make choices every day.
All right. So do you believe that this human race will continue to like born and then grandmother, great grandmother pass off. We are here now. We get children and then we will pass off on our children. We get children and it will just continue forever.
Why are you asking me do I believe something that we've seen happen time and time again? I don't have to believe that. We see that humans have children. We see generations come and go. That's not something I need to believe. That's something that I know happens.
Okay, so then you don't believe that the world will come to an end, and that's why I asked that question to see if you would, or you think that the world will come to an end, the human race
It
will.
depends on how you're asking me that question, right? Like I've already told you, I don't believe in this God, so there's no point in you trying to figure out if I believe if the rapture is going to happen. That's a story that belongs to your God, right? That's a story that belongs to a belief system, to a religious belief system. You're kind of asking me the same question that I've already given you. I've already given you the answer to that. I don't believe in this God. I don't believe in this Jesus. I don't believe in this devil. Now, could there be catastrophic events that happen on this earth? We see things happen all the time. We see climate change happening, right? We see tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, wildfires, right? We see wars, right? We see genocide. We see hunger. Like there's a lot of things that are and will continue to wipe large amounts of humanity off the face of the earth at one time, right? There is a scientific prediction that our galaxy will collide with another one in like 5 billion years. And 5 billion years, that's estimate to, destroy the earth. So, I mean, those things can happen. If you're asking me if I believe in the rapture in this book, the answer is no. I already told you that.
Yeah, but I understand. But I have to like look into it, read it when I read this book. Why is it that this book is said to be written thousands of years ago, and yet still, you just said climate change and all of those things, yes, but yet still, this book has been written thousands of years ago, but yet still, I'm seeing some of the things that come into pass that is in this book thousands of years ago. So now, is it that the human that
What are you
has
seeing come
written
to pass?
um the desert is starting to grow trees, water is running into it. The Euphrates, sorry if I'm not calling the word properly. Euphrates River is starting to dry up. Um, More wars and rumors of wars. Where I am from,
So the
one
Euphrates
time,
River has not dried up, and the prophecy for the Euphrates River that was originally in, I think, Isaiah, was that it would be broken up into 7 streams, and that it would dry up so that they could walk over with their sandals on.
yeah,
First off,
it is
Revelations
coming to
has the
pass.
prophecy. First off, the prophecy in Revelations only have quotes the Euphrates River prophecy from Isaiah. And the Euphrates River has not dried up. Like it's on a cycle. Like it recedes, but it does not. It has not dried up. Also, when has there not been a war? Like Abraham, actually, Sodom and Gomorrah is the first war mentioned in this Bible, and they were battling other nations. The 11 nations, I think it was maybe 12 or 13 nations came against the rulers of Sodom and Gomorrah, and they went to war. Like that was the first war mentioned in this book, right? And that was pre-Canaan, right? So let's say as far back as maybe 10th century BCE, right? The first war is recorded in this book. And then after Lot gets captured in that war and taken captive, Abraham decides on his own to get over 300 of his slaves and turn them into army men and to go fight the Kaladamari to get Lot back. Another war. And then Melchizedek comes and tells Abraham, my God gave you the victory of that war. It's been war since 10th century BCE. When has the war stopped?
Well, the Bible said God repent. I don't believe in the Bible, so but I'm just going off like the Bible said God repented after He made human beings because their heart was so wicked, and I think that was why, because the bag of war, the way they're going from them time there. So God repent. I think God original plan was us to live peaceful with one another, help one another, and so forth. But this other entity that I believe in came and influenced other humans to be selfish, to be jealous of others, and then bad mind come in. I think you guys call it player 18 over where you are.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Like I asked a question, right? When has the wars stopped?
The war not stop. It just cease.
When?
It never stop. For
You
instance,
said it
right
ceased.
now,
What does ceased mean if it doesn't mean stopped?
it does. All right. It pause. Get better. It pause. Look what going in North Korea and South Korea. They actually just them never end the war. They have a thing. Just a pause. So actually, them actively in a war for about 50 years, but them just pause. All right. America and China, I think, look a pause right
Yeah,
now.
but like there's no need for you to go through the wars. The point is, like you said, that the things in this
When it
Bible are
stop, if
happening now. I'm sorry. Hello.
yeah, sorry, yeah,
I'm sorry. You said the
yeah,
things in this book
mm-hmm,
are happening now, right? As
yeah,
if war has not been happening, right, since the late Bronze Age.
yeah. But that is just one of the things them where they happen from them time there. What
But
me
how?
mean
But
at the
still,
prophecy
just one
is
second.
revelation.
Still, 1 second. How is that a prophecy though? If war never ceased, if war has been going on since the late Bronze Age, there were
No, the one there,
you,
the another one that me talk. Me talk like a wages of a day wages for a loaf of bread and so forth. And and mothers are war against daughters, and fathers are war against son, and Euphrates rivers,
but it's always been like that, right? Like as humanity evolved, right, and the it went from hunter gatherers to more civilized ways of bartering, right? Then to using silver and gold, right? Then to exchanging currency, exchanging money, right? That's just evolution of time and human knowledge, right?
yeah, yeah. But which part me come from? I'm from Jamaica. 500 Jamaican dollars. Persons used to work that for a month till times and recession it reached 2 weeks till it reached 1 week. Now a bread out here costs more than $500. So that was a month's wages till it reach a week wages till it reach a day wages till it reach a day wages, because some people working $400 or $500 a day for your bread right now out here. So I am seeing it, the things them that are in the book, which is the Bible, that I read coming to pass. We
So
are
in
just
1800, so in 1800s, right? A loaf of bread was 12 was 1 shilling, basically like 12 pennies, right? Or 12 pence, something like that, right?
Okay.
Today, a loaf of bread is like $1.98, $2.98. So from 1800, paying 12 pennies for a loaf of bread, and today paying damn near $2 to $3 for a loaf of bread. Is that a sign of the time? Does that mean this book is
Well, in my
is right?
country, I'm seeing the prophecy fulfilled because as what me say, I didn't know that it used to cost 12 pennies or so back then. But the money that it is worth now, persons are working that for the and a whole bread is costing that right now. I'm seeing a lot of people becoming lovers of themselves rather than lovers of God or who they believe in and living peaceful.
Let's talk about that. What does it look like to be lovers of yourself versus lovers of the God?
Meaning, alright, my opinion is God said you must love him and you must love your neighbors as how you love yourself. So I supposed to love not just the person that will live side of me, but the person that will on the road, in the taxi, in the bus, or the workplace as how I love myself. I should help them. Now, in my country, if somebody meet in an accident, get shot or whatsoever, instead of a person help them, then take out them phone and video the person them in earth and we stand up and video them till them take them last breath instead of them help the person. So
What is a
there's,
person supposed to do if somebody gets shot? Do you know that a random person would know what to do and what not to do if a person gets shot other than calling for help?
they're not even calling for help.
They do call for help.
No, not in Jamaica. You need to come to Jamaica. Although I think you will have a wonderful experience. I wouldn't really want you to have that kind of experience. But
So
Jamaicans don't treat
the police or the ambulance never show up. The person just dies in the street and just stays
no,
there.
ambulance don't come for you in Jamaica.
The person just stays in the street dead. Did
Sometimes
the
you will
ambulance
have
ever
two.
come? Did the ambulance
No,
ever come?
no,
So then
no,
there's
no,
no
not in
change there.
Jamaica.
So then there's
Not in
not a
Jamaica.
change. In Jamaica, it's always been like that. So nothing changed. If in Jamaica there was never an expectation for an ambulance to come and help when someone is shot in the street, nothing
No.
changed, right? What changed?
What changed? The person's them get more heartless. Something changed. But then was when I was more a
No,
younger
hold
child.
on. What used to happen in Jamaica when a person was shot in the street? Is everybody in Jamaica
No,
trained?
listen.
Hold on.
No.
Let me answer my question, and then you can
Oh,
answer. Okay. All right. So what I'm trying to understand is how it used to be in Jamaica before cell phones, right? So when a person gets shot in the street, before cell phones existed, was random people trained on how to care for a person wounded by gunshot, and they were the ones expected to provide care in the streets? Is that what you're saying?
not exactly before cell phones, but before the social media things become so prevalent where persons are videoing everything and putting it up on the net. Because I remember when I used to have an old time
No,
like
can you answer my question really quickly? So before cell phones and before social media, was it the community's responsibility, or their so have a good
no,
day, baby, I
no,
love you?
no, no, no.
Whose
But I
responsibility was it to care? Whose responsibility? Hold
the
on.
government.
Bef- so it was the government's responsibility to care for the wounded.
Yes, but persons would help you. Persons, the normal citizens, they will try to
And
put you in a
how would they
vehicle,
help? How would they help?
try to stop a car, and the car would stop, put you in the
No,
car
no,
and
no.
say,
Listen,
carry
the
go to
person
the,
is. Oh, okay. They would try to stop a car, put the person in the
yeah,
car. Okay, and then let me ask you a question. Um, has crime gotten bad or worse in Jamaica?
worse,
Yeah, has it gotten worse?
worse, yes, worse.
Worse. Okay, and so if you stopped a random car today, and you just hopped into a stranger's car, would you feel safe hopping in that stranger's car?
This well, um, regarding the circumstances, yes and no.
One of the things that I did notice that has changed over society, like there used to be a time where if I saw somebody on the side of the road with a flat tire, I wouldn't mind stopping to help. But today I would not. Unfortunately, I would have to drive by because there are traps, you know, um, that are set up to kidnap women so they could traffic them. There are traps set up to rob men or women, right? So nowadays, you don't know if you can be a good, well, I don't want to use that word because I found out that's not good to use, but you don't know if you can help people, right? You don't know when you're being set up or if it's a trap. Unfortunately, being a good neighbor today can get you killed. And so I don't necessarily say that because you don't see a lot of people willingly stopping on the side of the road to help humans who have gotten into situations as they're doing it out of selfish reasons, but they may be doing it out of safety reasons because you just don't know. Also, when someone is wounded in the street, if you're not trained on how to care for a person with a gunshot wound and you do something, you could be the very reason that person die. Right? If you don't know what to do, you could be recording so that you can record anything that can help the police find out who did it. I will say though, you're not wrong that there are that a lot of people look for their next viral video. You're right about that. But
Persons,
I don't
listen,
necessarily see that as a strong case for people being lovers of themselves.
listen. When I was growing up, regardless, it doesn't matter what happened to you. Persons will come and try to help you. No, all right. When I was growing up, you could have an old lady over there and or an old man over there, and persons, the community will go and help them. You know, see if them all right, care food will give them if they don't have children, or even if they have children. No, sometimes those same like old people. It's days after we go find them dead in their house. Nobody go to see if them alright and so forth. Back to the things them that happen in the streets. Person get shot, stabbed, chopped, licked down or whatsoever. A person take out them phone and video. No one is going to tell the police, say, oh, you know, this is the person that do it or that is the person that do it. Jamaica has become a heartless society to their own. Don't get it wrong, because Jamaica people do love other persons that come here. But to our own, we're more heartless. And it wasn't like that when I was growing up. Persons used to help you. And I do understand that no, you don't want to just stop and help somebody with a flat tire, because somebody can ask you for just a simple phone call and you give them your phone and they run off with your phone. That is how it is now. And I think the same devil that you don't believe in influence those persons or demons, the foot soldiers of them. Because I believe the
So
devil
are
is a
you saying that
principality.
is this only about 13% of the population in Jamaica that's loving themselves? Because 84.55% of Jamaica's population is Christian.
No, that doesn't mean
So,
anything. That
no,
doesn't
if
mean
they
anything.
believe in a God, well, you have 84%. You have 84%. You might as well say 85, right? You have 85% of Jamaica's population believes in this Jesus, right? 85% of this population prays to this God. 85% of this population basically believes that this God makes them a better person. So if Jamaica is refusing to feed their hungry, refusing to help those in the street, refusing to help an elderly person who doesn't have food, are you saying that it's only the 13% of Jamaica's population who does not believe in this Jesus that's causing all of this, what is the 85% who does believe in this Jesus doing then? If the 13% is that strong.
Believing in Jesus is not hard. You have to obey his teaching. And a lot of these persons that are here that believe in Jesus, these persons do a lot of wickedness. Same way, and they go to church. Selling drugs, setting up people's life, involving in people killing, stealing, a lot. That doesn't really stop them from doing what
So
they want to
so
do.
the
They're not
demons
obeying.
so the demons that you're talking about
Yeah.
are in the same people who believe
Some of them.
in the
Yeah, some of
Jesus.
them. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And they're doing the what you believe are demonic things in the
Yeah.
Jesus's church.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
and because of this, Jamaica is suffering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Some
And
of it.
and and the
Yeah.
question that you chose was that the devil belongs to believers. The same believers you just said believe in Jesus but still do devilish things.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because he's a principality, he's powerful, he can influence things. Even Mark 1, chapter 23 and 24 tell you about the man with the unclean spirit in the synagogue. The synagogue is a church. A lot of these persons that are across the world, not they could be based in Jamaica, that is in Jamaica, have unclean spirits in them within the church. And those unclean spirits influence them to do a lot of heinous things.
but you do realize that like they're in the house of this God. They believe in this God or profess to believe in this God. Yet what I'm hearing from you is that the devil that they also believe in has more influence and power than this God to help Jamaica.
Because this
And
is
then I also hear you saying that it's the human's fault.
because we listen, you do alright. The Bible that I believe in said in the last times, in the last days, people are going to be driven away or turned away to seducing spirits. God is going to send a strong delusion and persons. Even though he's sending a strong delusion and person, he's still pouring out his spirit in the last days. So whoever hear the calling and will listen will get saved. So it is a battle between good and evil for me, between God and the devil, which I do
Well, it
believe
says
that the
that it will
Lord.
make them believe what is false. They believe in your Jesus. Like let's read this, right? And read it in context. Give me just a second. It says the man of lawlessness, right? As to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered together to him, we beg you, brothers and sisters, not to be quickly shaken in mind or alarmed, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as though from us, to the effect that the day of the Lord is already here. Let no one, this is basically saying, like, don't let anybody tell you, right, that the day of the Lord is already here. Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come, right? Do you know what the day of the Lord is that Paul is talking about?
Repeat
It's
that
in
last
Isaiah
part.
13. I asked, do you know what the day of the Lord is that Paul is talking about here? It's in Isaiah 13, Joel chapter 2. Uh, it's also in Isaiah 60. It's in Zechariah 14, right? The day of the Lord was for the Israelites the day that God was going to uh, rain down his wrath against Babylon, Assyria, the Medes, like all of the nations that were oppressors to Israel, right? And they named it the day of the Lord. And so Paul is saying here, don't let anybody convince you. Like, don't be alarmed if you get letters or if somebody tells you that the day of the Lord is here, right? So he says, let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and the lawless one is revealed, the one destined for destruction, right? So the destined for destruction means that he was banned. That he whoever this lawless one is, he's under a harem ban, right? And he's set to be annihilated. He opposes and exalts himself above every so-called God. So this individual that Paul is saying will come will say that he is the highest God, higher than any God, even the pagan gods, or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, declaring himself to be God. Do you not remember that I told you these things when I was still with you? And you know what is now restraining him, so that he may be revealed when his time comes. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work, but only until the one who now restrains it is removed. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord Jesus will destroy with the breath of his mouth, annihilating him by the manifestation of his coming. The coming of the lawless one is apparent in the working of Satan, who uses all power. Now keep in mind, the lawless one is not Satan, but the lawless one, you can see the lawless one apparently, right? It's evident by the works of Satan, who uses all power, signs, lying wonders, and every kind of wicked deception for those who are perishing because they refuse to love the truth and be so saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion, not this so-called devil, right? It's your God that sent a powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is false. So that all who have not believed the truth, but took pleasure in unrighteousness, will be condemned. So this is saying that your God sent a powerful delusion to make them believe what is false. So if you're saying out of the 85% of believers in Jamaica who say they believe in this God are somehow doing evil and demonic things in the church, right? Paul is saying that your God sent them a powerful delusion to make them believe what is false. And that
Well,
the
what
Satan,
connection?
we see oftentimes in the book where the Satan or the Satan does whatever the God asks it to do, right? So it says the coming of the lawless one is apparent in the working of Satan. And that means Satan's job here is to use all power, all signs, all lying wonders, and every kind of wicked deception for those who are perishing because they refuse to love the truth and be saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion, not the devil.
Because he wants my opinion on this is because he wants them to be firmly rooted in him and his righteousness. So he sends them a test to see if they will lure away from the
So
righteousness.
selling drugs in church is your God testing them so that they
What do you
know
mean selling
that
drugs?
he's real.
I don't
You
know
said
that
that they
term.
sell you said I can't say the D rugs. That's going to get me a strike, and I'm going to ask
Oh,
that you don't say it. So you
no,
said
they
that
don't
they're
sell it in
selling.
the church. No, they
That's what you
don't sell it in the
said.
church. No, okay. Maybe I make a mistake. The same persons that go to the church sell the deeds and are involved in activities of the deeds and involved in activities of instigating or setting up other person's lives and stealing and so on, fornication, a
But why
lot
are
and
you
so
bringing
on.
the church in that? Why did you bring the church in that then? If it's not
The
them
person,
doing it in the church.
I'm
I didn't say anything about the church. I said 85% of Jamaica are Christians and believe in this
yeah,
God.
yeah, yeah.
What does the church have to do with
However,
that?
oh, all right. Corinthians 3:16 and Corinthians 6:19 ask the question if we don't know that we are the church, because when we go to the building, the quote unquote church, it's a temple. And they said, let the church stand. The building is already on whatever column it's on, and it's the
Okay,
congregation that
so
get up and stand.
individual churches are selling drugs. Humans are selling drugs. Humans who say they believe in this God.
Yeah.
Okay. 85%.
No, not all of them. No, no, no,
Okay.
not all of them.
All right. And then, so it's not all of them.
No.
Okay. And so I guess I'm not understanding your point then.
Some of them hide behind this Christianity to carry out their acts. They are good and they are righteous persons that go to church and that are individual church, even in Jamaica, same way, and are living 100% for God. But I said some of them, don't let that 85% trick you. Some of these persons are not really of God. They are just hiding behind the name God, are hiding behind Christianity to carry out their acts. And as I said in the first,
So they're
um,
using Christianity to sell drugs.
undo wickedness, and also
Wait,
do
I just want to make sure
evil.
I understand what you're saying. They identify as a Christian
Yes,
to hide
their evil
their
deeds.
evil deed. And so they're being allowed, right, to use the religion to do evil is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay. I guess so that's the same thing that I was saying before, and you said no, 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 but now you're saying the same thing. And it says that the coming of the lawless one is apparent and the working of Satan, right? So Satan does the works by using power, lying wonders, signs, and every kind of wicked deception, right? For those who are perishing because they refused to love the truth and be so saved. So this Satan is using all of this, right, to show signs of the coming of this lawless one, right? Then it says, for this reason, God, capital G, right, sends them a powerful delusion, leading them to believe what is false. So your God, right, according to Paul, along with the help of his Satan, is the reason that they believe what is false.
it's a test. Everybody
It
need
doesn't
a test.
matter, it doesn't matter if it's a test. Like, what the question that you chose was, the devil belongs to believers.
It's a test.
The
It's,
Satan is working along with the God to send a delusion to these people to make them believe what's false.
the devil
That's
is working with my God. The devil is
what
working
it
with what?
says here.
Yeah, all right, all right. The devil is doing his work as well as
No,
God
the
is doing his
Satan.
work.
The
The
Satan.
Satan, yeah.
It says, yeah. it says the coming of the lawless one. Like, I think it's crazy that people are saying no, and I'm reading it directly from the book. The coming of the lawless one. The lawless one is separate from Satan in this context. Okay,
The
they're
lawless
two
one
different.
means
Hold on. It tells you who the lawless one is up here, right? I'm going to read it from the beginning. These are two different individuals. The man of lawlessness. All right. As to the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ and our being gathered together to him, we beg you, brothers and sisters, not to be quickly shaken in mind or alarmed, either by spirit or by word or by letter, as though from us, to the effect that the day of the Lord is already here. Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day, what day? The day of the Lord, mentioned in Isaiah 13. Let no one deceive you in any way, for that
okay.
day will not come unless the rebellion comes first and
Yeah.
the lawless one is revealed. All right. So the lawless one is a completely different person than this Satan down here. Right. Then he describes the lawless one. He opposes and exalts himself above every so-called God. So the sign of this lawless one is that he will say he's the highest God. He's above every God or any
Yeah.
object of worship, right? He'll say he's the
Mm-hmm.
highest God,
Yeah.
so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, declaring himself to be God. Do you not remember that I told you these things when I was still with you? And you know what is now restraining him, so that he may be revealed when his time comes. What's restraining him? The chains, him being locked away in chains, according to Revelations. He's been locked away in chains for 1,000 years. For the mystery of lawlessness is already at work, but only until the one who now restrains it is removed. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord Jesus will destroy with the breath of his mouth, annihilating him by the manifestation of his coming. The coming of the lawless one, okay? The coming of the lawless one who's been chained up, who will be his restraints will be loosened, is apparent in the working of Satan. So he's like, oh, the coming of the signs of this lawless one coming is evident, right? You can see it in the working of Satan or Satan. This Satan uses all power. He's been granted all power, right? He uses all power, signs, lying wonders, and every kind of wicked deception, right? The power he's been granted is to do signs, lying wonders, and every kind of wicked deception for those who are perishing because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. For this reason, God, capital G, sends them a powerful delusion. How did this God send a powerful delusion? Through his Satan, through his Satan, who uses all power to send signs, lying wonders, and every kind of wicked deception. God
Yeah,
sends them
because
a powerful
okay.
delusion, leading them to believe what is false. I don't see how y'all are saying no.
Listen. Um, the word said we're not supposed to be shaken. We're supposed to firmly rooted in a God. The lawless one would come like, I think this is my opinion. Satan is a carbon copy, is a copycat. So because Yahweh, Yeshua, Jesus Christ of Nazareth came, he wants somebody to came in fame name. That is the lawless one. Where am I going to give power? Just like in Job chapter 2, when he asked God for the permission to touch Job things them. Satan can blow wind, cause a lot of things to happen, and Satan even went in some other soldier and make them come and kill off Job workers them and so forth. So the Bible tell me say and show me say
Your God is the one who gave Satan that power in Job.
yes,
Satan
yes,
didn't ask
I
about
agree.
Job. Right. So
But
Satan does what your God allows him to do or wants him to do.
but he given the power to show him said Job now go turn away from sorry, I don't know if I can understand my part
No, he
but
didn't.
sometimes
No, he didn't.
it allow him to
No, he did
tempt
not.
to test
No, he
Job
didn't. He didn't
test.
allow him to do anything. He told him to.
Yeah,
Was no
because him know,
allow.
all right then. Him tell him to do what him want to do to Job, but don't touch him like because him know Job heart and mind said Job not gonna turn
He
from
didn't
him.
say do what you want to do. Job, the Satan, the accuser, told your God to do it. And your God said, better yet, I'll give you the power to do it. This
Yeah,
Satan
because
never asked, hold on. The Satan never asked the God to do anything to Job. It was your God's idea for the Satan to do it.
because God knows everything. God knows his heart and God knows
It
his
doesn't
mind.
matter why. It doesn't matter the because.
Yes,
Like
it
we're
matters.
talking about the what. Nope. We're talking about the what. The statement is the devil belongs to believers.
Yes.
This Satan works for your God. Now, it depends on if you see the Satan and the devil as two different individuals in the story. Because there is a entity also called Satan, also called dragon, also called the devil or the great serpent that's been chained up. That your God brags in the book of Job that he was the one who chained him up and threw him in the sea. In the book of Job, he's
Leviathan.
saying this to
Leviathan.
Job while the Satan is the one given the power to do to, as your God say, destroy Job's life for no reason.
It seems like a person do a lot of reading. Do you ever read the book of Adam and Eve? I listen it multiple times. I don't get to read it, but I listen it multiple times. You know about the book of Adam and Eve? The
Why do
first
you
and
keep
second book
jumping
of Adam
from
and
thing
Eve.
to thing? Like you
No,
keep jumping from
because
thing to
that book,
thing.
no, because that book lines up with the Bible. Meaning, in that
It
book, it
doesn't.
said
The, the book
Satan
of Adam and
said
Eve
he
is
will
apocryphal
never.
and pseudepigraphal. It's not. It's not authoritative. It was written in the common era, right? It's not. It's fan fiction. It was written by someone to fill in the holes, to fill in the gaps. It's pseudepigraphal.
Okay. Well, I'm just learning that, but it lines up with the Bible. Meaning, all right, in that, you have a part that Satan said he will never give us rest. So whichever generation come, he not give no rest. So when Job generation, God did know Job heart. God knows that
You're
Job never did
bringing
that
you're
turn. So God
bringing
said,
you're bringing in pseudepigraphal books,
all
right?
right, let me
To
leave that
make your
book there. Let me
point.
leave that book there. All right, I'm gonna leave that book there. I'm gonna leave that book there. Back to this. God knows that some persons like myself now go break and now go turn away from him. So God ever send the delusion and who want turn away, who want go do that. That may not choose to do any wrongs now. No, I'm living my life as humble. I'm trying to establish a little business for myself. I'm doing a
But
little nine to
why,
five.
when
I'm
the
not gonna do the
topic,
wrong.
like you're defending why people sin. That's not the topic. I don't care, right, about why people sin, right? The topic is the devil belongs to believers. That's the topic.
Yeah, but alright now. Then the devil belongs to believers. I believe that there is a devil. So it belongs to me. No, I do believe that there's a God. God belongs to
Whose
me,
belief
but I
is it?
believe that
Whose belief is it that there is a devil? Whose belief is it?
it's the teaching that I get and the understanding that I get, there is a God and
But
there is a devil.
whose
So
belief
whose
did you
belief is
just
it?
proclaim?
All right. No, yeah, go. It is my belief. It is my
And you
belief.
are a and you are
A child of God, a spiritual person. I'm not a Christian because I never seen the Bible where my Lord and
you are
Savior
a
said to follow
believer.
Christianity.
Simply put,
I
you
am
are
a
a believer,
believer.
correct? Right. And
Yes,
so
I'm a
you
believer.
do believe in a devil. You believe in a God, right? It
Yes.
is your belief. Therefore, this devil belongs to you, right? This is your belief, right? Just because you believe in a devil, it doesn't make it any more true than your belief in a God, right? It's a personal thing to you, right? If it when bad things happen in your life, if you want to say, "Hey, the devil did it. The devil made me do it." That's you, right?
I don't really believe that if if bad things if all odds are right, I don't really believe that all bad things that happen into my life it's the devil that caused it. Because I do believe that I have free choice not to do um most of those things. I can choose whether I'm going to go out there to go steal, whether I'm going to go out there to go kill, whether I'm going to sleep with multiple women. I do believe that I have a choice not to do those things as well as I can choose to do them. I believe that the devil can influence me to do things that I don't want to do.
Okay, so
You know, so
let's say you see a beautiful woman, right? You're married, you see a beautiful woman, and you have thoughts of sleeping with her, right? What
yeah.
the devil how did the devil influence you? Did the devil make her put on a tight
The devil
dress?
didn't know. No, no. The devil, all
So
right.
how did the
The
devil
devil can
influence
put, hold
how did
on.
the devil influence
Put,
those thoughts?
the devil can put that woman in my way because he knows I'm like a woman that is curvy with big
How did he
bottom,
make her turn
small
down the
waist,
street
and
that you were
beautiful.
on?
And he will come to me and start talk to me, influence
Hold
she to
on.
try
Listen, I'm
to.
asking you a question. Please answer. Please follow the conversation. How did he influence her to be in your way? Did he make her turn down the street you were on?
Yes, he can do that. He,
Okay.
he
So
can do.
so the devil made her turn down the street that you were on. Now, let's say this woman also believes in God, and she turns down the street you're on, and then learn later that the street that she normally travels on, a 18 wheeler hit 10 cars and unalived some people. And she says, God made me turn down a different street so that saved my life. But you saw her on that street and you said, the devil put that woman on my street and made me sin. Who's telling the truth?
No, you're giving me a different scenario now. All right. Let's say that happened. It is for me now, in myself, not to think of her sexually. Yeah, because
But that's not what I
that
asked
is a
you. That's not what I asked you.
already
You
give me
already
a
said
different
that's not what
scenario
I
now.
asked you though. No. You already said that it would be the devil would could influence you. Oh, I break my pen? It's my favorite pen. You already said that the devil influenced you to turn down a street. I mean, to influence this woman to turn down the street that you're on, so that you would be influenced to lust after this woman and sin. She,
All
right,
right.
believes that, hold on, she believes God had her turn down that street and save her life. Who's telling the truth? You or her?
we're telling the truth there, sir. I don't know if she's telling the truth, and I'd have to say I am telling the truth because I don't know that the cars them crash over the next place, over the next street, 18 Waller or whatever the street that you call. Alright, if you give me that scenario now, and I see her and I lust after
You
her,
both are telling your
it,
own truth. You believe that the devil made you
yes,
sin. She believed God saved her life because it's a
yes,
personal belief, right? Neither
yes,
of you
so,
will be able to prove who is telling the truth. Neither of you will be able to prove that a God made you make that turn. Neither of you will be able to prove that a devil made her make that turn. It's you assigning these entities to these actions. That's why I said, just like the God belongs to believers,
yeah,
so does the devil.
well, let's put, I'm going to try answer it in another way there. Alright, if it is happening in that way then, me I go believe say me I tell the truth. Me I believe say it go the way how me think it go. Say, you know, say the devil send this woman down the street of a melissa far. Which in it can be as well as say she turn off of the street there and God save her life and she believe in that way there. So dear so now, me have to ask forgiveness. Whether I'm right or I'm wrong in my belief, dear sir, because really and truly I should never I lost that far in the first place, even if it's not the devil sending her down there. So me should have firm in myself, firm in my mind to know that I shouldn't be lusting after her because I'm already married. So I will have that side the Bible says I must ask for forgiveness continually, you know, and if any man say that any sin is not in him or he does that sin, he's a liar. Because our very
I'm sorry. Can
thoughts
you say it
can
again? I don't
cause
know
us
what
to do.
what are you arguing right now? Can you say it again and say it a little bit slower? I'm
No,
trying to
I'm
follow
not
you.
arguing.
No,
I'm not
I'm not
arguing.
arguing. I don't mean arguing like that. What point are you
I'm
trying to make
saying,
right now? I'm having a hard time following.
I'm saying, if it goes the way the scenario where you say, she believe what she believe, I believe what I believe, but it's me now to ask for forgiveness from my God because I could have
That's
been
not the
judging
point.
wrong.
That's not the point. That's
And
not like I get you want to go there, but there's no need to because that's not the conversation, right? I honestly don't care about that. That's your personal thing, right? That's not the topic. I could see if we were talking about, how do you know you're forgiven? I don't care about that right now because the topic is the devil belongs to believers, right? And the point that we're making right now is that you can assign a specific activity to the devil you believe in, while that somebody else can assign that same activity to a God they believe in, right?
yeah,
And neither of you,
listen,
right? Neither of you can prove each other wrong because it's your belief.
yeah,
That's the point.
yeah. So
So
dear, so
just
now me would
like,
have give the devil power. Me would have give the devil, like, me a praise, in my opinion, praise the devil for something where I'm not even do. So me I say the devil do this when the devil busy I do him I do somewhere else. So I might believe cause that. Believe in him cause that.
give me just a second, Mister. I find it. I'm a little upset that you're here. You're hanging out. I did see, and I absolutely love you. I love you in the space. I did see you pop in during the fundraiser the other night, and I was a little disappointed that you did that. But like to see you say, right, that the devil, Satan uses illusion, deception, and hypnotics to mesmerize and wear out believers. The crazy thing, right, is we had 915 people right now. The same voice that is talking right now to create an illusion, to hypnotize, to mesmerize, to wear out believers, unfortunately did not have enough power to keep these same believers in this life to give money to those starving in Central Africa on Thursday night. Only about 300 people who were all non-believers, right, were able to stay in here and raise money for Central Africa. So saying that the devil uses illusions, hypnotics, or mesmerization to wear out the believers are choosing that on their own, and they have proven that because they're choosing to be here just like they chose not to be here on Thursday night when the same voice was speaking Thursday night. So again, believers are assigning a devil, a Satan, to their own actions. Go ahead, blessed child.
Yeah, so it's like me I give the devil praise that him don't like. But you say something now when me constantly at here and me I wonder about it. You're very right in terms of the things them that we supposed to do, we are not doing it. It's the persons them that don't believe in God, if I may touch and just have a small say on that. Really, I see doing the things them that we supposed to do. That raise a lot of questions for me. However, I think God answer me. It shows me that, as what I said, a lot of us, let me say us, that are hiding behind Christianity is not really quote unquote Christian. I am a child of God. I am learning a lot of things as I stated earlier. And that is funny to know that we are hiding behind Christianity and we should be helping. You know, Christianity, let me say that. Christianity is a thing where it's not sometime you're supposed to give, it's not sometime alone you're supposed to raise money for others. It's an everyday thing. So if I get up today and somebody's hungry, I'm
Give
supposed
me
to
just a
share with
second.
them.
According
Tomorrow
to
the same thing.
Anthony, one second, blessing. According to Anthony from YouTube, you're more than welcome to come and hop in my box on TikTok. The request box is open for you. And if you come over, just drop your TikTok name in the chat and I'll make sure that we bring you up next. There's no point in staying over there and talking all that shit when you can come over here and get on stage. Blessed child, I hear you saying that you are searching. I think that's a good thing. I also hear you say that you take accountability, right? As a human, you take accountability for your choices and your actions. That's a good thing. Whether you assign them to a God or to a devil, that's your prerogative. But the whole point of that question is just to point out that there's no point in believers threatening us with a demon or a devil that we don't believe in because we don't believe in your God. That thing belongs to you because that's your belief system, not mine.
Yeah, I understand. But as well, me I learn about it. Well, I am a star seed. I learned that recently, a couple nights ago. I don't know which one as yet. I am a indigo 3. I learned that. So I still profess to be, if I'm saying the right word, a child of the living God. A spiritual child, not a Christian, but I am a believer in the doctrine of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I don't want to sound confused because I'm still trying to process a lot of things that I have learned the other night, and I don't want to jump away from this topic because I still learn that there is a devil. This is my belief, yes. I learned that there is a devil. I learned that there is heaven and hell, but I learned that
Right, but I'm
hell is
not
not a
questioning
place
your
that.
belief. I'm not, blessed child. I'm not questioning your belief, nor am I trying to get you to change it.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know that. I
I
know
think we've already established, right, the question. that you chose, or the point that you chose, was that the devil belongs to believers. I think we've already established that. Now, unless you want to try and show me how the devil belongs to non-believers, then we can continue the conversation. But there, like, I don't see, I'm not here to go through your belief system with you, if that makes sense, right?
No,
Like, I'm not
no,
trying to change your belief.
they belongs to non-believers also because when them do wickedness, that's just my that's all I have to say. I don't have not much to say upon it, but just that. Non-believers that don't believe in the devil, when them do wickedness, then
Well, what are you calling
unknowingly,
wicked? What are you calling wicked?
killing,
So I've never killed anybody.
dropping bomb. No, I'm
I'm
not.
sorry. I've never.
Well,
You said those that don't believe. I'm sorry. You said those that don't believe in the devil do the wickedness. Is that what
have
you
you ever
just
done any
said?
wickedness? Have you ever done
No,
any
no, no. And
wickedness
I
in your
hold
life?
on, hold on, hold on. Let me clarify so that we can move forward with that point. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Those
Yeah.
that do not believe in the devil do the wickedness. Is that what you said?
No, no, no.
What did you
Those
say?
who do not, I said that the devil belongs to even those that don't believe in him but do wickedness.
Well, if we don't believe in this devil, right? Then we do not belong to something we do not believe in. We only belong to that thing in your belief.
No, unknowingly, unknowingly, they,
That's your belief,
person,
blessed. Even if you think it's unknowingly, that's within your belief, within your mind, within your heart, within your belief, within your story.
okay.
That's
So,
because you believe that what you believe is the truth.
well, well, so like the atheists then that do wickedness, they just do it after
The
their
same
choice
way
then to
Christians,
do
the
it.
same way the believers that believe in Jesus do wickedness. It's humans, blessed child. It's a human without a belief doing wickedness. It's a human with a belief doing wickedness. You can't sit here
Repeat,
and
no
say to
under.
me, you can't sit here and say to me that there are people who identify as a believer as Jesus and still do wickedness, and then question a non-believer who does wickedness and say that they do wickedness because they don't believe. It's humans with a belief, without a belief, who did something wicked.
It's humans with the belief that is out of a belief that do something wicked.
It's also humans with a belief in this God who do wicked things.
So
Y'all just
it goes
excuse
back.
them away.
So it goes back to a human choice then to do good and evil,
I,
to do good or
exactly, but
evil.
yes, but the topic is not about what humans do. That's what I keep trying to tell you, and you keep trying to take it there. The topic that you chose is whose entity is the devil. It's a character and a belief system. It's an entity and a belief system. That's your belief system. It belongs to you. This topic is not about human sinning.
In some sense, I wish I could believe, I could think like, oh, you think, meaning, I think I would like, when bad things happen, that my mind tell me that is the enemy, the devil. I wish I would never have to think that way because I think I would be more um, where I want to be spiritually because the devil belongs to the believers. I wish I only believe in God alone, but unfortunately I do believe in the both. So, and it's my belief. I understand. I don't think I have anything more to say there, so or on this topic. But I will definitely join in again. And I have other account too. I'm going to follow you on my other account.
I definitely
Hello?
thank you for coming up. Yes, I thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you. It's a good conversation. In respectful.
Thank you for having me. You and your um audience. And as I said, I have an X account. I'm gonna follow you on too. I have an X phone, so yeah. But it was one of your videos that I saw, and I forgot the video that made me follow you, because I wanted to know more. So I went on your page and started to like scroll through and listen to some of the things that you said. I don't agree with everything, but I do. It made me start to think more deeper. And as I'm learning, nothing happened by chance. So I think I book up on your page, as we Jamaican would say. I found your page to learn something. Because even now up here, you make me start thinking critical with certain things. So thank you for having me. And you will see me again. Trust me.
You're so welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Bye bye. If you're in the guest request box and you are in there on purpose, what happened to? Oh no! Why did they do that? Disconnected by account.
Wait a minute. I think I did.
Thank you. Let's see. Thank you. Are you able to if you're in the guest request box and you want to come up on stage and discuss one of the topics, please comment in the request. How you doing, Lala? You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Huh?
I'm fine. You?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just want to make sure you're straight.
You got
I
water,
need
everything? Tea?
yeah, I got some water. I got
Oh,
coffee. In a minute when one of the other co-hosts come in, I'm gonna go fix me a bowl of jambalaya. But yeah, remind me tomorrow before we go live to fill up my gift thing because I'm gonna have to gift you from my backup account, and I can't do it while I'm streaming because it's gonna show my payment information. But remind me before we go live tomorrow, just be like, hey, fill up your gift account if you can do that for me because it'll slip my mind and I'll go live and it'll be too late because I meant to
okay.
do it before this one. Um, Ashley Renee, hi, how are you? She sleep. She is knocked out. AK, did you want to come and talk about one of the topics on the board? Right, Lom. I'm starving right now. uh, I think he's not there. Dwayne Johnson. Let's see. AK, did you want to come up? Oh, Cletus. Cletus. Okay, they're not there. Gavelin Pope. They sound like they're
Hello.
asleep too. Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm good. You?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing or thinking about it, or an atheist?
No, I was baptized a Christian, but I think the Bible's a load of rubbish.
You said you are a
I read
Christian,
it
but you
once.
think the Bible.
I was christened a Christian. Well, I read the
You
Bible once
are
and it
a
was about.
Christian?
No, was baptized a Christian.
Oh, so you're not a believer right now?
No.
Okay. So if you are an atheist, do you identify as an atheist
I'm not.
or a non-believer?
I'm not an atheist either. I just
So
do
you're
not
not a.
believe in the Christian Bible or the
Okay, so I'm
Muslim
listen. There's
Bible
only
or the
three
Jewish
type of people
Bible.
that I'm allowing on stage right now for this conversation. Okay, either a current Christian or believer in the God, someone who is deconstructing, right, away from Christianity or thinking about it or deconstructing their belief, or someone who is an atheist or a non-believer who has deconstructed from this religion. If you're not one of those three, then I have to take you down. Okay, this isn't a free for all platform. Does that make sense?
I just see.
My bad. Gavin, you have to unmute. I was sending him a request to unmute and unmuting him.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah. Does that make sense? Like, I'm
I
not
also
interested in
see.
having like a random
I,
conversation, Gavlin.
yeah,
Gavlin.
you're
Gavlin,
not.
I'm not interested. I'm not, if you don't fit
I
one of the
said
three,
I'm a non-believer in the Christian Bible.
but you are not deconstructing and you're not an atheist. So I'm not interested in having a conversation about whatever you want to talk about. Like, that's not this platform. And I tried to say that nicely. Hey, can you bring up AK Lala? TikTok needs to fix TikTok Studio. This is crazy.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you. It's starting to lag for y'all. If it's lagging, YouTube is working just fine. Just to let you know.
Where are they? You said AK?
Yeah, AK. She's a nerd.
Oh, I don't see
Let
it.
me see if I can see her in mine. It's gonna take a second for it to open.
Okay, she just popped up.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
So, not to unload, but my question is so my brother passed away 2 weeks ago, due to
Oh, I'm
his
sorry to
uh,
hear that.
addiction. And my family, like a lot of you know, that I separated myself from my very, very toxic family, very religious. And from the time that he has passed, they have continued to try to involve me in every way that they can. And I kept my boundaries up with his funeral and everything. And his funeral was yesterday. And now I have everyone texting me, like, did you sneak into the funeral? Were you there secretly? How come you did you watch it on YouTube? And I made it my stance, very, very well known. And now, because I have my boundaries and didn't go, now I'm living in sin and there's unresolved sin. And it's like, What do I do? Because I feel like I've done everything I can to put up these boundaries and literally cut ties with everybody because now they're having people I haven't heard from in years reach out to me.
That is very excessive.
I'm sorry.
And no, not no. I'm saying how they're treating you.
Yeah,
Like
no, no,
that
no,
is
I know.
very, yeah. And again, I'm sorry, about the loss of your brother. For them to take that moment as an opportunity to try to like push their beliefs on you, um,
Yeah.
like it's just crazy. Uh,
And I feel bad because, I mean, there's a lot of abuse there with my brother, as I've shared in the past. He abused me in every way that you can imagine, and he's like the prodigal son. And my dad basically told everyone that he wishes it was me and not my brother. And my brother went out, not in a good way, obviously, through his substances. But now they think that reconciliation should happen because he's not in the picture anymore. And they just won't. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry to unload this on you, but I literally
you
have
don't
had
have to apologize. That's what we're here
like,
for. That's what this community is for.
I had like a mental breakdown for the first time because new core on memory locked with therapy of, I'm not going to say it on, but why something was said to me while somebody was abusing me. And so they make it sound like I'm the crazy one. They're telling everyone that I'm the problem. And I don't know what to do. Like, how else do I keep separating myself from them?
um, Man.
Because I'm the one in sin.
Well,
Yeah.
that's not true, right?
Oh,
Like they don't
100%.
get to
Yeah.
decide. Yeah, yeah. So like that's the thing. Um,
I struggle.
the only other way.
I, I struggle with the fact that I am happy that he's no longer here because he did vow that my last breath would be because of him. And but then it's like I struggle because I'm angry and happy that he's gone, but then also part of me is like it's still my brother, if that makes sense. And so I'm still,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you're in therapy to help, with those thoughts and those mixed emotions. Um, and
I,
every emotion that you're feeling right now, you're validated for having, right?
thank you.
So don't feel guilty about those. Oh no, you're welcome. Also, like your family saying, "Oh, now that he's gone, everything's resolved. Now come back," like the prodigal son. It's not fair because obviously there were other things, right?
Yeah.
That made you feel that you need to separate and create the boundaries and keep yourself safe. So, and they obviously haven't taken heed to those things and resolved those things.
No,
And I
they
can
sent
tell
me
that.
pictures of his unalived body.
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah. Yep. Multiple angles of it. And then pictures of the family standing there with the unalived body. I mean, I worked in the death industry, so nothing shocks me. But I'm not gonna lie, I was a little surprised to wake up to three pictures of my brother's viewing that I said I did not want to attend. And also, they're sending me pictures of his funeral from today that I did not want to attend. I can't make this shit up, I swear to God. And if you want me to, okay, this is going to show you that I'm a terrible person, but it might kind of break it and make it laugh a little bit. But the picture angle that they sent to me, the only thing I could think of was the line from Mrs. Doubtfire. I do a great impression of a hot dog. Like, that sounds so bad. It like
Oh my
almost
god.
made him feel like I do a great impression of a hot dog. Like my messed up brain goes there, but yeah, like they sent me pictures What? I
And
feel
that's a very
crazy.
clear sign that they're not. You shouldn't feel crazy. Honestly, it's them that's crazy. Like they're not taking. They're showing you that your mental health to them is second or irrelevant.
Yeah.
Right? What makes them feel better is would be to have you back in their lives for some odd reason, whatever purpose you serve. Being there, they need it and they want it for some fucking reason. They're fucking craving it, and they're willing to, you know, throw your mental health, your needs to the side to get what they want, and that's
Yeah.
not okay. Whether it be them validating their belief, whether it be them feeling like their family is whole, right? Their comfortableness, whatever it is, they're saying yours don't matter. Um, Despite the boundaries that you've already put up and communicated with them. If
Yeah.
they deserved, right, for you to let those boundaries down and for you to, um, go reconcile, you would you would know that, right? Like
I
they would
don't
have
think
done the
I'll
things
ever
that you
be
needed to
able
do to feel
to.
safe.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be able to because, I'm the weird one that has weird medical problems and I'm deathly, deathly allergic to dogs. And my brother, before he had passed, went out and bought my dad a dog. And so my dad has a dog and has made it to where basically anyone up there can't come. And my daughter had moved up there because she was moving away, trying to get away from mom for a little bit. And she's 20, by the way. But my mom told my daughter on the way back over here to not do dander protocol to see if I go anaphylactic. And I mean, I'm 13 ICU stays in with intubation due to anaphylaxis from dog dander. And I know that sounds crazy, but
No, I
it's one
remember
of
you
those.
telling us that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I even asked, and this was just this summer, like, Mom, did you ask that? And she absolutely refused to believe me. And then she called me like a week later and goes, by the way, we're going to give $40,000 to your brother towards his inheritance. And I'm like, well, we're not the fucking Rockefellers, so I'm not really sure what inheritance you're talking about. And what irked me with this is my brother has chosen to be in the position that he is. He's never tried to get clean. He's never tried to change it. It's always that prodigal son he's going to turn around. And I am very, very sick. And I'm not trying to get sympathy or anything. This is just one thing that has just been bothering me so much. When we had to borrow $40,000 from my parents a couple years ago because the cost of my care is $500,000 for me to live. And insurance doesn't cover all of it. And so we had asked to borrow money from them for health insurance stuff. Well, we got some money back from insurance, and my parents made us give us every piece that they gave that we got back because it was money that we had borrowed. Granted, we did borrow it from them, but my question is how come that wasn't the same option? Like they were just going to give it to my brother and take it out of the inheritance. Like, how come that was an option up for us? Because, like, we're about ready to lose our house. Like, the cost of my care is crazy. I've been denied by disability 3 times now. And I guess just why am I not important enough? I'm sorry. This is really sad.
No, that's okay. That's a valid question. Um, have they ever tried to like use that as a dangling force to get you to like behave or think the way they want you to think and say if you
Yeah.
do this then we'll give you that.
Yep, pretty much. Like it even got to the point this summer when the whole situation happened with my brother, them giving my brother the $40,000 motorhome. Um, I just asked the same question to my parents. I'm like, how come well that wasn't an option? And she said, I don't know. I don't know what your problem is. And at that point, that was the only thing that was keeping me connected to the family. And so as I asked her, I was like, I would like you to please remove me from any portion of your legal paperwork, your will, whatever, and replace my children, and have them have it divided equally. I'm like, because I don't need your money. I don't need this tie anymore. And she goes, well, I don't know any kids that don't want their parents' money. I'm like, well, I just told you. And she's telling me she was refusing to remove me from the will.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily fight about that. I think right now, the most important thing is your mental health and your health,
Yeah.
right? Like that. I think that's the most important thing, and making sure that you can keep your home.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
That's why I started doing
Um.
TikTok stuff, because like I'm so sick. I'm gonna start crying. I don't cry often, but it started in 2016. I was 12 credits short of my master's. I had a plan. And then after I was done with my master's, I was going to go to PA school. And I already had my bachelor's degree at that point, and I was working in the medical field and in that area. And then I got sick, so then I kept trying to figure out, where do I fit, and then tried a doctor's office, and just I got too sick because there was dogs everywhere. And so then I tried the dispensary, which honestly was the greatest job I've ever had my entire life. But because of how sick I am, with like the common cold, can is respiratory failure is the number one cause of death with people that what I have common variable immunodeficiency. And so the common cold can put me in the ICU, and they said it's just not worth it anymore. So I don't work, and
What
we're
have you
trying.
gotten a lawyer for disability yet?
I am working with a company called Allsep, and we're 4 years in now. I've been denied 3 times, even though I have to get immunoglobulin infusions every week at home, and I can't do them at the cancer center because of service dogs. And then I also have to take another separate medication for what I have is mast cell activation syndrome, and have to do biological injections that I do here at home. And then the other two I have are POTS and Ehlers-Danlos.
So I know when my mother-in-law had cancer, they denied her like 2 times, and she got approved like on her third time. And we had to get a lawyer, and they told us not to freak out. They said that's what disability does. Like they
Yeah,
deny you a couple of times, and then they
yeah.
retroactive active it back once we get a lawyer, which I think is crazy that they make people go through all of that.
I
Um,
Allsup has a lawyer, like he was there with me. And the thing is the judge did not even mention the common variable immunodeficiency, which is the big one. She mentioned that I have a fictitious dog allergy. And that is, a lot of people don't understand allergies, and so they cannot understand. Many, even medical providers, do not believe that somebody can be allergic to dogs like I am.
your
Sorry.
your your illness is very rare, right?
Yeah, it's extremely rare. So, the common variable immunodeficiency is in your blood, you've got different subsets of immunoglobulins like IgA, IgG, IgM, IgD. My body doesn't make any of them. And so I have to get immunoglobulin infusions that I do. I inject them into my body. It's about a 2-hour process every week. And
Can you hold on for a second? Somebody is at my door at 5 a.m. Can you hold
yeah, I'm
just one
so
second?
sorry I overtook your conversation.
No, you didn't. You don't have to keep apologizing. You can talk to Lala till I get back. Let me see who's at the door, okay?
Okay. So the Ig is really, really important in the immune system. The IgE cell is basically the one that kind of is your your allergic reactions. And if you take my IgE cell and put it underneath a mirror, or I mean, underneath a microscope, it looks like it's shaking uncontrollably, and they can't figure out why. And then Yeah, and so there, I mean, a lot of people, they're like, oh, I've heard of common variable immunodeficiency, but mine is different, is because I'm low in every subclass of it versus somebody who's usually it's just one or two. Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
Man, I'm sorry you're going through so much.
Thank you. I'm actually right now in such a wonderful place in my life. There is so much that happens in life, but if you guys would have saw me 3 years ago, before I was able to get my good care team, I was just a totally different person. They honestly didn't think I was gonna make it. They were getting ready for hospice care, and now I finally have a good care team, and I have my husband and my two kiddos. But because my whole extended family does not believe that I'm sick, but I honestly am the healthiest right now and the happiest I've ever been.
Awesome. And that's what you have to channel through it all. We've been sending you pictures and finding you to come back. We have to
I'm
channel those
sorry.
people.
I can't. I'm so
Can you hear
sorry. I
me?
couldn't hear you. Oh, yeah. Now I can hear you.
No,
Yeah.
I was saying that's what you have to channel, even through all them sending you those pictures, as well as them trying to hound you to come back to Christ and all that. You have to channel the good things in your life and just
Yeah.
hold on to that
Yeah. And going back to
and
Christ
keep
is not
moving
one of
forward.
them.
Yes, and just keep moving forward, you know?
Thank you. I truly just want to thank you all. And I'm sure a lot of people in the chat will be like, oh my God. But over the past 6 months, this community, especially with like you and Thinker and Dudette and I in Chicago, and all of them have really changed my way of thinking. And to be honest and real, you guys saved a life. So thank you.
Oh,
You're so
thank you for
welcome,
that. You are
PK.
so welcome.
Yeah.
So
And
just
anytime you need to talk,
thank
just hop
you.
up in the box
I
or
will.
DM
So
me or mostly Discord is will be the easiest way to contact me.
okay,
But
I'll
yeah,
try to get familiar with that. But just know that you guys are making differences every day, and I just appreciate and love every one of you.
I love you too. And
Have a good. Oh
Love you
yeah.
don't
too.
let your family don't let them put pressure on you of their wants, right? And
Yes,
just keep in mind that you are the only one with you 24 hours a day. And like this helped me, right? I'm the only one with me 24 hours a day. I'm the only one who has to live with me 24 hours a day. And I'm the only one who has to hear the thoughts, right, that I tell myself. And so there's no reason that I should give that power to anybody else that makes me hate the time that I spend with myself, right? Or makes me uncomfortable and the time that I spend with myself. They don't deserve that power.
that's perfect. That's definitely one I would like to put into place.
Awesome. If you need
Thank
some
you.
enforcement, some accountability partners, you guys
Yes.
will.
Like with the rubber band snap, be like, you could just
Yeah.
randomly all of a sudden it snapped, be like, I didn't do it. I know you were about to. No.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank
Exactly.
you. It is
You're so
1:45 in the
welcome.
morning, and I appreciate every one of you, and it's nap time.
All right. Get some
You
rest.
have a good
I will.
night.
Take care.
Bye. You too.
You too.
I have a big ass piece of honey bun in my mouth. Can you bring up somebody? Oh my God, y'all. I'm so sorry. Uh, Paige? Is it Paige? Okay. They're not
What
there.
it looks like.
Or Peggy? Did I say their name right?
I thought it was Paige.
Yeah, I did too. But I don't think they're there. Look at all the nerd support in the community. I fucking love it. I love y'all too. And let me say, the love that y'all showed me this weekend on the Discord, I thank y'all. And then, like, just being in Mezzo's live and chilling with y'all this morning was very helpful. So thank y'all. I love this community too. I love the way that we support each other and ground us, right? Like, as we go through like the deconstruction process, like I love the way we pull each other back in, and then also support when we go through the things that is life, right? And we deal with the things that we don't have answers for, things that we wish we did, things that we wish we could change, but we can't. Like, it's just life. The support that we give each other as we go through these things, like, it's amazing to have that. And I just want to tell y'all, thank y'all. Is that I love the way you pronounce it. Be trying my best, Mike. I be trying. Dave, hi, how are you? I think Dave is asleep. Right, Sandra. Or at least create some distance. R&D has started, y'all, on the program that we talked about. So he messaged me Saturday morning and said they've started R&D on it. So hopefully we'll have some information soon. Uh, the Theophile, Theophile, Theo, Theop, Phil.
I don't think that he's there.
I don't know. I don't think they're there either. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come on stage, please comment so that we can bypass these accidental requests. Thank y'all. What the fuck? What? What's this name?
This is getting on my nerves.
I don't know. You docs?
I
They
took
not
it
there.
down. They weren't popping up.
Oh, okay. Hey, Artie Trees. Oh my God, is this Kurt Lowe?
Oh, wait a minute.
Does that say Kurt L or Kurt I? Curdy.
Curdy.
They're not there. Their box is black. I couldn't deal with Kurt Lowe right now. No, Riru. I seriously doubt Riru. Riru actually asked to be on stage. They don't ever come up, but they're a big supporter. They be sharing the fuck out of this live. Hey, Shaky Decky. I see everybody waking up now. Let's see. Hello? Hello? All right, not there. All right, 829 beautiful souls in the room, like Hanji says. If you are a believer, what's up, below it? If you are a believer or a Christian, and you believe in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, or if you have deconstructed from Christianity, if you are a nerd in the community, the guest box is open to you. You can go ahead and send a request. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, please comment and let us know. 4220. I think that's an accident. Open book, are you requesting on purpose? Oh Lord, they are crunching.
Exactly.
Girl, huh?
Go ahead.
I noticed on Ria's post, and this is just a random thought. I don't know why the fuck I'm thinking about this right now. But Ria did open book said he's in there on purpose. Or they, I'm sorry. They're in there on purpose. Ria did a video, and while she's doing her video, like she's like combing her hair, her wig, and this black man kept commenting on all of her videos about how the wig that she's wearing is demonic, and people do a religious ritual over the hair before they sell it. And I keep seeing these videos saying, that the hair that we wear on our head is demonic. And and then yesterday I saw a video of a man. He had like this thing in front of his face covering his face, but he was getting a whole ass hairpiece. A black man who was bald, like he had gone bald on top, and like he got a whole ass hairpiece and ended up looking like he had a bald fade with a big ass beard. But it was all fake. And so like I want to know if that same hair is demonic. Like, is it only demonic when women put the hair in their head?
Yes, apparently. Because them toupees and earpieces, I guess, are demonic.
Like that's crazy. And they be using synthetic hair, but they also use human hair on their heads too. So it's like it's hypocritical as fuck for you to be sitting there with a whole head of hair that you had installed, or your brother is sitting there with a whole head of hair that they had installed, and then you want to point fingers at the woman who 9 times out of 10 has a shitload of hair under the wig. They just don't feel like combing their hair every day, like braiding it and keeping it safe and protected, right? But you or your friend is bald under there, and you need it, which ain't nothing wrong with being bald. I love me a bald man, but you're pointing fingers at other people from wearing hair, and you're doing it too. Like that's fucking hypocritical.
Hi, Thinker.
Hey, open book. How are you?
I'm well. I don't know why the lines are not the same on each side, but I have heard that by installing hair or buying hair from other people or other like countries and you don't know where it's coming from, that's you could be tying yourself up spiritually and blah blah blah. It's always something to fear you into doing something else. So I've heard that before, but I've never like put it the way that you said, like, how come the toupees aren't demonic?
Yeah, like it's always something that comes to like a woman that's considered to be demonic. And I think like it's the thing that makes the man sin. The man can't be a godly man because the woman entices. The woman wears makeup. She puts on lip gloss. She wears hair pieces. Her clothes are too tight. Like it's always something that the woman does, and then the man could go out with skin tight ass jeans on, with a head full of toupee, right, and not be considered demonic, with a tight ass muscle shirt on, or get on social media without a shirt on at all, talking about Jesus loves you, talking about he's the chosen one, and that's not demonic. Like it's just crazy to me.
Very hypocritical. I love your
Yeah.
colors and your topics.
Thank you. I figured I'd do something different today. We need some change up.
Yeah. Can I share a little something with you?
Yeah.
So, like, I had this guy who I've called my mentor for the past few years, who's a Christian. And like our relationship has kind of like diminished a little bit. I see it, but like I don't think he would say that he loves me and he wants the best for me and all that, but he doesn't reach out as much. So we talked the other day, and he shared with me that a lady had passed that we both know, and a couple people that we both know have passed in the past maybe 6 months, and he's went to like all their funerals and I haven't went to none. I don't go to funerals, and he knows this. I just think it's like I just have my own opinions about it. So, and he knows these opinions. So he tells me about this lady that passed, and he then tells me the information for the funeral. And I'm like, brother, why are you telling me the information for the funeral? And he's like, I would just hope that you would come and pay your last respects. And I said, well, she's not going to be there for me she's not going to see them. Like, she's not going to be there. Everybody else is going to be there. You'll be there. We will be there. She will not be there. And he didn't understand like where I was getting these ideas from. And then he said that I was acting like I was fearful of death, and that Christ, has defeated death, hell, and the grave. And there should be no reason for you to fear death. Now, I never said that. I never said I was fearful. But that's the idea that he gets from what by me saying I didn't want to go. And I explained to him that if we have defeated this idea, if Christ defeated this idea, then we would not be going through this process as human beings called unaliving. We wouldn't go through that process. If Christ defeated the hell and the grave, like the scriptures say, why are we still going through it? And he says, because, Adam and Eve. And I brought up to him, I asked him first, like, do you want to have this conversation? And we could definitely have this conversation. So I said, how come if God is, I asked him if God is, did God forgive us? Did God forgive Adam and Eve for their sin? And he said that they were forgiven through Christ. And I asked him, well, how come we are still going through this unaliving thing? And he just brought it up to like, that's just the process of the body. But it was a circle of conversation that I was going through with him. And I eventually was just like, do you see that we're going in circles? Like the last conversation we had a conversation like 6 months ago, and we were just going in circles. And I was asking questions on everything he was saying. I would ask another question. He would just get more and more frustrated because the answers didn't make any sense. We were going in circles. So we were doing the same thing with this conversation. So he got off the phone very upset. So I texted him, like, I asked if you wanted to have this conversation because I knew that we were going to disagree. But I think that you discredit my studies. I think you discredit my research. I think you discredit my mind because it's not aligned with yours. And he didn't reply back. And like, it hurts. Like, it hurts me because, like, in my own personal life, like, I really needed, I don't know. Like, but I thought I needed like male. No, I do. Like, I definitely, like, I would like to have male structure in my life. And it's sad when it's like this God has to be the foundation of everything. And it will literally tear relationships apart to a point where like you're back at square one. Like, you have no support system. You have nobody to talk to because everything that you had everything that you built in that foundation, you agreed to build it with this God. And it's just tough because I ran into this with lack of knowledge, and then I learned so much, and I'm not going to like be stuck. I'm going to speak out, and I'm going to just move the way I feel. And I just wish that I just would have studied more and maybe not built relationships around this God, because like the people that follow this God don't have the love for the people that are like, don't want to follow it. Like, it's just so tough. So that's my story. And that just literally happened like 3 days ago.
Wow.
Yeah, that was Saturday. It's Monday.
I'm sorry that this person, one, disrespected your boundaries that you set. A lot of people don't like going to funerals. I have a child that will not go, and it's not because he's afraid of death. He just doesn't like all the sadness.
That's it.
And people, yeah, like people have different reasons for not wanting to go to funerals. And I mean, you told the truth. Like, she's not going to be there. Like, no one can make you, go to a funeral if you don't want to. And they shouldn't take that as a personal thing, right? They may, if they're disappointed, they can be disappointed. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. And I never understand believers saying that a God gave them a choice. And as much as they talk about free will and free choice, but they spend the majority of their time stomping on and trying to blow out or diminish the choice of other people. And it's like, if you don't believe like me, if you don't make the choice like I make the choice, then you get no choice at all, or your choice is automatically wrong. And therefore I can't love you, or I can't be around you. It's just, I don't know, it's hypocritical. You said that y'all had this conversation before. When y'all had this conversation the last time, did y'all fall out last time too, or like did y'all take a break and then reconcile?
No, it's more like if I don't reach out, like he doesn't reach out. But before, he would reach out to me like all the time because of the type of like what I was going through and what I needed, or like the structure that I was looking for. Like, he always reached out. So when we would start to have these conversations, or I would have these questions, and I would always go to him in the beginning, like I would just take his answer and like, I'm new in the faith. I'm a babe in Christ. I don't know nothing. So let me just listen and just continue to study. And then, within a year, I had got baptized, and literally within 6 months after I got baptized, all this information started coming to me. So my questions that were now like, before I would just be quiet, now I'm like coming with more questions. Well, if that's the case, well, then why did God do this? Well, if that's the case, well, then how come that happened? Well, if that happened like that, well, how come it says it like this here? And I no longer was that babe in Christ. I now was speaking, and I've always been opinionated. I'm always going to speak my mind, but he started seeing that, and now the phone calls would get less. How are you doing? Did you relapse today? Are you strong today? Or, what's the dog doing? All that stuff. Like, do you need someone to come pick you up, take you to lunch, get you out the city? Like, are you all right? All that stuff just started diminishing. And he never said it. I've honestly never have even like been like, hey brother, like, I don't hear from you as much. Like, I might have said something like that like once or twice, but it's always like, oh, I've just been busy. It's not like, I know why you are distant. It's not you're busy. It's not things are in the way. I know what's going on, and the accountability is not there. So I just haven't brought it up, because the little things are just like, oh, I've been busy. No, the last conversation we had, I started asking questions, and then we haven't talked since that one, and I think it's just like me being aware of that, and like maybe, I don't know, like, because since he hasn't said it, maybe I'm assuming, but I know that I see what's up, So the last conversation, I forget exactly how it was. It was a while ago, but it was actually face to face. He was in my house, and he left, and I had to follow him to his car. Like, listen, brother, this is wild, and I'm not going to let you leave like this. I forget what it was about, Thinker. I'm not going to waste your time. But he left my house because I was just asking him questions on questions on questions. And he was getting so frustrated, and because he just didn't have the answers, the same nuanced answers. I'm tired of hearing that, and so yeah, I it wasn't like a fallout, like I'm not going to talk to you or nothing. But like, if I wouldn't have followed him to his car and been like, yo, like, we're not about to do this. Like, I see you later. Be safe. I try to have a good day, and we'll talk later, and if it wasn't for that, like, he would have just left my house. Like, I'm not doing this with you right now, man. You're not listening. Like, it was almost like, you're not listening. You won't just take my answers and be quiet. So I'm going to leave, so I've just learned, like, if I want to keep this friendship, I won't bring up this God. But the problem is this person and a lot of Christians that have put this God on the foundation of everything cannot help, okay? Cannot help but to make God a part of the whole existence of the conversation. Can't help it, so it's tough.
You may have to kind of like help him remember, or like, how I don't like using like I don't know, like if a fence is there, like, and you're a dog owner. Let's say you put up a fence, and that fence, like a barbed wire or something, and it's to keep your dog from going out into the field. And the closer the dog gets to the fence, it gives like a light shock. Because this is new territory, right? Like there has been a change, right? In the nature, it has been a change in your thought process. So the conversations are changing. Where once before y'all were able to talk about this guy, so he may have to get used to having a different type of relationship, or finding new things to talk about where it's not about the God, and that may be difficult for them, right? As I share with y'all, like, my mom and I, we talk every now and then because her whole entire conversation is the God, and there's a boundary there with me and her. So, and we don't talk about politics because I believe that a lot of Christians have conservative beliefs. While they may vote a different party, they still hold the same beliefs as a lot. So we don't talk about politics either. So every now and then I'll call her, hey, how the grandkids? They're doing good, blah 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 blah. And that's all we could talk about. So it may be difficult for him to find other things to talk about, considering that his whole life might have been the God. So one thing that you could do, if this relationship means a lot to you and you're willing, right, to kind of go through that time period of training up a different, like helping him find different things to talk to you about, and then just kind of like reminding him, if he brings up the God, just be like, remember the boundary. I don't want to go there. I love you so much. I appreciate your you being in my life and who you are and have been in my life. Let's keep that separate and let's talk about something else, and then change the topic. He'll eventually get used to it, and y'all will or can develop a different process of conversation, right? Yeah, that's one thing that you could possibly do. If you've already done this, or you feel like that might not be worth it, then just set your boundaries up, enforce them, and then if he reaches out to you and talk to you about the God, delete the text and move on about your life.
Yeah, unfortunately, I might have to just take accountability for the way that the relationship might just be veering off, because like that whole fence idea is great, because I even like feel like I've done that with a friend who I introduced to this God. Only one person, like in this whole experience, there was one person that I actually gave their life to Christ through me, was very influenced by me. And this person is still, walking with this God. And we are very, very close. She actually comes and walks my dog. So she sees where I'm at. We talk about it or whatever, but we've had these conversations that, I just believe differently, and we just probably shouldn't talk about it because you're studying in the text and I'm studying outside of the text, and we're going to see things differently because you have not come out of the text. So she understands that, and we just don't have these conversations anymore. And if we do, it's very small, and we ask if we can or whatever. And but what I wanted to say is that boundary, I think, seems a lot easier when it's people that are your age or maybe like around the same age as you. This mentor that I'm dealing with, he's like almost 60 years old. Like, I think he's 54, 55, and has been a Christian 25 years. And believes, if I can just, this is how deep he's in it, is that he believes 25 years ago, he was an addict in deep addiction. And when he gave it all up, he went through this crazy withdrawal and then relapsed. And then he was going through it again, but he went through it like through prayer and all this other things. And he said that he believes that Christ or God or whatever kept him from not experiencing the withdrawal the second time. He said he was able to beat heroin addiction and not feel sick from it.
We can't say
I'm
that
sorry.
word.
Which word?
Oh, it's okay. Just the H word.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, there's just not going to be anything that's going to change that person's mind, which is okay. But I don't think that the boundary might even work. I think I might have to just accept that the relationship is tarnished, and it sucks because it's founded in this religion.
Yeah, I hate that because he sounds like he's really important to you. And I hope that I hope that he sees that, right? That he's important to you and that the relationship means more. But you're right. Like when they're older, sometimes it is hard to get them to, it's hard to get them to separate from what they've believed and known their whole life in order to, do something new. But it sounds like you've made up your mind and decided that trying to hang on to the relationship or trying to build a new relationship with healthy boundaries might cost you more than you're willing to spend in emotional labor.
Yeah, I really appreciate your perspective when I always think of you when I'm going through this, because it's like I know I don't, like, we don't all know it all, we don't know it all, but I feel strong in where I'm at. Like, I feel really strong in where I'm at, and it just sucks when another person can't like respect that. Like, they almost look down on it if it's not like, I don't know, if it's not the same
Their
as them. Like,
way.
you can only be, yeah, like, you can be wise, but it has to be wise on this street, not wise on that street. If you're wise on that street, that's not wise. That's the devil's wise, and you're confused.
Does he think that was he a part of helping you come to Jesus?
No, I actually did all that on my own, and then I went through like these prayers where I really wanted to have male structure in my life. And then I met him randomly on the boardwalk one day walking my dog. Like, he came up to me, and I told you this story because remember, you were shocked at the way that he walked up to me and asked me if I wanted to give my life to Christ, because he assumed that I was living a certain way. And I had personally made the choice to stop. Right. And then because I had long hair still and I hadn't really changed my clothes and all this, he saw me a certain way and assumed I was. And I was actually 3-4 months. I had already given my life to Christ. I had been celibate and sober and all this stuff on my own. And so, no, he did not influence. He actually helped me. He introduced me to the person that cut my hair, who was a Christian barber. And then I met their their ministry, which is like they call iron sharpens iron, which is like a male ministry, and it was so inviting for me, and I thought that was everything that I wanted and needed. And I was meeting up with them every Thursday, and we would have Zoom meetings, and they still text me the Zoom login, but I'm like, y'all don't want me to come up in there asking no questions, so I don't go in there. But I just feel like I've lost that sense of community.
And has he expressed that he thinks that you may go back to your old lifestyle if you don't believe in the God? Is that what he?
No,
Is that what
I've
he's?
had other
Oh,
people
okay.
say that, but no, he's never said that. No, but he does say things like, you can't do anything without Christ. So eventually, yeah, you'll fall back into old ways,
Lala, you're not
So
on mute.
it's not. I thought Lala was glad to share something. Hi, Lala. But no, he never said anything personal like that, and I hope that he doesn't, because I work hard on my own to do what I'm doing in my life. So yeah, but he does have that way of thinking, like if it ain't with Christ, eventually you're gonna fall back into those ways.
Yeah, yeah. But it sounds like you're doing good. I've seen your
Yeah.
videos. Yeah. So just keep up the good work. Hopefully, I don't know, like hopefully he changes his mind and y'all are able to salvage the relationship. And he sounds like he's been a good friend and a good support for you, outside of the religion part. So hopefully y'all are able to get through that. But if not, I completely understand why you would say, to go ahead and cut ties. I just hate that, that he was a big support for you when you needed him, right? So
Yeah, it happens. That's
but
life. I do really appreciate your encouragement though. And sometimes it is just not everybody's for nothing's for forever, actually,
yeah.
So some people are longer than others, some relationships are longer than others, and you just have to take what you can get from them in that moment and learn, and then move forward. But I don't want to take up too much time. I mean, if I can maybe hang out and question the next Christian, if you get one up, I'd love that. But if not, I can go.
Yeah, so during the week I don't allow people to hang out on stage unless they're a co-host. That's on Thursdays when we do that.
Oh, you changed it up a little bit. I haven't been up here in a while. I thought that maybe you would have a nerd up here to question, but fair enough.
Yeah, no, yeah, we haven't done it like that in months. It's been months since it's been one-on-ones during the week, and then on Thursdays we do the Freeform Friday, where we fill up the whole stage.
So can I just ask what you were? Because that's why I requested. I heard that you were inviting like different people up just now. So what were you inviting different people up just now for?
Oh no, we were saying that the 3 types of conversations that we're having, like if they were a believer or deconstructing or an atheist or a nerd, for a one-on-one conversation.
Fair enough. I got it. All right. Well, I'm gonna get going. I'll be in the comments. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Thinker. I love you. I really do. And have a good night
You're
or
so
good
welcome.
day.
I love you too.
Have a good night, Open Book.
And I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't hear that word. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a good one.
All right. Bye, y'all. Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, real quick, y'all, can we get these likes up to 300,000? And Thinker has a gift goal of turkey faces. So can y'all please contribute to that? Thank you.
So is that a turkey face? Or is that a stuffed turkey?
It says turkey face.
There's a face on that thing?
I haven't seen it yet. Let me see. What does it look like? It's not showing anything.
It's not.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't come across like the screen like the other ones.
Huh. All things sensory. I hope everything's okay, love bug. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. Tell me why I thought this was Bash when I saw the little picture.
Oh my God.
I was like Bash came back like he said he would. Carson. Carson is glitching like crazy. Is everybody freezing up? God, I hate to have to do a reset, but we may have to. Is everybody glitching? Oh man. There's only 55 people on YouTube. So if y'all want to go over to YouTube, it's still working. Like it's streaming on YouTube just fine. So it won't freeze there. And a lot of times when TikTok numbers go down, the freezing will stop. So if you want to go to
The free.
Arc Thinker.
He said the same thing about me.
Wait. Oh Lord. Oh no. Wait, did we get him down? Okay, thank you. This person isn't connecting either. It's Arc Thinker on YouTube, but it's streaming just fine over there. They also could use somebody to talk to in the chat. Once we get a good conversation going. Oh, it's working now? Okay. I see you, soldier. I'm about to bring you up. Thank you. I hope you're doing fine. Well, sorry. Lala, do you see soldier? Did we talk to them before? Soldier?
Hey girl,
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's good.
Have we
Think
spoken before?
no, I think we just messaged.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I wanted to come up. Um, is it okay if I read your banner?
Yes. I'm sorry. Are you a Christian? I'm sorry. My memory is bad right now. Are you
No,
a
no, no,
Christian?
no.
Oh.
You've got like 240,000 followers. I didn't expect you to memorize us all. I'm just one. But anyway, much love and respect. You show a lot of love. But thank you for bringing me up. Is it okay if I read your banner?
Yes.
All right. The devil belongs to believers. God can stop sin or simply forgive. Why doesn't God stop harm done in his name? Believers don't like the Old Testament. God wanted robots and agreed, and God needs humans to talk and do for him. Gentiles weren't guilty of the law. Sorry, my background's a little bit loud. They're just heating up food right now. Choose a topic. If you're bothered, don't bother. I think the main one was like, wait, hang on. Can you stop? I think the main one was, why doesn't God stop harm done in his name?
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I just wanted to ask you, like, are you Christian or no? You're not.
No, I'm not.
Yep. So you don't believe in God and you don't believe in Jesus. Am I right?
Correct.
Threat?
Correct. I do not.
You don't believe. Okay. Okay. That's good. Yeah, so a lot of things that you talk about, like, are very God good natured, comes from a good place. And I just can't help to believe that those things were brought to you by something that was good within you. And I believe in there's two entities that rule the world. I know a lot of people might disagree, but there's two entities that rule the world, and I think it's good and bad, Satan and Jesus. And I think you have all of the good. Like you have a good, like you have a good natured response. And I just wanted to ask, did you once upon a time believe that
I'm sorry. Are
in
we now? I don't. I don't know how often you watch the show, but I don't allow people to come up here and kind of like do the interview type questioning with me.
yeah,
And so I know you picked a topic that says why doesn't God stop harm done in His name? So I would like for us to like stick to that topic, if
what
that's
is it?
okay with you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I think that like he's all knowing, right? So he's like he knows the beginning and the end. So that everything that happens in between is all a part of his process. So like we don't know the end. We only know what we're going through. God, he doesn't stop the harm, but we don't know the purpose of the harm and what the harm will do to the hearts of people and what it would lead them to do in their life and in their life in this small time frame that they have before the second coming. So I'm not sure if you believe in the second coming.
I guess let's go back a little bit, right? When you say you don't know what the harm will do to their hearts, what do you mean when you say that?
I think we don't know. Like
Right.
you
What
don't
do you
know.
mean?
So if someone is experiencing harm to them, we don't know what the repercussions of that harm is going to lead to. Whether it's going to be a change of heart towards them and it's going to lead them to following Christ eventually.
Why does the God need to cause harm on someone for them to follow Him?
Because we don't
And
listen.
when has He ever done that in the book? When has He ever caused harm to get somebody to follow Him?
He's done it many times. Do you know the book of Job?
No, Job was already following Him.
Yeah, he was already following him. So
Yeah, he didn't do it to get Job to follow him or to change Job's heart. He
so
did
why did
that to
he
win
do
a
it?
bet with the Satan. He literally tells the Satan that he did it for no reason.
Yeah,
So,
so
in Job chapter 2, he says that Satan incited him against Job for no reason, right? So like
oh,
it
that one
literally
is
was
true.
for no reason. No, it doesn't say that. He literally says that it was for no reason. Like it was no reason because Satan got under this God's skin, right?
And what did
It
Job do?
wasn't it wasn't to test Job. It was not to test Job. It was to show Satan his power. It was to show Satan that he could do whatever he wanted to this human and that the human would not curse him, right? It had nothing to do with showing Job anything. But let's go back, right? Let's go back just a little bit. Because the question that I asked was, when has this God ever caused harm to get someone to follow him or love him in the book? Like, he has caused harm when he wanted land for his Israelites, right? He's caused threatened harm when his Israelites would worship other gods. But to get people to follow him, like, when has he ever done that?
What about Moses?
What about him?
So when he threatened Moses, if you do not go to the Pharaoh and tell him that what I'm about to do, I'm gonna send all these plagues. And then and Moses was
That's not what he said.
well. You can read it from the Bible what he said, but like the summary of the story was that Moses didn't believe. He wasn't a believer. He didn't have that belief, that hundred
That isn't
fire
true.
within him.
That's not true. Are you making up stuff? Where do I know you from? Like, I just checked my messages. Have we ever talked in DM?
In DM, but I think you have like auto messages to
I've
everyone.
never talked to you in DM. No, I think you've been talking to an impersonator account.
Do
I've
you
not.
have
I
auto messages like when people
no,
message
I
you,
don't.
auto response?
No,
Oh, you don't. Okay,
no,
that's
no. You've been
why I
talking to a
thought.
fake thinker. Yeah, like there are
I
impersonation accounts pretending to be me. This is my only thinker account, and then you see the account at the bottom of the screen that says TikTok thinker. That's my only other account. I don't have any other accounts, and I don't message people. Like, sometimes
yeah,
someone will
that's
message
what I
me.
thought.
I
I was like,
Yeah, I
you
don't
got
message.
200 followers. Why would you message me like that?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
No,
I was over here trying to see, because I typically remember the people that I do respond to in DM, because I'm really intentional. I'm an intentional person, and so when someone messages me about their deconstruction journey, right, I
yeah,
actually respond back, and I'm very intentional
yeah.
about what they say. And so I was sitting over here trying to figure out if we had spoken before, because you were in the comments saying hi, and I was trying to figure out, and I went to my DMs and I see that we've never spoken in DM before. So I think unfortunately that it was a fact.
Not a right person I was talking to. I wasn't you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I hate that, and
Okay.
we report them as soon as we find out about them. We report them. Unfortunately, TikTok takes like a month before
Okay.
they take them down.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
go on the report.
but thank
But
you.
anyway, I think that do you feel you're still searching, like for the truth, or do you think
No,
you found it?
no. Mm-mm.
Like you're not searching for the truth, you've found it.
Yeah, I don't believe in this God. I'm not looking for like the truth of whether this God exists. I'm
Yeah. But are you
uh,
searching for
pretty
another
confident
truth?
that this God does not exist. No, I'm fine on that. I'm no.
Yeah. So you're happy with your truth, which is that there is no God and no God existed, and there's no son named Jesus, and he didn't come to.
I like, again, I don't want to talk about me. Like, I don't, unfortunately I don't know you like that. And the topic that you chose, right, was, why doesn't this God stop harm? Right? So we're here to talk about the text. We're here to talk about the belief system, not me in general. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Oh, good. Well, thank you for having me up, Thinker. Have a good one. I hope
Thank
you
you.
find all the answers that you're searching for. Hello to the
Same to
panel.
you.
Hi to all
Same to
your.
you. I hope you have a good one. Okay.
You too. All right. See ya.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right. Bye.
These damn fake accounts is getting on my mother freaking nerves. Let's see. Let's see who's in the guest request box. You found 2 more. This is insane. Like, I've been reporting fake accounts all weekend. Let me see if I can get the box open. Chicago, stop playing. Talking about, he said I had a thinker account offer me some Bitcoin. I took it and now I'm poor. I know, Sheena, somebody sent me a screenshot of one, and it was one talking about I can feel the thoughts. I can feel your thoughts, and they're all scattered, and uh it's messing with my energy or something like that. I just like it's ridiculous. And damn near it's getting to the point to where like when the Discord dings and then somebody show another account and I'm just like I just sigh. And then I got to figure out a way to put my ID somewhere where I just automatically know where it is because it's in my files. And I always got to like go and find the damn ID just to upload it. Like it's a lot of work to report them damn things. I can't get the box open. Lala, can you get the box? Somebody on stage. Redwood Dragon, can you take a screenshot and put it in the Discord under the channel for Thinker Imposters? Thank you. I really feel like it's somebody that be in this live because as soon as I say I reported the accounts, they pop up with new ones like immediately. Yeah, I'm trying to get the box open. It won't open for me. Hold on. Let's see. Is there? I think Lala might be away right now. Is there another mod in here that can bring up somebody? Because the box won't open for me. Oh, OG. Thank you, Lala.
Oh, hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I have no idea how I got up here. I'm not even on my phone.
Oh wow, yeah. TikTok is glitching really, really bad right now. I will go ahead and take you down. I hope you have a good morning. Okay.
You too. Thank you. Have a great day. You're
Thank
fabulous.
you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a good day. If you're in the guest request box on purpose, can you comment to make it easy for us to bring up someone that wants to be on stage? Oh, you're not in the Discord. We gotta get you in the Discord. Chicago, I see you. But if you go on stage, you have to be talking about one of the topics. Oso already threw us off. Oso already threw me off for the night. Are you coming on stage to talk about one of the topics? Okay. Let's see. Lala, are you able to bring Chicago up real quick?
Hey. Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Good. It just look, I did play too much, okay? Because I swear to God, like as soon as I got off of here, like I just went out to swipe. She just added me she heard me say Bitcoin and I'm down for it, and she just added me. I swear to God, I cannot make this up.
Who
Your
did?
fake one, your fake one. She just She's like in here. Like as soon as you said it,
Oh, she's in here.
she's in, or they, or whoever they are, or whatever.
I
It is
wonder
in
if
here.
that was her.
It
What if
is
what if
in.
that
Mm-hmm.
what is that? What's the name on that account?
Let me see. Uh,
Is that the 544 or something? Thank you, 544. I reported them today.
no, it's TURJ something.
TURJ.
Putting it in the chat down below. I mean, look at this person. That's the name of the person who got your it served me right for joking like that in the chat. Just like I love Bitcoin, and then they added me right as I saw it. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh my God. Like it's fucking ridiculous, man. And then like the fact that y'all are probably sitting here without a conscience, knowing that y'all are doing this shit. Like it's crazy. Can you send me that
Okay,
one so that I can report it? Thank you.
no, in the Discord.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I'll do
then
that.
like I recently I had stopped allowing my videos to be downloaded because they still in my content. And then people started commenting. I was like, please, please, please let me share your videos. So I started turning the save button back on. Um, and I just don't I hate editing, y'all. I swear I do. So I haven't done like the watermarking and all that shit. So I barely even create content anymore because all they do is fucking steal it. But
But
it's ridiculous.
okay, but you should better they should better share without downloading it.
It won't let them share it. They can't. If you see my videos, don't go for it. They cannot share. They can't duet. They can't stitch. They can download them now because I had to turn the download back on. But people be commenting saying, "Why can't I duet your videos?" If I do a duet, they don't see it. Like I don't know. There's something wrong with my account.
Are they really like?
Uh,
They don't. I guess they just tell them to share. They don't need to do it anymore. TikTok don't care about you duetting.
I don't get repost numbers either. I can have 4,000 reposts on a video and it won't count.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. Something happened to my account when I left the Creative Fund. Like as far as the analytics go, like yeah, I don't even feel like talking about that, but yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you sound amazing. So, and you're doing a great job. So, love it.
I
Love it for you.
appreciate you.
No problem. Well,
Thank
I'll
you.
send it over to you. So I'll
Wait,
hop.
Maureen Mall 23 is another fake account. Maureen Mall 23. Hold on.
And they just sitting.
Maureen Mall. Thank you. They blocked me, so I can't ever see them. But thank you for that.
Yeah, if y'all gonna be fake, don't try to add the people that got like the three heart. You see my status in here. Y'all see my status. You don't. I have my status is high for a reason. Okay, I'm not the one. You can get these people that get no status. Like you can try to get the. I'm not the one to get. Okay, y'all. So I know the game. Trying to play the game on me, y'all. Son of a. I hope y'all burn in heaven. All right. Then I'll talk to you later.
My niece messaged me and said that she was like, why would you try to why would you message um uh her niece, trying to scam her niece, and they immediately blocked her. Like it's okay. If you're in the guest request box and you want to come up on stage and discuss one of the topics, please submit request. It's crazy. And then like it's just weird for I don't know. Like I don't know. They out here having whole ass conversations with people. I did get that one a redwood dragon. We got that one already. Um having entire conversations with people pretending to be me. And then Selena said they were even commenting in other lives. Selena said one of them, or was it Selena? Somebody said that they were in somebody else's live and they commented, "Hey friend," like they were me, and that's crazy too. Because they're out here commenting, ain't no telling what the fuck they're saying, with my username or with something that looks like my username. How they get your phone number, Maureen? Wait, what do you mean they have your phone number? You gave them your phone number? Please, y'all, don't give out information like that on social media, please. I will never message you and ask you for your phone number. I will never, ever, 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 ever message you and ask you for any personal information, no credit card numbers, nothing, no Cash App tags, nothing. I will never do that. I don't even like giving my number out. There are order forms on here. There are things that I want to support, but if it has a requirement for me to give my number, I won't order. So like, I'm not going to ask you for your number. Please don't be giving out your personal information on this platform. Please don't do that. That just upset me. Lindsay Bells. Hi, how are you? Lindsay? Okay. Why is it crazy, Marcel? It's the truth. The devil is just as much as an immaterial entity as the God.
Good
The
morning.
devil has to exist along with the God in order for the God story to make sense.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How you feeling?
I'm doing good. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible,
I'm an
deconstructing,
atheist.
or an atheist?
I'm an
Okay.
atheist.
All right. And in order to be on the stage as an atheist, you have to, one, have deconstructed from Christianity to participate in this conversation, and then pick one of the topics and be adding some type of value to the conversation.
All right, let's see if I can do that. If not, I don't want to waste your time. Yeah, okay, so God needs humans to talk and do for him. That one, if you look at all the Bible scriptures, the books that are in, the books that are not in, one, he only speaks to men. Two, he speaks to men and he's never consistent. One of the things that people always, they'll fall back on, especially believers will fall back on, I know that he performed the miracles, he fulfilled the prophecies, he was standing next to God in the garden when they decided that, they were going to make man. And you often get a lot of people that do not read the book and still will claim that God has performed miracles for them, God has spoken to them, God has touched them. Science gives us an answer as to, one, you're talking to yourself. You're never listening to the voice of God, you're only talking to yourself. So at any point in time when you're praying and God is speaking to you, you were speaking to yourself and you were speaking to yourself. So the concept of God needing humans to talk and do for him, well, yeah, there is no other way, because humans created every single God that they communed with, that they spoke to, that they worshipped. So there is no outward influence. That cannot possibly be an external source of God's word, of God's miracles, of God's divinity. It really is perception mixed with ignorance. So they don't have an answer, so God. That's a consistent self-confirming affirmation, which is why they only give you particular texts out of the book to consistently ruminate and meditate over. They do this to make sure that you don't question any further. They find texts that confirm that your ignorance is divine and it's holy. And then they tell you that the soft, happy, positive voice that agrees with you is God. But many ministers and many pastors understand that a particular formula is needed to make sure that the congregation consistently believes that God is speaking to them. And it's about 5 or 6 passages, and you'll hear it all the time. For he so loved us that he gave his only son. It doesn't make any sense because you can't marry the Old Testament to the New Testament. You can't marry them. And you have to consider that even if you look at the Gospels, none of his apostles agree with each other. None of his apostles are writing during the time of his life. Everything happens nearly 100 to 200 years after this particular moment, but it's still only happening 100 to 200 years after a council decided to make a man that they have no record of a divine focal point for a religion that's half monotheistic and half polytheistic. And all that is politics. So I'm trying to see where some people are able to reconcile political grandizing, empiric religious doctrination with, and now you can hear the voice of God because you're one of us. None of that makes any sense. There's no logic to it. It really is just mass hysteria.
Yeah, I agree. And I think you said it so perfectly. And I love the way you said it's to make sure that your ignorance is divine and holy, because that's the whole gist of it. Um, the story is God so loved the world that he, gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. All of that in one sentence, right? God loved you enough to give up his son, so you owe him. If all you have to do is believe, you won't go to hell, you'll go to heaven and live eternally. Just 5 tenets in that one statement. And then the rest of the text is surrounded on not questioning it, right? Not believing other people who question it. God loves the meek, the humble, the foolish things. It's the wise that he will confound. It's demonizing anything that is about knowledge, self, anything outside of the book, right? Yeah. So I love the way you said that, like making sure your ignorance is divine and holy. That was
Yeah.
very solid.
Yeah, they often say they are in a state of grace, they are saved, they are sanctified. And you gotta ask, okay, how? How? And they say, well, prayer heals. And I had to actually challenge this because someone asked me, okay, so if your child is sick with cancer, who do you pray to? And my answer was, I don't pray. And then the next question was, so you're comfortable with your child just, going? And I'm like, wait, that's a false dichotomy. How do you get, if you don't pray, that's it. That's it. You lose your kid. Because I was like, okay, so let's look at that logically. Do Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, and Jewish children succumb to cancer? Yes. So obviously the concept that prayer is all healing isn't helping. Look at the United States, Mississippi, right? How many tents, how many revivals, how many shut-ins do you have where somebody is like, we can handle these snakes, and the universe is like, okay, funny history sidebar, snakes don't read the Bible, so be careful, and they don't survive.
That needs to
So
be on a t-shirt. Snakes don't read the Bible.
they don't. They don't read the
I
Bible.
love it.
They're just like, why is everybody yelling? Why is everybody screaming? Greg's over here eating himself. Look, I'm going to have to take over and stop this guy. And that's what happens. They go into the concept of, and his followers shall be able to do this, and they shall be able to cast poisons from their bodies and dance amongst the snakes. And it's like, sir, when people are like, oh, well, that must be true. I'm like, okay, well, here's the thing. Before we started to make sure that we cultivated our farms properly, we had molds, we have fungus, we had blights, we had all kinds of different, farming issues that I'm going to say maybe that little bit of fungus on that bit of corn or that date might have just spiced up your perception a little bit, maybe like shrooms or something. And that sounds like an LSD trip. It doesn't sound like you can convince millions of people to stand in a pit of snakes and their faith will save them. It sounds like it's part of that Christian era of martyrdom, where in Rome they were like, look, you're going to have to stop committing crimes, standing before us in mass groups, claiming Jesus Christ just so we can perform these cruel practices on you. Sure, maybe they may be brutal, but can you just do us a favor? Take a rope, find a tree. That is literally the proclamation of Rome. Take a rope, find a tree. Stop martyring yourself in the name of something else. So it's a constant, sticking your hand in a boot, taking that boot, sticking it on your head and saying, look, I'm a victim. So if you tell them you're just talking to yourself, your scriptures are designed to make sure that you can deconstruct it. The moment you ask questions, you become the remedy to the poison that you're reading. If you don't question the book, you'll never know that you're being lied to. So yeah, God needs people to talk to themselves and answer themselves, because you'll, if not, then the church loses money, the church loses followers, the church loses face, because you become the remedy to the poison you're ingesting.
Yeah, and then so one thing first, have you seen that comedian that was talking about how in antiquity women had to have known that this was like some LSD trip, and then the women were like, when they, like, if the women heard a voice, they're like, oh no, like I'm really tripping, this got to be like, either like I'm like having psychosis, or like I'm high as hell right now. And then he's like, but the men, he's like, leave it up to the men. He's like, that's why we're in this shit. He's like, leave it up to the men that like they tripping, right? They hear a voice and they like, oh, I'm chosen. Everybody listen to me. God is talking to me. Like literally, that's where we are, right?
And it's like you didn't realize you're in like a war-torn country right now. You just might be a little stressed.
Yeah, exactly. The sun beating down on your head because like you're in the desert.
Yeah.
You know.
When was the last time you had a cup of water? Let's think about this.
And then like you're eating shrimp in the hot ass sun, and it ain't refrigerated. Like it's like it's so much, Yeah. And then like they had this eye salve that they would sell. Laodicea manufactured this eye salve back then. It was like for pink eye and stuff like that. But the shit would get them high because it had ganja in it, right?
Whatever that was, I think that won a bottle.
So So you got them having like all these hallucinations while they try to clear pink eye. And they're like, I see men like giants that look like trees.
Yeah.
And then in Revelations, Jesus is like, go get you some eye salve and have a spiritual awakening. And it's like, even Jesus knew what the ganja would do. Like, but they don't see all of this in the book because, like you said, they don't allow themselves to read. They don't um allow themselves to ask questions because not only does the God need them to talk to themselves, the God needs other people to talk to them so that they can manipulate, right? Like,
Yeah.
because it's humans that's willing the power of this God so that they
Mm-hmm.
can stay in power, whether that be like those at the top, whether that be the government, those running for office, so that they can influence people's decisions, whether that be those in the church who feel like one, money, like the pastor that is going viral right now on social media for lying about the donation. Like, he went viral. He was like, if you think that I'm, not giving to charity, I'll if you think I'm mishandling your money, I'll give back every tithe. And then he put that, like, he said it in the sanctuary on the Sunday. Then he posted it on Twitter, and everybody's like tagging, all his members is tagging him on Twitter, talking about, where is my tithe refund? Like, they want their money because he said he would give it back if they thought that he was like mishandling the money. And so somebody did a search on his EIN for the church, doesn't exist. They did a search on the charity organization, doesn't exist. Did a search on the adoption foundation that he claims he's been giving money to, doesn't exist. So the members are wanting their money back. And one of his members is a lawyer and drew up his own petition and was like, per the agreement that you made in Sunday morning at church, I expect a full refund of my tithes and this amount, the donation I gave on this day. And he is like, he's gotten his lawyers, right? The pastor has gotten his lawyers now, and he's fighting the members of his church who want their tithes back because he said that he would give them back. And I thought to myself, like, this is just funny as fuck, because how many times have we sung in church, Jesus will work it out. Oh yeah, Jesus will work it. That problem that I had, I just couldn't seem to solve. I prayed and I prayed. Like, wait a minute. He gets to go to a lawyer. Why he ain't going to Jesus? What happened to Jesus is my lawyer? Well, what's that song that the come on in the room that the granny used to sing to us? Jesus is my doctor, right? Then Jesus is my lawyer. Wait. Why is Jesus not this pastor's lawyer? Why he got a whole lawyer on payroll to
Excuse
fight to
me,
get the
ma'am.
tithes back?
That was
Uh-huh.
a very lovely voice. I'm just gonna let you know. I'm
Oh,
gonna cut
thank
it.
you.
I'm gonna let you know that was very nicely done. I was able to follow that little trick that you did. That was great.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But like, where? Why he get a lawyer?
Well, here's the thing. A married man that loves penny pitching, right? So we learned from some of our friends, like, hey, don't forget to claim your church donations on your taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can claim all of those donations that you give, your tithes. You claim that in your income taxes, right? It would be really stupid for him to steal money from people that have less than he does and are counting their pennies. Don't
Exactly.
tell us that God's going to give us a refund. We've been waiting for that since our moms put us in our Sunday best and dragged us into that church so we can climb all over those pews and have no idea what's going on. That could have been our college funds. That could have gone back into the house to feed us. That could have given me new sneakers, but it said it went to God. And what God did was he used a plane and a Rolls Royce to reach the other people in, like, I don't know, Scranton, Pennsylvania, so he can bring his church there. But I need to help him do that. I need to help this person build an empire of faith. on my poverty.
Make it make sense. Make it
That's
make
what
sense.
that's the thing that's the scariest thing. Think about when we have natural disasters. They go like a flood to these churches for sanctuary and refuge, and we watched the doors close. Then we watched those doors open, and those collection plates were, I think there were more collection plates than there were people in the congregation. They put that on TV. They gave you a link. You can text, you can call in, you can drop your donations. But I was trying to figure out why someone had to wade in water for days 2 blocks away from your church because you wouldn't open the doors. Your floors were dry and these people were crying for sanctuary. And that's not the first mega church that's done that. Mega churches want that control so badly, they'll make you beg outside the doors for what? For you to come in and spend your money.
Because all
And
they
all they
care
do is they
about
give
is
you
what the
free,
church look like.
huh?
All they care about is what the church look like, the beauty of the church, and having the biggest church, having the most members, and then the pastor driving a nice car, having a big house. Then he said something about his house and was like, if you think that the man of God is not supposed to have a nice house, if you think that I'm not supposed to be driving a Bentley, and it's like, well, like why? Why do you need to drive a Bentley to preach from a 25,000-year-old book? Why?
Can I address somebody in the comments?
I normally don't. I really ask that when you're on stage that you don't, and that you wait till you go back down because it'll change the whole conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would rather that you're not while you're on stage.
Gotcha.
Real quick,
Yeah.
if it's glitching, guys, please go over to YouTube, Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker. And
That don't make no
also,
damn sense, Alex.
we only have 30 minutes left to help Thinker out with her gift goal of the turkey faces. So please, please help us get that goal.
Thank you, Lala. Alex, that makes no damn sense whatsoever. None. And then how the fuck do you know if someone is gay or not?
And Alex was who I was going to address.
Oh, trust me, if I see shit like that, I 9 times out of 10 I do it, and they get blocked if they are homophobic. I don't deal with anything like that in here.
That is not true. Most of the time, people denouncing the Bible are gay. You idiot.
Well, one of the things that he was saying, which goes to your very first topic, the devil belongs to believers. So it can't belong to non-believers. It cannot happen to non-believers. I have in my possession too many books about the names of the spirits and demons and angels and stuff. Too many books. But one of the things that I pointed out is the four most prolific of them. And people always say, oh, Lucifer and Satan. And it bothers me because etymology is something very important to me. Lucifer is a Babylonian and Roman king. Satan is actually Shaitan. We say Satan because we don't speak the Hebrew and the Aramaic. So it's Shaitan. And Shaitan and Baal are the adversary. Baal is an actual adversary, but he's Yahweh's adversary because he's his brother.
Which is crazy because he actually stole all of Baal's stories about himself. He don't have his own stories.
See what I'm saying? And then you have Shaitan is the evil that men do. So Satan literally is translated into man's evil. That has nothing to do with the devil. There is no devil. So it's it's the craziest thing when they're like, oh, Satan's gonna get you. I believe that because, I mean, if you really do look at what men do, they are kind of evil.
Say
Evil
it
is a very
again.
human concept.
Say it again. It's the human.
It's
If
the
they say
human.
Satan's gonna, and that's why I say a lot of times they're willing to become this God's devil for the God, right? So
Yep.
like there's a scripture in here, Numbers 22:22, where the Satan becomes, where the angel of the Lord becomes the Satan for the God, right? Against Balaam. And I say, like, this is what the believers will allow themselves to do. They'll allow themselves to become that Satan for the God. And when they say God's going to get you, they want it to happen so bad. They wish they had the power that Elijah had to call down curses because they're so angry at you that you make them feel uncomfortable because you don't believe like them. So now they're questioning their faith. They're wondering, why don't they believe it? What's wrong with me? They're willing to become that Satan and cause harm against you for the God. And that's the crazy thing.
Yeah. And then my favorite is when people are like, well, okay, but you have to read the scriptures. You assume we haven't. You assume people don't look for the truth. They don't look for the affirmation. One of the greatest discoveries in the world would be the 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 actual proof of the existence of a higher intelligent thinking creating being. And so far the God of the scriptures is not somebody you would want to meet because he's not nice. He's not nice at all. And according to the New Testament, his son's a part of my language, his son's a dick. So, I mean, like, I could be part of the in crowd, but I don't really want to be a bully. People are like, oh, well, he came down for us. No, he didn't. He came down for them. Them. And they didn't accept him. So pay attention. Pay attention. When he speaks to the Canaanite woman, what does he say? You are like a dog begging at the master's table for scraps.
We are not Israelites. Please stop saying that. Well, let me say this. I am not an Israelite. I am a Black American with ancestry to West Africa, sub-Saharan African. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite.
So yeah, when people say the devil, this is satanic, this is, blasphemous. You can always tell by those formulas, their word formula, that you're listening to a person that follows the shepherd and chooses to not seek knowledge. They just choose to follow. And the thing is people are like, oh, but it builds your faith. No, I'm so sorry. It builds a soldier. It builds a soldier. These are the exact same tactics that we use in the United States military. And we use this book for a grounding source. As a matter of fact, they use the book to justify war. They use the book to justify certain acts in war. And then their chaplain lets them know, the army chaplain lets them know that God is on their side. Now, this is an American concept. God is on their side. You're walking into holy lands. According to history, these are holy lands. And America, God is on your side. You are just. So, I mean, when people say, oh, well, you got to read the scripture. You really want me to read a war edict? That's what that is. It's always it's always a cry for war. It's always a cry for war. You pick up the Torah, you pick up the Quran, you pick up the New Testament. It is always a call for war against your neighbor, against your friend, against your family. Even if you think about it, what did they tell the American slaves? They had to take this new faith, the faith of their conquerors. But in doing so, we learned an entire continent of our ancestors are burning in the pits of hell. They're burning in the pits of a Norse realm. Like we don't even get to keep them in like a so-called Christian realm. They go straight to, Odin stuff because hell is Norse. So, I'm trying to figure out, like, can you guys keep it simple? Are we Jews?
It actually came from like Zoroastrianism, but it wasn't even that type of hell. That's the crazy thing. Like when the whole concept of hell got to Christians, got to the Greco-Roman era, it became about torture. Like it became like it became like, if you think about this God and the whole concept of hell, he's sadistic, right? He wants to send, first off, he has big ass birds sitting around his throne eating on human flesh, small and great, which means adults and kids, right? It says, don't forget the slaves. It says in the slaves, eating on human flesh around his throne. Like, how do they have these images of this God? And they're like, oh, he's so loving. His train has fire going behind it, right? And then he tortures humans by sending them into the lake of fire so that they burn for eternity. And that's what he's waiting to come back and do. It's sadistic. The Zoroastrianism hell concept wasn't even anything like that. But by the time it got to the Greco-Romans, it reminds you of a serial killer.
Yep.
Like worse than a serial killer.
2.3 million people. That's God's body count. That is his body count. In the book itself, 2.3 million people. His body count alone. So, I mean,
it's crazy.
Doesn't sound loving. And when they talk about Satan, he only has 10 people. And he was told to do that. He was told to do that. So the creator used his own son as a hitman. So he was doing exactly what he was told to do. Doesn't sound like a rebellious son, now does it? Sounds like a quite obedient son. And imagine exactly how sick that son might be when he realized what he was used for and considering it was just a bet. It doesn't seem like rebelling against him is such a bad idea now, does it?
Exactly. He sounds...
It's like he's looking at his brothers like, you guys seeing a pattern here? It's like, I don't know. Is dad bipolar? So yeah, you gotta take in, and my favorite when people like, oh, well, you have to take the second coming. Let's take the second coming for what it actually says in the book. The Messiah is also the Antichrist. He does not come down to bring peace. He says so. He will not bring peace. And he asks you, do you think I come to bring peace? It's like, you just found out that Jesus' inner gangster is, he's like, no, my dad explained. I get to stay as long as I do what he tells me to do. So when you look in Revelations itself, everybody, that's the first book people read and they think they know the whole thing. When they read Revelations, they still miss the Messiah is the actual Antichrist. It says so in Revelations. And they don't read the book.
There's literally a prophecy where he's calling himself, like he's saying he fulfilled the prophecy of a worthless shepherd in Zechariah. And like I bring that prophecy up all the time because I'm like, how is he saying that he fulfilled this prophecy? And the prophecy is about a shepherd that fails Israel, that does bad things and causes the people, the Israelites, to be scattered. And every time I bring that scripture up, they reinterpret it But it literally says that he's fulfilling the prophecy of a worthless shepherd, of a failed leader, a worthless leader, which would be what they would consider the Antichrist. So I don't know how they don't see it. And then the other day, I was studying and I came across First Kings, and where the same shit that Zechariah said after the Babylonian exile about this shepherd who was going to be judged was said about Jeroboam as a fell shepherd who was struck down and the sheep scattered. Like, it's just, oh, it's odd. I don't see how they don't see it. Oh, wow. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Conquistador. Said, how come I never hear Christians talking about how the disciples literally unalived two people for lying about how much money they gave? Yes, and Ananias and Sapphira. I talk about that all the time, Conquistador. It does. It sounds like the mob. He said it sounds like a crime organization. It definitely does. It sounds like the mob. They come in, they gather up the body, and then they go and dispose of Peter after bullying Peter into, like, not Peter, Ananias into admitting, right, that he had more money. And then the wife comes in unsuspected, right? She don't know what they done did to her husband. And Peter's sitting at the desk working. And then she walks in, he picks up the money sack and he throws it at her. Is this all y'all got? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, you liar. And then the same ones that carried your husband out by his feet gonna carry you out by your feet. And she dies, and they take her body, they roll it up. I always imagine that she's being rolled up in a carpet, and they haul her off like the mob. But yes, Conquistador, I agree.
Yeah, that was funny, rolling her up in a carpet. I think that's going to be stuck in my head now.
that's all I can see every time. Like, every time I tell that story, it just feels like a mob organization. Because what the Holy Spirit told you that they were lying about not giving all of their money to the community. Like, there's nowhere in this book that says that they promised to do that anyway, right? But let's say that they did, and then they realized that, hey, it doesn't make sense for us to do that. We're gonna give some to the community, and then we're gonna go live on our own. Like, now the God is killing you because you want to keep part of the money that is yours. No, that's mob mentality.
See, I would say this because, you go around kids today, kids are the most honest things in the world. My joke is kids are the very embodiment of the 7 deadly sins. But when if a child turns around and you're walking with your kid and your kid turns around and goes, Mommy, look, that man's head is really, really shiny. I can see the sun on it. And they think it's funny because the man's bald, right? Extra dewy head, right? The mother normally would say, okay, honey, we don't laugh at people. We don't make fun of them. People are different. People come in all different shapes and sizes. And we have to respect that. In the Bible, a bunch of kids laugh at a prophet's bald spot, and in walks 2 she-bears. And there you go. That's the end of that history lesson. Class dismissed. So just the fact that the prophet prayed to God and God answered him in the form of 2 bears attacking 42 children. Not a single child survived that. You have to wonder what kind of parent is like, my kid laughed at you. No, they gotta go. That doesn't
exposing lies. Exposing lies in the comment. That parent right there, that one right there. Like, first off, it does not say that he was being tormented. Being tormented by what? Words? Like, you have to add stuff to it for you to justify this abhorrent behavior, right? What commentary that came from Matthew Henry, somebody that lived hundreds of years later, What commentary? Commentary written by some other human who needs you to believe the lies?
Okay, well,
It
let's look at
does
it this
not
way.
say that in the text.
Let's look at it this way, because I hate the back and forth and the constant goalpost pushing.
Hi,
Either you
Dr.
take the book
Bowen.
literally or you take the book metaphorically. If you take the book literally, you understand that there are metaphors in it, but you are taking it as it is written. If you were taking it metaphorically, listen very carefully, because this is very important, and this is going to show your hypocrisy. If you take it metaphorically, you are claiming to know the mind of your creator who is outside of time and space, and therefore above your understanding. So within that very statement is the contradiction of your own philosophy. Either it's
They
metaphorical
tend to
or
jump
it's
back and
literal.
forth between it. Although there are some metaphors in here, right? Like there's some
Yeah.
metaphors, there's some parables, some allegories,
Camel through the eye of
and
a
then
needle. That's clearly a metaphor. Yeah.
like some of the like the whole story about the Exodus, right? It's
Mhm.
symbolism, right? But there is some history in here, like King Josiah, the time during King Josiah, although King Josiah's body has never been found, but the Israelites did exist and they did go into Babylonian captivity. They were under the Seleucids, the Maccabean revolt, the Roman, like all of that. I would say from exile, maybe a little bit before exile, all the way down to like the apostles, like that time. Some of that is true. Like these people did exist. The stories written about them are exaggerated, right? With a little bit of actual history events sprinkled in. But the book is not univocal, so it's a collection of Near Eastern texts, oral stories, a little bit of history that was turned into fan fiction, and then a little bit of actual Israelite history
I love that.
that
Fan
leads
fiction.
to early church history. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to have that it's metaphorical, literal, either or type perspective on it because it's just not a univocal book. Um, but they tend to pick and choose what they want to identify as metaphor, if that makes sense. Like the stuff that, like for example, today we we had somebody on stage that wanted to answer the question, God can stop sin or just simply forgive, right? And so we read to them Genesis 20. Let's see if I still have it up. No, hold on. Where it says God stopped the king Abimelech from sinning against him, and he did not let the Abimelech touch Sarah. Now, the believer wanted to say that the word "let" was a hyperbole, and it does. The word "let" was hyperbole, and then stopped sinning was hyperbole. It didn't necessarily mean that he stopped him from sinning. It didn't necessarily mean that he didn't let him. Those words no longer mean words. They don't. They no longer mean what we know them to mean anymore. So they like
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Like they pick and choose.
It's my favorite is, and they get annoyed because I'll be really petty. So is it a belief or is it truth? You have to pick one or the other. A truth is a fact based on evidence. A belief is a thought without evidence. So either you believe in the Bible or you know the Bible's true. Either you take it literally or metaphorically. Oh, you're talking. Either you claim to be learning, because think about it. If you look at 1 Peter 3:15, what does it say? Be prepared to defend your faith with gentleness and respect. How many Christians do you know come to you that way? How many believers do you know come to you that way?
Two.
Prepared and respectful and humble. None of them. None of them.
Yeah, when you said prepared, I was going to change it to 0. But I have met some that are very respectful. Probably about 2 or 3 that's been through here. That's been very respectful, but not necessarily prepared. But yeah, I agree.
They don't even read that passage because in order to be prepared, you would have to know. And the moment you start reading the book, you become the remedy to the poison. That's actually a deliberate thing done by Constantine and the council. That was done deliberately. He stayed pagan his whole life. They say, on his, at the end, he
Deathbed.
converted. Yeah, let's stop that.
Yeah.
Because one of my favorite atheists, Christopher Hitchens, they tried to claim that at his end, he converted as well.
What? They tried to say he did?
Yeah, they tried to claim that Hitchens converted last minute and prayed. His wife went nuts. And she lost her shit. she
Oh,
lost her
wow.
shit.
I would have too. I didn't know they were claiming that. Hey, if it's still going in and out, y'all, the YouTube is up. And there's no issues on the YouTube. As long as my backup account is on stage, the YouTube streams just fine. So if the audio was going in and out, just skedaddle and scoot on over to YouTube and you'll still be able to hear just fine. If it freezes completely, then I will do a shutdown. If it freezes completely. But Fluff, I definitely thank you for coming up. I'm going to bring up another guest. I appreciate you so
Thank
much.
you
This was
so
such an
much. It was so much
enlightening
fun.
and refreshing conversation. You are welcome back anytime.
Thank you so much. Have a great, great Monday.
Thank you. You too. How are you, Dr. Bowen?
I am well. How are you?
Doing good. It's been a crazy night. Sundays are crazy. It's been a crazy night for the. I don't think they like number one, that first question. They don't like that one.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, it's not. It's not so much a question. It's my stance because I feel like if I don't believe in your God, I damn sure don't believe in your devil. So there's no point in you commenting on my post about how I belong to the devil or the devil got me, trying to scare me with hell and torment of the devil. I don't believe in your devil because I don't believe in your God. Leave me alone, Ray. El Oso.
I have a friend, Mark Lucher, who's a professor. I think he's at Temple. I'm not sure. Can't remember. But he said that for the first several years he would teach. He's Jewish, and he would have evangelicals come into his class. It was like Hebrew Bible introduction to Hebrew Bible class. And he said invariably one of them would stand up and say, like, we're just concerned because you're going to hell. so he's gotten to the point. He said that at the beginning of each class, he said, all right, I want all of us to just, in unison now say, Professor Lucher, you're going to hell. Let's all say it together and get it out of the way. It's really funny. So yeah, I feel you.
You know what? It would probably shock the living shit out of a believer if I say, "Hey, before you even get started, just say thank you. You're going to hell." They'd be like, "What? They'd be shocked. Like, yeah, just go and get it out of the way because I know you're gonna want to say it before you leave the stage. Y'all, y'all only caught the laughter. Y'all can't hear anything. I hope we don't have to do a restart. We had to send a bunch of people over to YouTube because the bandwidth, I guess, got too high. Let's see if you can you oh, it's fine. Okay. All right. Let's see. Lala, are you able to open the guest box? It won't open for me. Turn on microphone. Oh, Lala, are you? I think you sent me an invite to turn on my microphone. Oh, Selena did. So are you trying to bring up somebody? It don't matter. There's somebody in the box that wanted to talk about number one. I saw them comment a while back. I can't remember their name though. They have like a reddish looking. Um, they have a reddish looking profile. This is crazy that this box won't open. Y'all can't hear anything. I uninstalled and reinstalled TikTok Live even before I came on. Like it shouldn't be doing this. Okay, so it's just a couple of people that can't hear. Are one of the supermods able to bring somebody up? Never mind. The box just opened. It took that damn long. It's crazy. All right, let's see who's in here on purpose. Okay, so if you're in the guest request box, please comment really quickly so that we don't waste this. I don't want to close the box and then it take forever for it to come back up. Comment really quickly if you're in the request waiting to come on stage. Also, Jezebunny said to swipe out and come back in if you can't hear. Who's in the guest request box and waiting to come on stage? There's several people leaving. User with the lion profile, Sebastian, Angie, and Trey M. Or Flexi Marie. Are all of y'all in the box on purpose? Yeah. Yeah, they didn't it say Flexi Marie? Did I read their name wrong? Angie, Sebastian, Trey M. Are y'all in the box on purpose? Let's see. We'll clear it out. Ooh. All right. We take that person down. Okay. Flexi's not up there on purpose. Can somebody, let's see. I do not want, can somebody remove, Flexi, who did I just add? Can somebody remove Angie, please? Actually, let me see. I think I can do it. Trey M. All right. Yeah, fee is in the comments, Jay. Okay. Mario. Mario. All right. All right. This is the last person in the guest request right here. Everybody in the guest request box was in there on accident. All hail Dragon Sage. All right, this person's not going to connect. All right, if you are a Christian or a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you are deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, or if you are an atheist or a nerd and you want to come up and address one of the topics on the screen, the guest box is open to you. There is no wait. So if you've been waiting all night, this is the perfect time to go ahead, send your request, and get it in. If you are on YouTube, in the comments and you want to come, unfortunately, you can only join through TikTok. I wish I knew how to do double lives to where I could do both. Yep, we're here till 10 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. DZ Havy. Anybody? Nobody? So y'all don't like the turkey faces? I'll set a different goal. I thought the turkeys would get people in like the holiday spirit, I guess. I don't know. Hussein? Hussein, are you asleep? All double lives get people in trouble. Why? What happened? Why did they get people in trouble? This is crazy. 631 people in here. Is everybody in here believers? Shout Shabak in the comments if you're a believer. Hey Barnabas, thank you so much for the subs. Did you see your emote? We finally got your emote in the Discord. I mean in the emote section of the live. Damn, none of the believers in here shouted Shabak. So 623 non-believers are in here. Anybody deconstructing in here? You know, Dr. Bowen, you know we had the talent show on Thursday, right? And you know how we normally have about 900 to 1,000 people in here during the show. Thursday, all of the believers decided to skip the fundraiser. I thought that was pretty interesting. I think that that's a pretty interesting data point in my whole journey with doing these lives, is that believers will come in here and say atheists don't have any worldview. Atheists don't help feed the hungry. Atheists are evil. Atheists don't know how to love. But that day, it was only atheists and non-believers in here raising money to feed hungry
Right.
people in Africa. Yeah. Yeah. And I told them, like, right after the talent show was over and we switched to our regular conversations, the numbers jumped back up. Like all night long, we stayed at like 289 until we started talking about the Bible, and then we got over 500. I just find that fascinating. Like I somewhere that's got to go in my book. It's gonna be a talking point for the future, like a reference point. It's like prove it, prove that atheists show up and feed the hungry, and they're gonna say it's in Thinker's book. Sonny Germain, hi, how are you?
Hi, Thinker. How are you doing? Hi, everybody in the panel and listeners.
I'm doing good. What topic did you want
I'm
to
good
discuss?
too. Unfortunately,
Huh?
Cool. Unfortunately, the life is breaking, or whether it's me. So I hope I won't be breaking because on my side it seems to be breaking.
Oh, you have a little bit of a lag, but it's not too bad. When you were in the comments, it was probably breaking a lot more, but when you're on stage, you should be perfectly fine, unless it's your cell phone service.
Oh, okay, cool. Maybe let me switch to the. Just a moment. How about now?
You sound good. You're coming through fine. Are you a believer? Are
Prince?
you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
Well, interesting enough, I'm actually an Ubuntu spiritual coach. I call myself a verbalist. I heal people with words. So I've never been a religious person or a theist at all. So to me, I've never had to deconstruct anything because I've never followed that popular culture, which I believe came from, came with the colonizer via the Middle East. So
Okay.
I mean, I can tackle any of the topics right there.
So unfortunately, I don't
Yeah,
allow.
sure.
Yeah. So the focus on the conversation is on Christianity and the Bible, and people who currently follow this belief system who are either deconstructing from it or has already deconstructed from it. Um, and so I don't think that it would, you know, be beneficial to you for us to be throwing Bible scriptures at you when this isn't your belief and you're not deconstructing from that. Does that make sense?
No, no, no. I mean, I do understand the scriptures because I offer counseling to Christians to say, you do know that what you're reading in the Bible, those are the histories of a particular group of people, and your job in life is to locate yourself. And if you have to work so hard, then yeah, you're not there at all. It's not a belief system that was even there in your culture to begin with. It just happens
Uh,
to be a popular culture.
so do you counsel like Christians who are deconstructing away from religion or from Christianity, or do you counsel like current believers and try to get them to deconstruct? Which one do you do?
Well, it depends. I always say my job is not to take someone out of church if that's what they feel
Mm-hmm.
like doing, but
Right.
it's always important for me to let them know the truth that, yeah, I mean, the Abrahamic religions, the three of them. Oh, crap.
Hold on. What?
I really have to take this phone call.
Okay. All right. Have a good one. Okay.
May I be excused?
Yeah. Yeah. What goal did we meet? Did we have a subwave or something? Let's see. That reminded me of the music box I had when I was a little girl.
Yes, I think so.
We did. What? Oh, okay. What was the goal? What was the subwave goal? Y'all know the only reason why I wanted to do. I didn't do the subway. TikTok decides when that happens. But I just want those emotes that says yes,
Okay.
okay, vote. And it says if we achieve a subway, they'll release one of those every time we achieve a subway. I've been asking for months, how do y'all get the big yellow words? And I found out that you gotta win at subways. And I didn't have subways turned on. I just want the big yellow words in the emotes. You know what I'm talking about?
These.
Where it says yes, okay. Why is there another subwave? Let's see, who is this? Yeah. Did we get one?
We got. I
The
thought
okay?
those were already there.
Uh-uh.
Oh.
No, we never had
I could have
those.
sworn I
But
saw it before. Maybe on
uh,
somebody else's live.
we got them now. We got them now. So
I
excited.
don't see vote or anything.
I just saw somebody type hi.
Yeah, hi. I see ×2 and okay, or 2 times
I've
or
been
whatever.
I've been trying to get them for months. And the only way to get them is through subwaves, and I didn't know that. So we got them now. I've been asking everybody, how you get them big yellow words? Yes, there we go. I'm excited now. Thank y'all. Thank you, Barnabas. I appreciate you. I'm trying to get this box to open. Are you able to break somebody up? Give me just a second. I just got a message from my CTO.
I'm trying.
Who is this? What's your name?
Good morning, Delisha.
Good morning, Delisha. How are you?
I'm doing really good. How's everyone?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Are you a Christian? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian. But for some reason, since I watched your live earlier this week, I'm kind of wondering, is it a good thing? Because I can't talk long. I got about like 5 minutes. I got to get to work. But I've
Wait,
been
you're wondering if what's a good thing?
being a Christian.
Oh,
It's a good thing, based on the Bible. So I've been told, and I believe, that I am unequally yoked with my husband. My husband is a non-believer. He was brought up in the church, but when I married him, he was a non-believer. But I was like, okay, a sanctified wife could get an unbeliever to become a believer, as long as she's doing all of the things that a good wife should do. And he still does not believe. That doesn't, I don't know. He's not a good person. As of now, I'm about to go through a divorce. But I married him because I didn't want to continue in fornication with him, which was, we was living together for 5 years without being married. So I married him so basically I could be intimate with him without being without sin. So I'm like, okay, we've been married for 17 years. October the 11th. So I'm like, I've been struggling. I've been struggling. Gosh. I started reading the Old Testament about maybe a month ago, and I'm just like, this is blowing my mind. Like, this is cruel, and it seems wicked, and it's just, what is going on in the Old Testament? Because normally I would just listen to pastors and preachers, and I was reading in the New Testament, and it wasn't the same. When I first got back into Christianity, because at 12 I got saved, but then my life is just crazy. I don't want to give a whole testimony here, but I was with women and I was with one woman all my life. I was attracted to women. Me and a female, we had a child. Well, she had a child. We raised him together. He got killed. He would have been 30. He died when he was 17. I've been struggling with homosexuality. I still struggle with it. I look at women. I am attracted to women, but I'm like, I'm not going to do this because it's not right in God. So I've been living my life trying to please God, not myself. I've been dying to my flesh is what it's called. And right now I feel like I'm living in hell. I mean, I feel like this man that I'm with is he's not physically abusive, but he's very mentally abusive, and I've been dying to my flesh, saying, okay, well, I'm married. I gotta constantly forgive. I'm sorry, that's not even a question on here that I'm supposed to be. All of these questions and everything that you've been talking about, I think, it just sounds real. It just sounds like God is not good. That's all. So thank you for having me. I gotta get to work. But
Delisha, I'm gonna send you. A follow. Okay. If you need to, just reach out when you have some free time. Okay.
Okay.
If you want to, just reach out when you have some free time. Because I was in an abusive marriage. I stayed in the marriage because of God and religion and other people telling me God doesn't want divorce and blah blah blah. Like, I don't give advice, but I can share my experience with you. Okay,
Well,
if that
thank
will
you.
help. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I hope you
I
have a
can
beautiful
continue
day
to
at work.
listen. I just can't talk. Thank you. I will.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah, have a great day.
Bye.
Bye
You too.
bye.
Bye bye. Whew, I know how that feels.
Yeah, so do I. Mm-mm.
I say it says no viewers there, but it says that there are 5 people in the guest box. Do y'all see anybody in the guest box? When I open it, it says 0 people, but I have
I
a
see some.
notification. Okay, thank you. That person bounced out. If you're in the guest request box, please comment. Antonio Brown. I think he's an accident. I think he came up on accident.
When the person before bounced out, did they then say, hey, we ain't gonna be under fire? Not today. See, this is all I have to add. You know what I mean? There's nothing there.
Low life.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. How are you?
I'm okay. Just getting up. Good morning.
Good morning. Your picture looks familiar. I know we've talked before, but I can't remember. Are you a Christian, deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I am a Christian.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
Are you a Christian?
No.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, what do you believe in?
That's none of your business. I don't believe in this God.
Well, you asked me my business, so it's just why I asked, but
I
it's
did
alright.
not ask you. I asked if you were a Christian, if you were deconstructing, or if you were an atheist. You asked me if I was a Christian. I told you no. I did not follow up and say, well, what do you believe?
I don't know why we're so hostile. It's too early for this, but yeah,
I mean, if
we
you
can
feel
go
like
on the
it's
topic.
hostile,
It was just
I
curiosity.
don't know what to tell you. I literally answered your question. You asked me if I was a Christian. I said no. You asked me, what do I believe? I said, that's none of your business.
Yeah, you're doing too much, but we can just hop on the
No, you're
topic.
doing too much by asking me my business. You just don't like the boundary. I'm not here to coddle you.
Yeah, so like I said, we can go back on the topic. We
Yeah,
can.
please. Can you pick one, please?
Yeah, I mean, we can start on
You
why
can only do one.
God doesn't hop into anything.
That there's nothing in there that says, why doesn't God hop in anything?
why doesn't God stop harm?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
It's more to that. There's more to that.
it's literally like 5 a.m. So excuse me.
I mean, do you want to come back when you wake all the way up, Lord?
No. I'm
Like,
definitely I'm here.
okay, so like you telling me that it's 5 a.m. It's like, I don't know why you're telling me that. Like, either, right, you're going to participate and be fully awake and be fully aware. It's not our fault that you're half asleep and you joined a TikTok live, but we shouldn't have to suffer for that, right? So if you're going to be present and active, you can stay on stage. But if you need to wake up, go throw some water on your face, brush your teeth, and come back up, we're more than welcome to welcome you back up.
I'm good. I was just letting you
Okay.
know.
All
Not
right.
at the best right
Can
now.
you read the rest of that? The rest of that question?
Yeah, why doesn't God stop harm done in his name?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would have 5 reasons why God doesn't really put his hands in things. Starting with 1, love itself. God as love is not an interventionist or controlling God. Number 2, free will. God may choose to limit his power to allow people to have freedom. Number 3, will itself. God may know that an obstacle fits it into its will and chooses it to leave it there. Like, for example, Apostle Paul was left in jail for years without a trial, which gave him an opportunity to share the gospel with other people. Number 4, suffering. God may allow things to become difficult to remind people that they need him. Number 5, sin itself. People may experience distance from God because of sin, and repentance is very necessary to regain God's presence. So all 5 of these things, him not being a controlling
I'm
God.
sorry. I was writing them down.
Yeah,
So
this is
I
why
missed
God
one.
didn't let
I'm
this
sorry.
happen.
I'm sorry. I was writing them down and I missed one. So I need you to clarify for me. Love is not controlling. Free will limits its power. May not know a person may not know that how an obstacle benefits him. The God allows difficulties so the human will know that they need the God, and then repentance. Which one am I missing?
I never said repentance. I said sin. I think that might be the one.
You said sin and repentance,
That's
but which
love,
one am I missing?
free will, suffering, and sin.
So that's love, free
I feel like
suffering, sin. That's okay. All
you
right,
still
thank
have
you.
no point. It doesn't negate my facts.
No
So.
point. I have not argued
Yeah, I
anything. What
mean,
do you
keep writing
mean I
your
have no
notes.
point? I'm
Write them
repeating
down.
what you said. Like,
What
stop talking
the
while I'm talking.
hell?
I'm repeating what you said, right? As I was
Bounce off.
writing while you were talking. Like, you're literally wanting to argue against yourself for what?
Write that down. Write that down. That's the energy I'm getting. I
You know what
mean,
I find funny about this
Why are Jesus's
is
where's your
children so
rebuttal, bro?
childish?
Where's your rebuttal? Where's your point?
I find it
You haven't given an
interesting.
argument.
If I could, like, I find it interesting. You come in here yawning and I'm a little slow. And then when you start, you clearly have like 5 points written down and you wake up all of a sudden and come in with these clear things that you're saying. Like, you just playing a game here? What's the deal, my guy?
I could turn on my camera. It's 5 a.m. The fact that I am a Christian and know what I'm talking about doesn't negate the fact of the topic we're having.
Right, but why would you come in and be like, I'm not at my best? All right, now let me read the 5 things that I've scripted.
Trust me, if I woke up with my actual notes in front of me, I would be dog walking all of you.
I
Y'all
mean,
could be
fewer
4 or
fucks
5v1
I
right
could
now.
not give about the shit you're saying, but I just think it's funny.
You literally have no argument. You're literally using this as your argument because I actually dog walked you already on your topic. So it's funny.
You haven't said
You,
shit but free will and sin. That's
yeah,
And
all
but
the
you
fuck you
think
said.
that
yeah,
Suffering,
gives you
free
comfort.
will, and
and
sin.
you started
You
writing
haven't
that
said
shit down.
anything
You couldn't
revolutionary.
even
I
respond.
write down everything y'all say on this motherfucking app because I'm putting it in a book. The fuck? You haven't said shit
Y'all are too
that no
angry
one
at
has
life.
already said all night. I've been up all fucking night, and I wouldn't jump on a fucking live as soon as I wake up either.
Let me breathe. It's
I
too early.
swear, why do they all sound the same though? Have you noticed
Because
that?
Wait, what?
Yes, they all have nasty ass attitudes, and they
Also,
claim
I
love.
dog walked you. Like, what the
Oh
fuck?
my god. Ugh, ugh.
You're still stuck on
Chill,
that?
bro.
Can you like hop on topic and like stay
I'm
relevant?
sure that Thinker has never heard free will as an answer to this question. I'm sure this is the first time.
Make a
And
point for it.
suffering. Like, God has to allow all of those priests in the Catholic Church to touch little children, right? And let them pay like $1 billion
Doesn't even
twice,
correlate to what
you
I'm
know?
saying.
Because the little
What a
kids need to
pivot.
know how much they need God. So, not why not let them get fiddle funneled so they know just how much they need God?
All right. What a pivot. How did that correlate with your topic? It's
Answer
not
the question. Answer the question, low life.
answering the
Why does your
question.
God have to be such a low life and let little kids get fiddle funneled by priests in the Catholic Church multiple times for decades? Can you answer that?
This is what I'm saying in
Like,
dogma.
why does
You're
your
crashing
God
out
have to show
now.
love to little kids? Why does your God have to do that, low life?
You
Can
can't
you
talk
answer
to me
that
like
for me,
a
please?
normal
Like,
human
dog
being.
walk me, please.
Like,
Dog walk me, low life.
like, are you okay? It's 5 a.m. and you're acting like this.
I don't give a fuck.
I can't understand your question talking to me like this. I don't know what you
Dog
think.
walk me, please. Okay, better yet, dog
It's
walk me.
embarrassing.
Dog walk me, dog walk me,
Are you
please.
trying to
Dog walk.
seduce me?
Why does
You're
your
the
God?
desert
You
away.
seem
Why does
like
your
quite a
God?
catch, low life. I'm sure that's what she's doing.
This is the.
The name is fitting.
Yeah, I know y'all love it. That's why I made it.
All right,
But
low life.
literally make more than
Walk
all
us through.
4 or 5 of you
Hey!
combined.
Stop panicking.
Just burn yellow.
Walk us through 1 Samuel 15, 1-3.
Samuel 15.
1 Samuel 15, 1-3.
Yeah, let me open up my book. Samuel 15, 1, 2, 3.
Open up my book
It's
equals
5
Google it.
a.m. and low life can't answer. He's probably somewhere
I
in
hope
a
this is your rebuttal. Samuel
prayer,
15.
hoping that his God is real. He can't answer cause it's 5 a.m.
Yeah, it says, Sam said to Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to the king over his people, over Israel. Now thereof hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. What was your point?
I'm concerned about your ability to read and understand the English language.
It's 5
So
a.m.
you might not want to use the King James,
It's 5
but go through to verse
a.m. and I
3.
hope he don't answer.
Yeah, what was the point of bringing that? Like, I'm
Yeah, you didn't
honestly.
read it. You
Yeah,
didn't
can
read
you,
it.
can you read it out for
Hey,
me?
clever guy. You didn't read it. First
Yes.
Samuel 15, verses 1-3.
All right, what does it say?
Well, you have it right in front of you.
You brought up the claim. Back it up. I'm done reading up. I
So
already tried.
you don't want to read your own Bible.
I
I
literally
got it.
did. How does it
Wow.
correlate to the topic? Back up your
Well,
claim that you brought up. You brought up the source.
read verse 3, tough guy.
Thus said the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt. Now go and smite and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. I'm referring to donkey. All right, what's your point? How does that correlate?
I asked you to address it.
Address what? I read the verse you told me to address. Now what? Like
Well,
you're
you read
horrible at
it.
rebuttals.
You read
Yeah,
it.
I
Do
mean,
you think
I
that's
gave you the,
addressing it?
yeah, Joshua, I gave you the answer for this already. You didn't like the answer. I'll give it to you.
What's the answer?
Yeah, I mean, God Himself isn't an
Free will.
interventionist God or controlling God. He gives people free will, and God may choose to limit His power
He
and not
commanded
stop
it.
things, even when it's done in His name,
He
to allow
commanded
people
it.
to have free will and freedom.
He
So
commanded it.
Number 3, will itself. God
Can you
may
not
know
hear
that
me?
an obstacle fits into his will and chooses it to leave it there.
He commanded
Because,
it. He commanded it.
yeah,
Low
I heard
life.
you the 5th time you said it.
Well, I
Suffering
mean, answer
itself,
it then.
God, I am
Stop
answering.
saying
You don't
shit
like
like,
it.
"Oh, people did it," and he allows it.
You literally just
Hey,
don't like it.
Joshua, what does Jeremiah say to the Lord
Yeah, I mean, suffering
about people's
itself, God may
steps?
allow.
Joshua, I was talking to Joshua. Joshua, do you know what
Rationale.
remember what Jeremiah says to the Lord about people and their steps and thinking that their life actually belongs to them?
I don't know my Bible very well, so we should ask Low
Oh,
Life.
low life. What does Jeremiah say about people who think their lives belong to them and that they ought to direct their steps themselves? What does he say, low life?
You have to come off mute.
Well, you literally muted me and then asked me a question. How illogical is
Oh
that?
my gosh, pay attention. If nobody's.
It's 5 a.m.
Oh my
Forgive
goodness.
her. She's been
You
up
know
all
what?
night.
Can you
It's
do me
5
a
a.m.
favor and just send your God a message because I know you guys, connect heavy with the Holy Spirit. Tell him he is not sending his best.
What does Jeremiah say, low life?
I'm not sure what you're inferring to, like in what
About
context.
people that think they control their own life.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Like, could you give me a verse, like more context?
I just told you what I gave you the name of the book, Jeremiah, and I told you what it's about. People
What
who
part of
think they
Jeremiah?
control their own life. I
What
mean,
part
why
of
should I
it?
have to tell you that?
So I know what you're talking about. Giving me
I just
context
told
of
you what I'm talking about.
literal
I just gave you the
question.
context. I did.
So where are you getting it from? That's all
What
I'm
does
asking. Angry.
Jeremiah,
What verse?
Jeremiah,
Jeremiah. It's not that hard. It's not a
what does
complicated question.
Jeremiah, you know your Bible, you would dog walk us, remember? Are you awake yet? Are you awake yet?
For what?
I'm ready to be dog walked. I shouldn't have to tell you anything if you're going to dog
You're
walk me.
not real. You're not real.
I, I want you to dog walk me,
Says
low
the
life.
guy that sounds like a off-brand chat GBT. Like the fuck?
I am so sorry. Like you can
What
own. You
does
don't know how to use your
Jeremiah
word.
say about people who think their life belongs to them?
I'm not sure what verse you're talking about. Would you like to give it to me?
No, I wouldn't.
Because you don't know what you're talking about, love. And what Jeremiah is talking about itself.
Sure. Okay.
Excuse me, how am I going to explain it to you and then you mute me? This is exactly what I'm talking about.
So, what does it say in
Yes.
Proverbs about
Can I
people
explain
who's?
it to you?
What
Yes or
does it
no?
say in
Can
Proverbs
I
about
explain
the
it?
plans of your
Oh, now you're
heart? What does it
pivoting
say in
again. You
Proverbs?
just like to pivot. The sick cruelty of the
It's the
world
same
should
thing. It's the
cause
same
you
thing.
to desire a savior. Because who's going to set things right anyway? Your alternative is that toddlers
It's
get
the
essayed
same
for no
thing.
reason and that ultimately nothing matters. And there's no justification for that. In my world, there is. Because after all that, these people go to Shmel. These people either go to Shmel or heaven.
Oh,
Your alternative
really?
is that
Low
toddlers
life.
get
Low
essayed for
life.
no reason and that ultimately
Okay.
nothing fucking
Go
matters.
ahead. Sure. Go ahead. Low life. Why did
So
Jesus
that's how
die?
Jeremiah and the
Why did
story of
Jesus
Jeremiah
die?
controlling his own life
Why
with
did
his
Jesus
own free
die?
will,
Why did
taking
Jesus
it,
die?
putting it into
Why
the
did
God
Jesus
will
die? Low life. Why did Jesus die?
for our sins.
For whose sins?
Ours.
So, a sinner.
Everybody's a sinner, yes.
And so, if you ask for forgiveness, are you forgiven?
If you're truly forgiven, like, I mean, if you truly apologize, excuse me, wrong word. If you, yeah, I
I
mean,
didn't ask
if
about truly
you
because who decides the truly?
the judge,
Who decides? Who is the judge?
God himself.
And when do you get confirmation that your truly is truly?
Wait. Yeah, I mean, I love how you're thinking, thinker. This is a great question. I
When
mean,
do you get
yeah, no,
confirmation
wait.
that your truly is truly?
Yeah, when a judge in the court of law sends a murderer to
I,
prison, is that judge doing a good thing or a bad thing?
when do you get confirmation that you're truly is
You're
truly
crashing
low
out.
life?
Just calm down. I heard you the first time.
Answer the
And I'm
question.
answering. I am. You're getting angry. Just calm down.
When do you from the God? I don't give a fuck about a human judge. When do you get confirmation from the God that you're truly is truly?
What do you mean that my truly is truly?
When you
You don't even
said
make
if you're
sense.
truly sorry, you said if you truly repent.
If I'm
So
truly, like
who
the fuck?
who decides that you are truly sorry, low
Like
life?
I already said, you're crashing out.
Okay,
Calm
so
down.
when do
When a
you get
judge in a court of
confirmation?
law
When I
sends
don't
a
give a
murderer.
fuck about a human judge. I don't give a fuck about a human judge. I'm talking about your God. Okay? When you repent to your God, okay, your immaterial deity, how do you know that your God has accepted your truly sorry repentance?
Do you remember there was a thief next to the cross next to Jesus?
I
He had
don't give
done
a
some
fuck about that.
pretty
Answer the
horrible
question.
crimes.
How do
I
you
am.
know if you are
Yes, I
truly
literally am
sorry?
answering. You just don't like that I'm
Well,
talking.
just hurry
I
up.
don't.
Don't give me all the
Yeah,
fucking side salad. I don't need it.
there
When
was
do
a
you know?
thief. Can I answer?
I asked when you know. Were you the thief on the fucking
Yes, this is
cross?
how I fucking know
Were
for the
you
last
the
time.
thief on the
Because
cross?
there was a thief next to the cross, and he already did horrible
What
crimes. At the
confirmation do
last
you
moments of
get?
his life,
What
he became a
confirmation
believer,
do you get? You know
and
what? Let's skip
Jesus
to that.
said,
Let's go ahead and skip to that because you're about to help
"Yes,
my
like why are
argument. Go
you
ahead.
crashing out? I'm giving you an answer,
No,
a
go
very
ahead.
simple
Go
answer.
ahead. Yep,
Yes,
give it to
30
me.
seconds. You can't even last 30 seconds.
Yep,
Like, calm
give it
down."
to me.
Do you remember there was a thief next to the cross, next to Jesus, and he had
Mm-hmm.
did some pretty horrible crimes. But the
I
last
do.
moment of his life, he became a believer, and
Mm-hmm.
Jesus was there dying for his
Mm-hmm.
sins. And Jesus said, "Today you will be with me in paradise, because
Mm-hmm.
heaven is not for good people. Heaven is for forgiving
Mm-hmm.
people, because ultimately
Ah.
nobody is a good person in God's eyes."
Oh wow.
It's a simple
Thank
answer.
you, low life.
But, I mean,
I
it
you know
sets the
what? I
standard.
agree.
He
I
sets the
agree with
standard for
you.
goodness. It
You
doesn't
know what? I
really
agree.
matter
He
if you
did. He
repented
really
last minute or
did.
not.
He,
It's truly
he
if you
really did.
forgive the stuff,
He
your
I'm
actions
gonna
you
let you
did.
finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you keep talking over me while I do, but it's fine. You have the floor.
Sure. Go ahead.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
fine. You want so
No,
much.
thank you so much for bringing up the thief on the cross because I talk about it all the time and how your Jesus just constantly shows how a person can go his whole entire life and say children and then on his deathbed say, Lord, forgive me. And Jesus goes, come on into the kingdom. So that bullshit that you gave me about children being fiddled by grown ass men and your God just turning his eyes and saying that it's for gods because they go to smell. Your God on their deathbed will invite them into heaven. And you just proved that with this story about the thief on the cross
And you
and
just proved
argued my
that.
point for me.
You argued my point. Yeah, if you own that house that you're sitting in right now, Thinker, you would be able to set
Hmm.
the rules for that house, wouldn't you, right?
I don't give a fuck about rules.
It's a yes or no question. Like, you're doing
I
too
don't
much.
give a fuck about the
Do
rules.
you
Like
own the
you're
house you
about to
said?
do the apologetic thing because you double
Apologetic?
spoke.
No,
Like
I'm
you
not.
literally
Actually, and we'll
said,
go on to
you
that. You think I'm
literally
going to
okay, now I'm done.
apologetically?
Now I'm about to
Okay.
shut you
Stay
up.
with me.
Now I'm about to shut you up. Now you gotta mute when I talk. Like it was fun a second ago, but it's not anymore. Okay.
Crashing
You
out.
literally already said, you believe as an atheist that little kids get graped for nothing. But I believe as a Christian, they get graped so that the grapist can go to Schmel. But
Buddy, you
then,
took the words out of no.
but
That's
then 2 seconds later, they are the thief on the cross calling Jesus brother and eating supper in heaven. So no Schmel for the grapist, right? The little kid just gets graped for no fucking reason, and your God turned a blind eye the entire time.
Can I answer now? Yeah, because
I doubt you have anything of
I
value to
do. It's the
say.
fact that you can't answer these questions when I give them to you, and that's what's
You haven't
wrong.
asked a fucking question. You haven't asked a
The same
question
question that
one
I'm
bit.
gonna ask is correlated to what you just brought up. All right. The
Sure.
hardest, yeah, answer it for me. Any four of you guys, please. The hardest problem
There's
I
only
face
three
as a
people on the
Christian,
stage with you, dumb
can I
fuck.
get 30 seconds? Because you're going to answer it for me. You love to talk.
I sure
The
do, because
hardest
it's my fucking
problem,
stage. Why the fuck do you think I go live? Why the fuck do you think I have this very expensive microphone in front of me? Because I
prove the
fucking
point that you
love
can't answer my
to talk.
questions.
I know, you know why I can't answer your question? Because Joshua just paid $15 to drop your bum ass. Bye, bitch.
Thank you, Joshua.
Don't wake up like low life, because you'll be a low life. And that was corny. I wish I would have said it while his ass was on stage. Y'all, I'm trying to verify the live before TikTok shut it down. Like it keeps saying no internet connection. So give me just a second. I was halfway paying attention to him. This thing is stuck. Hold on. Come on. God. It keeps saying no internet connection. And I did verify, but it keeps timing out. Come on, bro. Man, TikTok need to get their shit together. Yeah. Hey, y'all, it's gonna shut down on us. Come on.
TikTok, we're here.
Huh?
I said, TikTok, we're here. Thanks for the gift, y'all.
Let me see. I'm gonna reset my modem, y'all. If it freezes after I reset the modem, I'll start back over. But it's wait. It popped up and then popped right back down. Hold
Damn.
on. Shit. Hold on. Where'd Dr. Bowie go?
Um, dropped.
That, did he leave while
Dropped.
I was talking to Low Life? We probably was doing too much. Hold on.
The Dr. Bowen be going in too, so I don't know.
Yeah.
He can match energy too, so there's, yeah. I didn't peep though.
I act up all the time, Aisha. So he haven't made me do shit. Like, you're new here, love. If you stick around, you'll get used to it. I match your energy. You come up disrespecting me, I'm gonna disrespect your ass right back, and I may take you all the way to hell with me.
And drag you there.
It's so crazy that people think that I allow people to get me out of character, but this is the funnest part for me. Like, I like having good conversations, but if you come up here acting like a dumb fuck, I'm gonna act like a dumb fuck right back. And I enjoy it. So you better, like, honestly, like at that time, just know that I'm having fun. Y'all, hold on. I'm finna reset my modem. Give me just a second. Am I back?
Let me
Yeah, we
ask.
got 3 minutes before it shuts the live down. God. Fuck. Oh man, let me report a problem because this is ridiculous. Image kept
Yeah,
resetting.
they don't hear you.
They can't hear me?
Mm-mm.
Can y'all hear me?
Speak just
They
said
said they hear
no.
me.
Speak, can you hear? Okay, now they can.
Uh, I'm gonna have to shut down because the hold on. I think the puzzle piece is getting ready to come up. Finally, let's see. This is this is gonna piss me off. Come on, please just work. God. Y'all, I'm gonna have to shut down. The verification window is just stuck here. I keep refreshing it. I can't verify it. I can't get to my stage because the verification window is blocking it. Lala, are you able to bring somebody up on stage and let's see if it'll because it's like it's
Let me
counting
try it.
down like really slow and then it just stops when the internet stops. That's oh God messes with never mind, it's working now. Ha ha ha. And you're gone.
Did somebody really say that?
That was low life, of course. He still has his 5 a.m. bed brain.
Well, this looks like your God is on our side.
Elvira. What's their name? Elvar. I went too far over to the verification. Like my finger jumped and it didn't, the puzzle piece jumped out of space. What's her name? Anne Marie.
How
Hi,
does it
Anne
know?
Marie.
Yes. Who said that?
Hi.
Hey,
Did you
Tinker, I'm so
join on?
sorry. No, I'm on my way to work. I hit that by accident. I just got in the car. Oh my God, you shoot my
Oh,
speaker in the car. Hang on, let me get you off. Hang on. Hang on a second. Let me stop. Let me get
okay.
down. Hey, Tinker, nice meeting you. Bye.
Nice meeting you too. Have a good day at work, okay?
How the hell do I get out of this? Hang on.
All right, let's see. All right. Oh, this is our buddy Aiden. Is this Aiden?
It's Adrian.
Adrian. Ah, damn. I almost had it. Hey, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm tired, and this live
Are you
has been
just getting off
dragging me.
work?
Nah, I've been out and around. I just found a place to stop.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sometimes we just be trying to chill, but some people just won't let us.
No, that the last person low life was hilarious. That was great. That was awesome. that was a great time.
His profile picture kind of gives you uh, the impression that he kind of would be a cartoonish type guest. Puts you in the mind of a cartoon. His personality definitely was bubblish, cartoonish. But
5
which
a.m.
one you want to
brain.
do today? Huh?
I said 5 a.m. brain and such and such.
Yeah.
Let me do well, two things. Since the last conversation we had, and then I'll get into one of these points. But since the last conversation we had, did you get to look more into the whole the hope versus faith debacle thing? Did
I forgot. Thank you for
oh,
reminding me. Let me write that down. I forgot.
shit, I was wondering. I
Give
was
me
trying to
just a
pay
sec.
attention through these couple of days. I was like, I wonder if she's gonna hop on live because I want to know what she found out.
It was more so based on hope, right?
Yeah.
About the double meaning.
Yeah, because there was almost a parallel between hope and faith, and then it just kind of kept getting deeper and deeper. It was wild.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me that the talent show was that night, and that day was so busy. And by the time the talent show was over, I was so tired. I like when I tell you, I literally slept really good Friday night, and then mostly all day Saturday. That's how tired I was.
That's
But
great.
thanks for reminding me.
Well, at least you got some rest.
Yeah, much needed rest. Which topic did you want to do?
God wanted robots, and you agreed. I need to be educated.
So it goes back to like the conversation that we've been having like the last couple of weeks about the good and evil and him forbidding that. And from the conversations that we've had with believers, the ultimate reward, right, or the ultimate goal is to surrender your will to the God, right? You've basically uh, you ran the race. You're at the end, um, and your will is this God's will. So you're essentially back to pre-tree Adam and Eve uh, mindset, to where you just want to do what the God says and not your own thing. And so that it essentially it's just being the robot for the God that he essentially created, that believers say that he didn't want, but then he punished Adam and Eve for not being the robot that he didn't want, and then he took away the eternal life, and then will only give it back to you if you become the robot that Christians say he didn't want. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. That's kind of interesting because that reminds me of like the past. I think conversation that we had where it was the unfairness of how it was either do it was either that you have free will to do it, go ahead and do as you please, but also simultaneously on a backhand it's like I'm gonna punish you for such and such, which is that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, I can see that though.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, but we hear like Christians, believers argue for free will often. Like free will is their bread and butter, and free will has to exist, right, for this to make sense for a lot of believers. And the question then becomes, do you have free will in heaven? And if you do have free will in heaven, will sin be there? Because a lot of believers uh reasoning behind why there's wickedness on the earth, why the God doesn't step in and stop the wickedness, right? Why sin exists. It's because of free will. Like why they can't be sin free, is because of free will. So if either free will will be in heaven with them, and then sin is just gonna come back in because humans just sin, or they won't have free will, and then they'll just be these robots that they claim that God never wanted. So that's the $1 million question, I think.
That's interesting because a lot of the time when it comes to deep questions like that, it's almost like a lot of Let me just say because my favorite thing that has been said was hyper hopers. So I'm just gonna say hyper hopers. A lot of hyper hopers, they'll be put in a position where a lot of the time they the the answer to something like that almost becomes almost made up. Like they almost kind of come to the conclusion on their own, which isn't. It's not the worst thing, but at the same time, it's not a clear enough cut answer to the main of the issue, the meat of the bone, if you will, which is if it were to be that free will is this all encompassing big point in a matter of faith believers, then if heaven is the ultimate goal, the ultimate, hey, when we get there it's going to be fine, beautiful, wonderful, what's going to happen in these finite details that are not necessarily addressed? Because as you said, if it is free will that we have right now, does that just completely dissipate? And like you said, if it's that's crazy. That is such a deep thought.
Yeah, because think about it. Like they say that the angels had free will. Lucifer had free will when he was an angel. Therefore, that's why Lucifer was able to sin in heaven. Because like the first question would be, how did sin even get in heaven? How did an evil thought get in the most clean, pure place ever discussed? In the beginning of time. And they say, well, Lucifer had free will, angels had free will, because there's a question of why did the angels decide to go with Lucifer? Was God not good enough? Like, why did they just choose Lucifer over the God? And the answer is always free will. Well, if free will did that to the angels in the beginning, free will turned Lucifer into Lucifer, then this shit just gonna start all back over again if free will is in heaven.
Like a big old circle just going right back. So then why give humans free will? Then why
Mm-hmm.
make that the over encompassing point? That is fascinating. And I just have to make this very clear just in case anyone's confused. I am Christian. I'm just constantly questioning things, so it just it's interesting to see different perspectives. It really puts me in thought process.
And then, like, even a little bit farther than that, right? If the angels had free will and they fucked up, right? Then the God knew what free will would do. Why would he give it to the humans and then say, let me test it to see what's going to happen? It doesn't make sense. Didn't he already know what free will would do? If free will made uh, angels, if it corrupted angels against this God, wouldn't the God be more intelligent to know that mortals with free will would be corrupted, or probably more corrupted? Why would he need to test that? Why would he give that to mortals after he had given it to angels and it corrupted the angels in heaven? Like, what sense does that make? You
Would
know?
it be existential to sit here and say that we, as from what we have in books and transcripts and everything, is this just too far beyond human understanding, or are we? You get my meaning? It's like, is it too much, or are we just not seeing the bigger picture, or the picture that we have painted for us in these books and or transcripts? Are they just not? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like it's not fitting together in a weird way. If that makes sense.
Well, I think it really depends on your perspective, right? And how you see this. You're a believer, I'm not. So I can look at this story and say a human wrote this. Of course, it's going to have holes. Of course, some things are not going to make sense because it was created from a human mind. But when you look at it and you say, oh, this came from an intelligent source that is outside of time and space, that thinks higher than me, than the things that you don't understand. Most of the time, you try to create understandings for it or reasons for it, or you're willing to ignore it and say that you can't understand it, although you know that it doesn't make sense. I'm trying, la. The box is opening. Does that make sense? Like, for example, like there might be things in like uh Charlotte's Web that we realize that the author didn't catch, right? But the author's human, right? Um, and the author may have forgotten that they put something in book one, and didn't mention it in book two, and it kind of contradicted what Charlotte did in book one and versus book two. But the author is human. But when you're expecting the author of this book to be a supernatural being who knows all things, then you kind of have to make excuses and forgive that being for not being perfect, or just look the other way.
And that's when people kind of delve into apologetics and faith-based thought processes, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay, I see now. Okay, fascinating. Okay, well, I'm gonna jump off real quickly. I hate to cut it short. I am gonna just, hop back into work real quickly. But it was lovely talking to you as always. I'll let somebody else, but I'll keep tuning in.
Same here, Adrian. And you were good luck. The verification finally worked. We had 38 seconds left. So thank you for coming up. I think you were the good luck charm this morning. You are one of the few Christians that come in here that's always respectful, always pleasant to talk with. We don't always agree on everything, and I respect uh, your demeanor every time you come in here. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for having conversation with me, and thank you for learning me a few things in the morning because it's always appreciated. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a great day.
You too. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye. See, believers, that's how you do it. Like, he's very, very nice, very respectful. Nobody tried to get him not to believe his God or his Jesus. And he doesn't talk to us like we are devils from the pits of hell because we don't believe. It's that simple. You can agree to disagree. I don't know, Six Pain. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what Jesus does he have that the rest of them don't? Tara? Tara? Okay. Tara's not there. All right, T. Bill. I don't think Bill is there. Oh, Selena, that's a thought. Look what Selena said. Jesus just brings out more of what you are. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. There was one other guy that I've ever told that I liked their Jesus. I can't remember. I think his name was Michael. He hasn't been back, but he was really, really nice. Um, he he was the first person that I ever told that I like his version of his Jesus, and Adrian is another. So that's two. Let's see. Is this suspicious, Lala? The name, is it suspicious?
I was thinking that, but it's the last one. The rest are subscribers.
I wonder if this is also as.
No, they're not
Let's
coming
see. They're
through.
not. Yeah, they're not there. They're not coming through. Uh, Khalifa, Six Pain, and Dex. Are y'all in the box on purpose? Exactly, Adrian. Exactly. Right. Also naming himself Love Bug. Oso or Adrian. Either Adrian has decided to join Oso because Adrian is always talking about how he liking when I say love bug. So it's either Adrian has decided to join.
You there? I missed everything you said.
I said it's either Oso or Adrian. What the fuck? The screen and oh my god, TikTok. Dex. I think Dex is on accident too. Okay. And Khalifa, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I think low life ran everybody away. I swear, I feel like I just want to write a song about 5 a.m.
About what?
The 5 a.m. Zale, we've reported them. Thank
Oh
you.
yeah. That was
Please just block them. And then y'all, I will never message you and ask you for your telephone number. I will never, ever, ever ask you for any banking information, any cash app information, any personal information. I very rarely message people on this app. Unless I'm responding to a DM that I received from you. I don't like texting people. I rarely talk on the phone, so I'm definitely not going to just like be randomly messaging people on social media. So please do not fall for these imposter accounts. They are not me. And don't send them any money. And I don't care how many times they put in their bio that I do readings. I don't do any type of spiritual readings, any palm readings, any Bible readings. I don't do it. Fortnite, are you hello? Is this a
Good
child?
evening, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I got to take you down. Okay,
Wait, how
have a good
come?
one. Because you're yeah, because of that. Yep. DJ, I think there's 6 right now. We've gotten a lot of them banned so far, but the quicker as soon as we get them banned, they pop right back up with new accounts. So if you see them, just they block me, so don't send me their profile because I won't be able to go to their profile. Just send me the username, please. If you're on the Discord, there's a imposters channel. Just take a picture and put it in the Discord, and we'll get them. We'll get them reported. Rick Thorne. Thank you, Rainbow Kisses, all the way from YouTube. Rick Thorne. Okay, Rick's not there either. Goodness gracious. Rick, I could hear ya. Alrighty. There's 3 of them in here right now. Interesting. You thieves. You monsters. You liars. You steal my content. You con people without a conscience. And you sit here all night and you fucking listen. Like that's like I don't even have a I don't know, I don't have a word for you. And then how do y'all follow how do y'all like literally at the same damn time follow the same person? Like y'all do some weird shit. Y'all bear with me. I'm trying to get a conversation up here.
y'all, those that have asked for the Discord link that are subscribers, and remember, I will double check. Please DM me. I have been saying that all night.
Chantel, hi, how are you? Chantel, I don't think she knows she's up. It's another accidental request. I know, like goodness gracious. Oh, excuse me. Hi, Inferno. A biblical palm reading. I wonder what that would even look like. Oh God, don't say that. Because then next thing you know, I'll be getting a screenshot saying, Thinker, this account just followed me and it said it wants to read my palm biblically. It wants to give me a biblical palm reading.
Hello.
Conquifador is now an honorary nerd since we don't have nerds on YouTube. Okay, this sound like a kid. Can we take them down? That was a kid,
I'm
I
a
think.
kid. I'm not a kid, I promise.
Hold on. You're how old? Oh, never mind. Lala, hold on. Come back up if you're like. It sounded like a kid. She says she's in her 20s, but didn't she sound like a kid? Come back up. Oh, she
Yes,
said
you
she's
did.
22. She said she's 22. Is school out for like? Are they out of school today and tomorrow? Aren't they out of school
I have
tomorrow
a
for
really high
the
pitched
big?
voice, and I'm also going through cancer treatments, so my voice
Oh,
sounds really
okay,
high, but I'm not a kid.
okay. Well, I do apologize for that. We did have a child come up before you.
Oh no, I
And
understand. I get it a lot coming up here, but I thought the topics were really important to me.
okay. Are you a Christian, or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I would definitely say I believe in God, but I don't know if I'm a Christian just because some things in the Bible I don't agree with.
Okay. Lala, can you do a check for me on the profile? What year were you born?
2002, you can check my Instagram and see I was at a bar for
Yeah,
my birthday.
she looks around her age, yeah.
Okay, because everybody in the comments is saying they checked her profile and she looks like a child.
I mean, that's just a lie.
She doesn't.
I
Okay.
Trust me,
definitely have
she
Okay.
a young
doesn't.
face, but I don't think I really worked
Okay.
that hard to get up here.
Well, you'd be surprised how many kids lie to us to get on stage because they love Jesus and they want to defend. Yeah, they want to defend Jesus, but I don't talk to other people's
Oh,
kids
that's
about belief
funny.
systems. So
That is really funny. But
yeah.
yes, I am 22.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss? And then what do I call you, Joy?
Yeah, my full name's Shannon Joy, but you can call me Joy.
Okay. Okay. Um,
I thought
which one of these topics?
the topic God needs humans to talk and do for him was interesting because I really don't agree.
Okay, can I ask you a really quick question? And this is just to so I don't want to say anything because I know you said you're going through chemo right now,
I
right?
am.
Um and I don't believe in this God, and the conversation can get really really deep, and sometimes believers get offended, right? By the things that I say about their God.
Don't worry
And
about that with
right.
me. I think
Okay.
I have a different perspective being very close to death. I mean, it's just why
Right.
would I care? I want to hear people's ideas, people's opinions, and
Well, I wanted to ask a question because I
please
know
do.
the best place to be, while going through chemo. Let me say, like, I've had cancer twice. Not, I didn't have to do the chemo with injection, but I did do oral chemo, and then I had to do radiation. I had surgery, chemo pills, and then radiation. The first time, the second time, I didn't have to do any chemo or radiation, just surgery. But I also know that like a positive mindset is really big when going through that, right? So I just wanted to make sure that the conversation, it doesn't cause you like any type of mental stress or anything like that. It doesn't, you don't walk away thinking something that you didn't think before. Like, I don't want to do that.
I appreciate
Because
that.
I know staying in a positive mind is important.
Trust. Yeah, people can say that all day long, but everybody gotta go through something. It's just what I gotta go through. So, I mean, I've been dealing with it for about 5, 6 years. So anything you say, I'm not gonna get triggered, but I would love to have a discussion because I think these things are
Okay.
important to talk about. And especially, it's like somebody's opinion could really open my mind up to some new information that I never thought to seek. So that's just my opinion. And I really do appreciate you for trying to keep my mind in a positive headspace. But it's like you can't control it. You can only do your best. But it's like only I can control my emotions. And I've been trying to do it for a long time. And it's been going all right. So I think I'll be okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I can tell that you sound pretty strong mentally, and I love that. If at any point that the conversation does get too much for you, just say the word and I'll stop. Okay.
Okay, no
Uh,
worries. But thank you.
you're welcome. Go ahead. You said you don't agree.
Well, I feel like you said you don't believe in this God at all.
Correct. Or Jesus.
Okay, I feel like there are some things that the God that I believe in, he can just do on his own. Where if it's like I'm worried about something, we could say a job interview. And I'm like, it's kind of up to fate, up to God for me to get this job. And I get it. He did not need anybody to have me, get the job. He could just will it on his own. I think he can will a lot of things on his own without human intervention.
How do
So
you prove that the God had anything to do with you getting the job, other
that's the
than you just
thing.
saying it was God?
That's the thing about, like, I didn't come on this life to prove that God exists because
No, not to. I didn't ask you to prove that the God exists. How do you prove that the God had anything to do with you getting the job, other than you saying that it was the God? That's my question.
because I think it's fate, and I really think that's just an extension of God. So I don't know if you can really
That's still
prove
your
it.
belief, though, right? Like, that's just your belief,
Exactly.
that, and a human is still involved in that, though, Joy. Like, right, your belief, right, lives in you. That's your mind, your heart, right? The human saying, I believe that God willed me to get this job. That's still a human doing that.
Let's say someone survives on a boat, right? There's a huge storm, and they, by the grace of God, happen to go onto shore safely. I guess that's an example of no human being involved, but kind of
But how do you know that a God had
negligent.
anything to do with their survival? That's the thing, right?
Right, you
The
you can't you
human,
can't prove that. I don't think that's why
right?
in debates when people try to explain miracles or something, the Christian or the believer will always lose because it will always come down to belief. That like it will
Exactly.
always come down to belief. So
Yeah, that's why it says a God needs, right, humans to talk and do for him. Like, the human is the one who says a God did this, right? And then you say that it's your God that you believe in. But another human that does not believe in your God has the same type of miracle and say their God did it, right? Someone who doesn't believe in a God, period, who believes in ancestors, say their ancestors did it, right? It's a belief that a human assigns to a certain thing.
I would definitely agree. I think everyone believes. You could say some people believe in their beliefs, right? Like you could say aliens helped them to shore. You could say, "Oh, my grandmother Joe led them to shore." But
Right. So
people
then
are
you
gonna have
agree
a
with that
reason.
then.
even if you say, oh, it's science, you're choosing to believe wholeheartedly in science. Like,
Right, but still,
everyone
it's a
can choose to
human saying
believe
it.
in something. Like, you
Right,
can't just
but
believe
I'm
in
not. Hold
nothing,
on,
right?
Joy. I don't want to get into. I'm not trying to. I don't have the conversations on prove the God exists. Right,
Mm-hmm.
those are wasteful conversations to me. Because I don't care whether you believe in a God or not. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the thing is, I don't care whether the God exists or not, right? It's being able to prove that you can actually engage with the God if it did exist here in the physical world, right? So, in order for this immaterial being to speak here in the material world, we have to get its words from another human. One, because we are finite beings, right, with a finite brain,
I
right?
understand
And
what you're
so if
saying.
yeah,
But
the
see, that's
God
the
only
thing.
speaks to your brain. So if you
Mm-hmm.
say that the God told you something, right? And I'm standing right next to you and I didn't hear a voice talking, I have to depend
Right.
on you to tell me what the God said, and then I have to activate my belief in you to believe that the God actually said that to you.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah,
Thank you for clarifying that. Then, yeah,
you're welcome.
definitely, like, that, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Like, no one, no one can prove that God told them to do something. They could say he did, but, he's never come down and speak to a whole group of people, and we have proof of it. So, I get what you're saying on this topic, so I'll concede on this point.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And it was a great conversation. And you're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Thanks.
Mhm. She said a word they don't use. What word is that? What word did she say? Well, Quincy, come tell us the laws that we need to follow to feel this God's presence. What word did she use? Oh, also I don't know why you were in my box. You're not coming up here. Uh, you you have triple debt now. Oh, so I gave you the opportunity during the talent show that night to wipe your slate clean, and you chose to double up. And then you got me this evening. So now you have triple debt. Don Five, how are you? And you said you can handle it. You said you can handle the double debt. So handle it. Don Five. Okay. It's okay if we get trolled. It's fine. Yeah. Are you saying that the young girl that just left? It's okay. That conversation is over. No, I don't wonder why the oceans. Uh, I don't know. I don't. What Quincy, what does that do to help you in your day-to-day life? Because you know why the oceans don't topple over the land, like, or once you find out why it don't, what does that do for you day to day? How does that help you live a better life, that you know that information, or that you say that that's God? How does that help you? I would like to know.
They be asking the dumbest shit and thinking they sound smart as hell.
And then they say, if you don't believe in a higher power, then you're daydreaming.
I cannot. Quincy, oh, ooh, child.
Yeah. I don't care, Quincy, if there is a God. Like I literally just said that. Have your God. I don't think that you can engage with a God. I don't care. Like trying to prove to me that there's a God is a waste of your time because you're not gonna nobody can do that. Unless you can show him through some supernatural binoculars that transcend time and space. That is a waste of time in this room. Why do I want to go to the bottom of the ocean, Quincy? There's not shit that I want at the bottom of the ocean. Like, why? I don't wake up thinking about what the fuck is at the bottom of the ocean. Then why don't you go to the other realm? Go to the other realm. If you know that you can pass to the other realm at the bottom of the ocean and see, why don't you go? Why are you still here? What good does that do me? I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't like, what am I going to do with these beings that you say are at the bottom of the ocean in another realm? What am I going to do? Christ like Jen, how are you?
What up?
Christ like Jen?
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Um, the devil belongs to the believers.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you explain that to me? I'm not bothered, but I just want your explanation. And then,
Yeah, you believe in God, you believe in the devil. I don't believe in God, I don't believe in the devil. Simple as that.
but that's not a full explanation of
Your
how you.
God, your devil. It's your God, it's your God, your devil. Your
Then you're
story.
gonna have to explain. Then you're gonna have to
That's
explain.
explaining. What don't you understand about that?
Wait a minute. If there's something evil and there's something good, then how can you make something
I did it.
evil
What is
good?
evil doesn't have to be the devil. Evil is an action. Evil is something that people do. You are the one who blame a devil or call it a devil.
Okay, can you give me an explanation of the devil then?
That's your being. Like what is the devil to you?
Oh my God. Okay, so you just came up with the conclusion of
What
God is a
is the
devil?
devil to you? What is the devil to you? This is your God. What is the devil to your God?
Okay, I'm trying to figure this thing out, what you're saying, because if
Does
you
your
call
God have a
something
devil?
evil, no, it doesn't.
Evil is an action that people do or a thought or something that people say, right?
So the name,
It's not a it's
so
not
the
an
name,
entity. You named it an entity, right? Like your belief
but it,
system calls it an entity. It says the devil is evil. The devil does evil, right? And your
yeah,
God sends evil spirits, right? A evil is an immoral act, right? Or wickedness that causes harm, right?
yeah,
Like you believe you call that a god named devil. I don't. This is
he is
your
not a
character
god.
and your story.
It's
Like
No, it's not a
literally,
God.
literally. And the Christian who has control over this world?
Obviously, the Almighty God, but the devil is not a God.
Who does this book say is the ruler of this world?
The devil is the ruler of this
Except
world.
it doesn't say devil, it says the prince of this world, right? It says that he is the
Yeah,
prince
but
of
we
this
know who the
world,
prince.
right?
But we know
Then it
who the
says
prince
that
of
the
this
God
world
of this
is.
world, right? The God of this world, like your belief, right, believes that this entity exists, not me, right? I don't. This is your belief system, not mine. Therefore, the devil
Okay, so you
belongs
don't.
to Christians, to believers.
So you don't believe that there's evil and good.
I never said that. I said I don't believe in a devil because the
You
devil is a
can't. You can't say
character. I'm
you don't
talking right
believe
now.
in a
I'm talking
devil.
right now. I'm talking and then you'll understand. I don't believe in a mythological character named Lucifer. Okay? I don't believe in a mythological character named the devil.
Right.
Right? That is not the same as saying that good exists or bad exists. Those are different things.
It's just that I don't know. It just doesn't make it. It's just that it just I can't get this. Figure it out. I can't. I don't know. I lost my words because I can't understand why you say the devil belongs to God, because if God is good and God is light and the devil is evil and the devil is darkness, then how can you say those things come
To
together? It's just
you, I don't have to believe in a devil to know that humans can do bad. I don't
but
have to
where
believe
does
in
the
a
devil
devil
come from?
to know. I don't have to believe in a God to know that humans can do good. It is humans doing these things. You, right, have a belief. Your belief is in a immaterial God that you can't see. You also have a belief and an immaterial devil that you cannot see. Both of these immaterial entities have to possess or use human bodies to do the good or the bad that you believe is happening, right? That's your belief,
Well,
not mine.
okay, all right, but it still doesn't make sense that you can claim that the devil belongs to believers, but you know, y-
Whose
I don't know.
story is this? Whose story is this?
It's not a story; it's a
Let
reality.
me, that's your reality, right?
It's
Whose
a
God is
reality. It's not
this?
a story.
Whose
If
God
you
is this? Whose
look
God is
outside,
this?
look
Who
outside,
hey, whose
look
God is
outside,
this?
then you tell
Whose
me.
God is it? Are you just gonna, I don't listen, stop, okay? Whose God is this?
It's
Whose
our
God
God.
is this? No,
It's
it's not
our
my God
God.
because I don't believe in this God.
No, it's your
Whose
God
God is
too.
this?
Even if you don't believe, but it
Your
doesn't
if
change
it's
that
my
you
God,
were
then he's
formed by
narcissistic as
God.
fuck, and I think he is the devil. How about that? If he's my God, then he is the devil that Christians are afraid of. He is the evil, sadistic, narcissistic, conceited, egotistical, homicidal devil
And why
that
is that?
Christians are afraid of.
And why is that?
Because all he does is rob, kills, and destroys in this book. And you know what's also crazy is that there is no devil in this book that is doing any of the things that Christians believe a devil wants to do to them. In fact, it is your God that sends evil spirits to possess people.
Oh,
It is your God that allows humans to
you
call
can't
down.
just
Hold on,
claim that.
hold on. I'm talking.
You
I'm
can't
talking
just
now.
claim
You put
something
this
you
God on me.
cannot
Now let
prove.
me talk. Please
You
mute while I'm
cannot claim
talking.
something you cannot
Mute
prove.
while I'm, then you can't claim a God for me, and you should not have done that. You shouldn't have crossed the boundary. Okay? It is this God in this book that sends evil spirits to possess people. It is this God in this book that called down curses, that answered the call to send down a curse to kill kids for calling a man bald. It is this God in this book that told a human to tell other humans to kill other humans for the sake of power and land. It is this God in this book that condoned slavery, that told his favorite children, the Israelites, that it was okay for them to enslave foreigners and keep them as property for life. And because this God told his favorite Israelites that that was okay to do, then his other favorite children, the Europeans, decided that they would do it too. Okay? It is this God that told the Israelites to sacrifice 32 virgins to him. It is this God that told the Israelites to reject his so-called son so that he could murder him on the cross as a human sacrifice to save some Gentiles who really didn't need him. It is this God who has birds sitting around his throne eating on human flesh, waiting for Gentiles to come and beg him to go into his new Jerusalem to be his slaves and build up his walls. It is this God who is waiting to torture humans in fire after he burns the whole entire world. There is no devil in this book doing anything to you humans. It is the God, and he belongs to you.
Are you being serious or are you just joking?
Like, honestly, if for you to ask me that, then you must not read your book.
No, I'm just asking because all the things that you've said right now is your perspective of the book.
I didn't give a perspective.
So
I stated facts. I did not give a perspective. I stated facts.
No, it's not a fact. It's not facts.
It's not a fact that your God sent evil spirits to Saul.
It's not facts. It's your point of view.
It's not a fact that your God sent evil spirits. So I didn't give a point of view. I did not give a point of view. Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact? I'm talking. I am talking. I'm talking right now. I'm talking. Is it not a fact that this God sent evil spirits to Saul, sent an evil spirit to Saul to torture him?
After he did what?
I don't care about what he did. Did your God send? I don't care about what he did. Did he send an evil spirit?
No.
Did yes or no? Did he send it? Did he send an evil spirit? Yes or no? I don't give a flying fuck. Who sent the evil spirit? The devil or your God? Who sent the evil spirit? The devil or your God?
The devil. The devil.
Show me where it says that. Show me where it says. Show me where it says the devil sent it. Go to the scripture. Go to the scripture. And show me where it says. Go to the scripture. Pull it up in the scripture.
It doesn't say.
Stop. Hold on. Stop. Because you're like the crashing out. The crashing out is getting old. Like literally, it's getting old. Okay. You made a claim, right? And this is the issue. Okay. You crossed my boundary. You wanted to fucking put this God on me. Now deal with it. Go to the book and show me where it says the devil sent the evil spirit to Saul.
It doesn't specifically says the devil, but we know.
Who does it say?
Devil. No.
Who does it say? Who does it say the evil spirit is from?
It only says after God rejected him, an evil spirit entered him because he disobeyed God.
So you just gonna lie like that, right? You gonna lie like that?
I'm not lying.
You are lying. Yes, you are.
I'm not lying.
Now I'm gonna pull it up. Okay? I'm going to pull up the scripture and I'm gonna put it on the screen. Okay? So you sure you don't want to take that back? I think it's a trip how they need this God. They need to put their God on other people for them to believe it. All you had to do was respect my boundaries. Like, that's fucking ridiculous.
I'm not putting my God on you. I'm just saying what you claim is not true.
I don't care. I don't. But your God does not exist to me. Your God is man-made.
But it doesn't change the fact that it does. Are you serious?
Except you can't prove that it does. You can't prove that it does. That's your belief. Now, what does it say before I put this on the screen? Who sent the evil spirit to Saul? What does it say?
You tell me.
No, because you sat up here and lied. What does it say? Who sent the
You
evil
tell me.
spirit? So you're gonna
You
play
tell
games
me.
like this? You're gonna be childish.
No, you the one who said God sends the
Are you
evil
gonna be
spirit.
childish and dishonest? Are you gonna be childish and
I'm not
dishonest?
dishonest.
I
I'm not
heard you
being
looking for the
dishonest.
scripture. I heard you looking for the scripture. What does it say?
I'm not looking for the scripture. I know the
So you're gonna lie
scripture.
again. Then what
I'm
does it
not
say?
lying. I'm
Then
not
what does it
lying.
say? Then what does it say?
You tell me. You're the one who claimed.
So does it say that the evil spirit came from your God?
I can't believe you, man. Because you claim things that you don't have a full understanding
So am
of.
I lying? Am I lying? Does it not say that the evil spirit came from your God? Yes or no?
But God is not evil.
Does it say the evil spirit came from your God? Yes or no?
God is not evil.
Answer my question.
My point is God is not evil.
So you're not going to answer my question because I'm about to bring it up. And everybody's going to see that you just lied.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth.
All right. Okay. 1 Samuel 16, 14, 15. Now the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord tormented him. And Saul's servant said to him, see now, an evil spirit from God is tormenting you. Where did the evil spirit come from?
You need to have wisdom in order for you to understand the
Where did
text.
who sent the evil spirit?
Wait a minute. Let me explain it to you. Saul was
Who
protected by the
sent?
hand of God,
I don't give a damn
but God
who
removed the
sent.
spirit
I
from
don't
him
care. I don't
when
care. I
the
don't care how you have to
protection was
justify
off
it in
and
your
the
head.
devil.
I don't
No,
care how you have to justify it in your head. The question is who, not why. The question is who, not why. Who sent the evil spirit? Who?
it's obviously the devil.
So your God is the devil.
My God
I
is
agree
not a
with
devil.
you. Your God. So
No,
you're just gonna sit here and look at
my
this
God
and
is not a
say
devil.
it says an evil
My
spirit
God
from
is not
God,
a
an
devil.
evil
My
spirit from
God is not a
God,
devil.
and you just gonna sit here and lie. Are you a pastor? Are you a pastor?
That's why I
What
was trying
continent
to
are you
explain
from?
to you, because
What
You
what what
cannot
continent are
understand
you
the
from?
book without the wisdom.
I
Without
mean,
wisdom,
what country are you from on the continent? What country are you from?
you
What
you
country
can't
are you
read the
from?
you can't read the word
What
as
country are
like
you
you're reading just
from?
any other book.
Well, oh, I know y'all reinterpret shit, y'all make up shit, and you lie, just like you're doing right now. What country are you
Does
from?
it matter? Does it
Because
matter?
are you a pastor? Are you a pastor?
Does it matter?
Are you one of the many pastors on the continent that lie to people? That
I'm not a
tell people
pastor.
that when it says
I'm
that
just
the
an
spirit
ordinary
came from the
pastor.
Lord, that the Lord
I'm
is the
just an
devil there,
ordinary person.
huh? Are you one of
But you
those
have to
pastors
understand.
that do that? Are you one of those pastors that lie and say the word God there
You
means
have to
devil?
understand. You need
Huh?
to have
Do you
wisdom
do
for.
you take do you take your congregation to the Blue Letter Bible and show them what it says there? The word God. What's that word? Does that mean devil?
Strong's H430, entry 1, Eloach. Eloach.
Does
Second,
that mean devil? Are you there?
Yeah,
Does that mean
the
devil?
truth still remains. The truth still remains.
No, your
It
truth, your
doesn't
lying
change the
truth.
truth.
Your
No,
lying
it's not
truth.
my.
You lie. Your
No,
God
it's
sent
not
the
my
evil
lying
spirit.
truth.
Your God sent the evil spirit. You're a liar. And I don't like liars. So in a minute I'm gonna take you down. The next day, an evil spirit from God rushed upon Saul, and he raged within his house while David was playing the lyre, as he did day by day. Saul had his spear in his hand, and Saul threw the spear for he thought, I will pin David to the wall. But David eluded him twice. You know what else your God did? Your God decided to send lying spirits. Right? Your God sent lying spirits. It wasn't the devil, it was your God who worked and conspired with lying spirits. He had all these spirits around him, right? Then Micah said, therefore, hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne with all the hosts of heaven standing beside him to the right and to the left of him. And the Lord said, who will entice Ahab so that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? Then one said one thing, and another said another, until a certain spirit came forward and stood before the Lord, saying, I will entice him. How? The Lord asked him. He replied, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. Then the Lord said, you are to entice him, and you shall succeed. Go out and do it. So you see, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets. The Lord has decreed disaster for you. You know what? You know what else is crazy that your Lord would do? Your Lord said that if a man tells a false prophecy and deceives you, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. The Lord. If a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. Not the devil, your God, the Lord. And if you get them confused, I can understand how you would get them confused because they both belong to you. Because this is your belief, your story, not mine. But the more you try to force this on me, the more I'm going to talk about it and the more you're going to hate it.
I'm not trying to force anything on you because it
You
doesn't
did
change the
when I told
reality.
you it's your God, not
It doesn't
mine.
change the reality.
Well, the more you try to force it, the more I'm going to talk about it. The more I'm gonna let y'all know why I don't. Y'all
Keep
want me to
talking.
shut up? Then y'all need to stop trying to force your beliefs on me. Keep your
Keep
beliefs to
talking. I'm
yourself.
not
This
forcing.
is your
I'm not
belief,
forcing it. I
not
just need to
mine.
ask one question.
Don't be begging for
I'm not
respect and
forcing
asking
it.
people to leave your beliefs alone, and then you don't want to respect someone's choice not to believe it. I think Fee is coming up to talk to you. Like I'm gonna let Fee talk to you right quick. I'm gonna go fix me some coffee, but I don't like liars. I can't stand them.
Hey, Tinker. Hey, Lala.
Hey Fee, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Did you want to say anything to him, to Christ like Jen?
Yeah, I mean, when he first came up, I think he was struggling to understand, like, just the idea of the God. I'm sorry, the devil belonging to believers. But I mean, there we have no need for him. Like, I don't understand why that concept was so foreign. That was when I originally requested, but then it delved into just kind of a plain demonstration of the fact that he may or may not have actually read the book, because the words say what the words say. Like, it's not even ambiguous. It's very clear that the words say that the lying spirit, the evil spirit, came from the God that you serve. So I'd be interested to see how you see that, or how you reconcile that in your belief system.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make some coffee. Okay.
All I can say is you can just read the book without having wisdom to know what the book says.
Does wisdom change the meaning of words?
Yes, it does. No, it doesn't change the meaning of words, but it's deeper than that.
But do you not see how that could be problematic for someone like myself, right? Like, I was a Christian for over 30 years. I believed everything that the leaders in the congregation or the church that I was a part of told me to believe about this book. But when I actually read the book, and I know what words mean, I'm pretty literate. And it's not an issue of not understanding what the words mean. But when believer after believer comes up here and tells us that we're not using wisdom, or we're not using our spiritual eyes, and you all aren't even consistent in what the spiritual eyes allow you guys to see, how does that allow us to then take any confidence in an individual interpretation of what words mean when they don't clearly align with what we understand them to mean? Like, if I told you on Friday, I'm going to give you $150, how could you then read that and say, oh, on Friday, Thinker's going to give me $150? That's not what the words said. They say what they say. But then you guys come up here and try to convince us that they don't mean what they say. Your spirit, or God's Holy Spirit, has told you what they actually mean, but it's a different interpretation from each believer. That just doesn't make sense. All of you can't be telling the truth, but you could all absolutely be incorrect. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because Jesus used to tell parables. So you understand what I'm trying to say?
I know what a parable is, and this isn't a parable. Like, you know what a parable
Yeah,
is. You've heard fairy
I
tales
know what a
before.
parable.
Yeah, you've heard fairy tales
I know
before.
what
You
a
can
parable.
you can identify when a literary device like a parable is being used. This is not a parable. It seems as
Well,
though y'all simply want to take the portions
well,
of the Bible that are problematic and label them
I'm
as
not.
being parable or allegory
No,
or
I'm not. I'm not
metaphorical.
labeling it as a parable. I'm not labeling it as a parable. But what I'm trying to say is, some of the things in the Bible, in order for you to understand, you need to have full context of what is going on in the Bible, right, and in the world, and you need to have wisdom in order for you to know.
Sure. The full context of this is that your God made Saul want to kill David with these freaking headaches by this evil spirit. That's the full context. You want to talk about the why because you want to justify the fact that your God sent an evil spirit. And I don't care about that. It's the fact that your
No,
God sent
baby,
the evil
no,
spirit,
no.
not
Listen,
the devil.
listen.
And you are a liar. You are a liar,
No,
just
listen,
like
baby.
your father,
No,
the
listen,
devil.
baby. No, no, no. You need to understand that the consequences of doing evil
I don't
is
care. It's
evil.
still your God. I don't care. The point
No,
is that your God sent the evil spirit, not a devil. I don't care about the consequences. That's yours.
but
That's
it
you
doesn't
need to figure
change.
that out. That's
It
not the
doesn't change the
conversation. The
facts.
conversation is who,
It
not
doesn't
the
change the
why.
facts.
Who. The conversation is who, and you can't even come to terms with the who. You have to lie to yourself. That's the
I'm not
problem.
lying. I'm not lying because I explained to you that in order for you to understand some of the things in the
Who
Bible,
sent the
you
Who
need
sent
to
the
have
evil spirit?
wisdom.
Who
You need to
sent
have
the evil
wisdom.
spirit? Who
You
sent
need to
it?
have wisdom. You need
Okay,
to have
five,
wisdom.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You lost.
Who? Who sent the evil spirit?
You lost.
Is there a reason why you can't answer the who? Because that's
He
not a
left.
that's not a trick question. Oh, okay. Because that's just weird.
No, do that. Do that. Why you take him down? Oh, do that. Took him down.
Oh,
Do that. Why you take him down? No, he didn't leave. Do that. Took him down. He's a liar. Yeah, he's a liar. And then like the fact is like if this book makes you have to lie, then why the fuck do you follow it? Like you can't even admit like the book says the God sent the evil spirit. However you need to justify it, but the fact is you can't even bring yourself to say what's in the book that the God did it.
and that's a point I was going to ask him. Because even if you think as a believer the actions were justified because of what Saul had done or because of what whoever got the evil spirit had done, I don't even remember what story we're talking about at this point. Even if you believe that it was justified, okay, you can hold that belief, but don't lie about where it came from. Like don't tell me I don't understand words in English because you can't admit that this particular passage flies in the face of the fact that your God is all good. Just admit that. Be honest with yourself.
And they can't do that. And then they always talk about context when they also reject the context because they don't really like this God. They have to change the God and make him more of what they were told he was. Because a lot of them are just now meeting this God because they had never read the book.
And appealing to context that you don't know is never going to help you. Like you can just throw out the word context because you've heard other apologists use that word as if it's a catch-all or this panacea that's going to solve all of the biblical contradictions, but it doesn't. So instead of saying that, just be honest with yourself. You know what? I'm not sure why it says that. It did say very clearly that the lying spirit came from God. The evil spirit came from God. Let me look into that and I'll get back with you. But they go 10 toes down in the nope. You're not reading it correctly. You're taking it out of context. You're twisting it. No, I'm not. The book says what the book says.
It's ridiculous. To those of you that are in the guest request box, please keep in mind that we do not carry over from previous topics. If you're coming up here to pick up where the line preacher left off, we will not be doing that. If you come up here, we do ask that you pick your own topic and start from your own perspective, okay? If you are in the guest request box, please comment and let us know that you are there on purpose. We have about an hour and 15 minutes left in the show. That way we do not spend a lot of the time going through ghost requests. Thank you. I can't get the box open. I hit it, so I'm waiting for it to open to bring somebody up. I recommend that you keep reading the Bible. That way you can see how much of a maniac this God is. Don't stop reading the Bible. That's why we read it every day. Don't stop. You're absolutely correct, Jimmy. Thank you for reminding everybody of that.
And if they realize that the reason most of us are non-believers is because we actually read the book, they might stop giving that advice.
Exactly. Justin did a video that was like, don't fight them putting the Bible in the schools. That way the kids will know how crazy this God is. He was like, don't be mad. It's a good thing.
That's wild. Oh, and I would just like to officially announce I had a friend. Her name was Christina Carroll. But she turned me on to Game of Thrones, and because I'd never watched one episode of it. And this was,
I just finished it yesterday.
oh my goodness. But the parallels in terms of the mindset between believers and people in this movie or this series is insane, because it's clearly not about doing a thing because it's the right thing to do. It's about allegiance. It's about loyalty. It's about following directions and not asking questions, simply doing what you're told. And it doesn't have to make sense. Like that from in season 1, because I'm already in season 2 and we just started watching this damn thing, I think Saturday. Just in season 1 alone, I'm like, these parallels are insane. And how necessity and poverty and just not having your needs met will allow you to accept anything, any belief system, latch on to anything for hope. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, I was saying last week how there is a part where Tyrion, I'm not this isn't a spoiler, but last week Tyrion asked his right hand man, he said, if I ask you to go and grab a baby out of a mother's arms, a new baby out of a mother's arms and slash his throat, would you ask questions? And his right hand man said, nope. No, he said yes. And then he said, how much? And Tyrion's face was just like terrified.
I saw that too. Yep.
Yeah. And then Cesare, she demonstrated her power, right? When Lord Bailey was saying knowledge is power. And then so she told her soldiers, grab him, put a knife to his neck or kill him. They put the knife to his neck, and then she told him to halt. Then she told him to turn around. Then she was like, that's true power. And that, to me, is how the believers are to this God, and to the early believers, I would probably say until maybe the last 5 years, were like that to the pastors or the leaders of this God, like who claim to talk for the God. You were to not question the preachers. Cersei. Yeah. You were not to question the leaders. You were not to, have your own mind. You were to, whatever the man of God says, do you do, right? Whatever the man of God says, believe you believe. You give to the man of God so that the man of God's house is filled and you're living in poverty, right? Like that's just watching it, like literally reminded me of that. And then Joffrey, have you got to the point where you met Joffrey yet?
Yes.
Seen Joffrey?
Yeah.
He is the God. Joffrey and Ramsay, they are the God. Yeah, well, I just finished it yesterday.
Yeah, even their mindset of I'm the king, I can do whatever I want. Like just that, being above reproach, being above question. Like what was the first king? Is it Robert? Yeah, Robert had children all over the place. And it's just something you had to deal with. You don't ask questions. You don't hold them to any standard of morality or decency. And the parallels to religion in just season 1 alone has been mind blowing.
And then even just like the whole land grab concept, right? Everybody's fighting for land. It's about power and ruling and incest.
The merging of belief systems, like when the fire girl, whatever her name is, I keep forgetting everybody's names, but even when she was
Targaryen.
yeah, in the ear of the king and, well, the wannabe king, and, trying to merge their flags to represent both cultures and both belief systems. It's the exact same thing that we see in Christianity. It's the exact same thing as in terms of the birth of Christianity and all of the Canaanite pantheon gods and their practices and their laws being just ultimately melded into an established system. And it all becomes this jumble mess of what should I believe? What's true? How can you, separate the salt from the stew in this? And you can't, honestly, at that point.
Christ like Jen, there is no fucking reason for me to bring you back up. I don't like your God because he lies. I don't like you because you lie. I don't talk to your God because it lies. I'm not talking to you because you lie. I don't talk to your God because it's not valuable. I'm not talking to you because it's not valuable. So stay out of my box.
And you all can't. Why would you have a conversation and expect honesty from a person who clearly can't be honest with themselves? He saw what that scripture said. He just doesn't want to believe what it says because it goes against the narrative. So no, what's the point of engaging in a conversation if you're not only being dishonest with us, but you're being dishonest with yourself? That doesn't make any sense.
And it just made me think about like when Afro last week when we had our conversation about the God religion within the African diaspora, and the question was, what does or has God or Jesus done for the African diaspora? And Afro was talking about how a lot of the pastors on the continent scam people who can barely eat, people who really believe in this God. They are sick and they're hoping for a miracle, and these pastors will straight up lie to them about what's in the book. And then she said, like, they're not allowed to read the book. They're read too. That's the type of shit they did in the late Bronze Age. Why in the fuck are they still doing that in Africa? Why are they still reading to them instead of allowing them to read the book for themselves?
Exactly.
No, and exactly. I know they can read, like, but why are they holding it back so that they can lie to them? And then to see a man who is a pastor or a minister on the continent get up here and lie straight to our face when the fucking scripture is right there on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have no conscience.
None whatsoever. And then going back to just like when people talk about, the Bible is the inspired word of God, using a Game of Thrones reference when Ned was taking Robert's last words and writing down his final edict, and he changed it based on what he understood to be the truth. But yet we're supposed to act like these original manuscripts are God's words because apparently his Holy Spirit was on these people. Like, y'all just got to make it make sense.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. He said he was on the continent, but he didn't say what country. But all that matters to me is he's in the African diaspora lying to black people. Hi, how are you?
I am good. Just passing through listening to the conversation. Feel like I can add my 2 cents to it.
Right. So I don't want you to add your 2 cents to the conversation that I was having with Fee, or the conversation that I had with the previous guest. We don't carry over conversations, okay? So what we do ask is that you pick a topic and you start a conversation from your perspective, okay?
Okay. But I was listening.
Are you a believer? Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
No.
Are you deconstructing? I'm sorry. Let me just qualify you. Let me just qualify you for the conversation real quick, okay? This part right here should just be really quick. I don't need an explanation. I just need to know: do you believe in the God of the Bible, or Jesus, or are you deconstructing from Christianity, or thinking about deconstructing from Christianity, or have you deconstructed from Christianity and now consider yourself to be an atheist or non-believer? Just which one of those?
None of the above. However, I have been.
Okay, so this conversation is for people within one of those 3 categories, okay?
Yeah.
But I thank you for coming up, okay?
Hold up. I was gonna.
The
Can I
conversation
say
is for
something?
people in those three categories.
Yeah.
Okay. No,
I am
no.
in those.
This isn't. This is.
Hold
You
up.
just said none of those. So which one? Which one are you in?
I'm in these totally deconstructed already.
So you have deconstructed from Christianity now.
Yes.
Why did you say none before?
No, I said not. You didn't let me finish. I said none of those that you listed. However, I'm
I
on.
did list
I'm
that.
yes, but there's more to mine. That's what I
I
was trying
don't
to
like. I'm
explain.
not interested in that. I'm not interested in
Okay.
that. That's why I said this
Okay.
part should be very quick. Okay.
Okay. I'm
Listen, I'm
fully
not
deconstructed.
interested. Okay, listen. I'm not here to hear your deconstruction story, right? That's not what this is. Okay. I don't ask you that question so you can explain to me why you believe in Jesus or why you don't. I just need to know that you fit the conversation. Okay. And then I would like to move on to discuss one of the topics on the board. I'm not interested in you explaining to me why you have made a decision. Does that make sense? Are you there? And if you are a Muslim, again, this conversation is about Christianity, okay? Are you there? Good morning, Ria.
Good morning. Hey, you guys. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Rita, good
I,
morning.
I don't fucking know you, citizen. I like there's no reason for me uh to avoid you. I don't know you.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, my mic was
Yeah.
muted.
Okay. So you have deconstructed from Christianity.
Yes.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss? And keep in mind, if you've deconstructed from Christianity and you are now a non-believer or an atheist, is that correct?
That's what I was trying to explain. No, I do
I
not
just need
fall
to
in.
know:
No,
are you an
no,
atheist or a non-believer?
no, neither.
Okay, so you don't fit the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
All
right.
right.
No
Have a good
problem.
day.
You
All
too.
right.
They make
Yeah,
it
like y'all.
difficult.
Yes.
I mean, I get that people, okay, they go through their processes and they come up with their own esoteric belief systems, and that's great. But we don't know those belief systems. So there's not going to be a fruitful conversation that could be built off of your belief system that we don't understand, don't know. You've crafted your own God. It's a very simple three categories. I'm not sure why that's so difficult.
It's difficult because a lot of the times people, it's just, oh, deconstructing, right? But we don't realize that while you're deconstructing the religion, you also have to deconstruct the indoctrination and how it affected your behavior, right? When they're when they're deconstructing, they just oh, I'm moving on from one addiction to the next, right? One belief to the next. They don't actually look at their actions. They don't deconstruct. Oh, like what did this belief system teach me, right? Like what are my behaviors? Am I respecting people's boundaries now? Am I, going around prophetizing about my newfound spirituality, right? Even though they now say, oh, Christianity is bad, and then they jump onto the next addiction, right? They still have that evangelizing spirit. They still have that, oh, I got to go tell everybody about my newfound thingy, right? They have to make sure that everybody knows, because that's why we find the spiritual people that are just as hostile, right, as the Christians, because they're like, why don't you believe what the fuck I'm saying? Why don't you believe what I'm telling you? Because there's no difference between what you're telling me right now and the Christianity that you just left. But they can't conceptualize.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. That citizen guy. I don't know where you went. I tried to bring you up. Quincy MBA, I offered you to come up. You're not in the box. So if you can convert us all back, the offer is open. The box is open. Give me just a second. I don't know where the guy went. Did he get blocked? The citizen guy?
I don't even think I saw him in the comments.
He was in the comments and he was like, he asked me why was I avoiding him like the plague. He was in the request and I brought him up, but he was gone. So I don't know if he got blocked and that's why he didn't connect. Let me see who's in the box. I think too, people are so used to just being able to like hop up in the box and just say what they want to say. Like people feel entitled, like because they have something to say, they think that they have a right to say it, and they're not used to boundaries being set. Yeah, and they think that it's mean. Like no, there is the structure to the conversation. You're outside of that structure, and we don't want you to change it. Just abide by that. That's why Free Form Friday exists. So that if you don't fit within that structure, then on Thursday leading into Friday, then you can come up and talk about what you want to talk about as you don't fit into one of these three buckets. I'm trying to open the box. I mean the request box, y'all. Give me just a second. I don't know what you're talking about, Quincy. Get in the box. If you're gonna convert us, how are you saying that's me being offended? I literally offered you space on the stage. Come convert us back.
But
It doesn't make sense for you to be in the comments saying that you're gonna do something, and then when I extend an invitation to you to come do it, you don't do it.
yeah, and I'm not sure how successful his conversion process is going to be because he was referring to a supreme being, BEEN, and I just don't know what that is.
Oh my gosh.
Ria, me and Christina were talking about you this weekend.
Oh, what?
I was telling her how much I giggle when you start calling people weirdos. Like, why are you being a weirdo? I'm like, when they piss Ria off, it is so funny to me. Like, they work her
Then she
last
be like
name.
the fuck. How she say
Yes.
fuck the? I don't give a the fuck. I can't even say how she said, but it's like I picture her curving her mouth when she say it, like the.
I
I
know,
can't even
right?
say it. But
It's okay. I don't feel bad because I know I'm in good company. So if y'all talking about me, it's all good.
It was all good things. We were laughing at like just the different conversations that, that occur on here and the different ways people handle it and the ridiculous denials that people just hold on to, i.e. the guy that was just up here, bring it up on the big screen, read the words. Words mean what they mean. And nope, that's not right. You're twisting it. It's bananas.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I think the thing that like irritates me the most, and the feeling that I get, I can't even explain. I don't even know if it has a word for it. Is the fact that you're willing to just lie, like just blatantly lie, with no remorse. Like it literally makes my stomach hurt. What the fuck is a thinker doing in my goddamn request box?
Oh,
My
that is
goodness.
bold. That
That's
is
It's
bold.
wild.
fucking bold.
That is bold.
Hold on, y'all. How the fuck is it me? in my own request box.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like go to YouTube right quick.
I'd bring them
Wait,
up.
wait, wait, wait. No, 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 no. My bad. I think I clicked on the damn stage. Hold on. Hold on. Where's she at? There she go. Hold on.
You don't want to bring
No,
them
it
up?
says it's Turgil to VH. Natural born clairvoyant and empath. Fucking thief. Yeah, bring them up. And I took a screenshot and it's on YouTube.
Thinker, you said they were probably in these lives, sticking around.
So you just gonna pretend to be me? Oh, did TikTok throw your ass on stage? TikTok, they don't even know they're on stage.
Damn.
Wow.
Stay quiet. I should have stayed quiet. What language was that?
I was trying to listen. I couldn't make it out.
Me either.
Wow. Yep, it was a man. I was tripping. I clicked on my old fucking profile on the stage and I'm like, how the fuck am I? That's crazy. Yep. Nah, they don't wanna be me. They're trying to steal from y'all. They're trying to get people to pay them for reading. Somebody gave their telephone number out. Like your telephone number can lead people to so much information about you. Like they're trying to steal from y'all, right? Older people in here, they will try to convince you to give your credit card number, your if you have a cash app, anything. They'll try to lure you to like a third party app, right? They'll lie and say stuff like they need help, right? They're not trying to be me. They're trying to use my influence and the trust that I've built with a lot of you. So like it's important that y'all realize this is my only account. The thinker account with the blue face, the main account with the 300,000 followers, that's my only account with the blue face. And then my backup is the purple account here at the bottom. And my backup will always be on stage during the live. Those are my only two accounts. I don't have anymore. Then block them. Just looking. If it's not this one or this purple one, it's not me. Just block them. And I don't do readings with your lying ass. Y'all, I'm waiting on the box to open up. Give me just a second.
I know Navia wanted to come up. You want me to pull her up?
Who?
I think her name is Navia. Nivea?
Yeah.
Hello? Thinker.
Navia?
Yes, hello. I
Hi, how
think
are
it's
you?
like you're talking and it's clear, but like sometimes it's just kind of like your words are not really getting through kind of thing. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, I can hear you. Lala, y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. But in the comments, it like sometimes it'll cut off or it'll loop Like it keeps looping.
Yeah. I think it's TikTok because of so many people watching.
That's like,
Okay, if it freezes, then we'll start back over. But we have less than an hour left. I really
Yeah.
would hate to do a restart with only less than an hour left.
Oh no, it's okay. I'll get to it. I'm just here because I'm Christian and I came across your live and I just seen that all these things on it, and I just wanted to ask our host, where did you get this belief? Were you a Christian prior to this, or?
So I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in this God. What you can do when you come up is pick a topic and start a conversation about the topic. But I'm not here to be
Right.
interviewed.
Oh, okay. So yeah, okay. So the devil belongs to believers. God can stop sin or simply forgive. Pretty much all of them I want to address, but
You can
they
only
all fall
address.
under the
You have
same
time to
category.
address one, Nivea. You only have time to address one. Okay, just
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Don't worry, they all fall under the same.
No, you
Me
can
addressing it,
address
so it's
one.
okay.
You
As
can
far
address one.
as
Nivea. You can
yes,
address one topic. Okay, one.
yes, yeah. So believers don't like the Old Testament. No, that's incorrect. We actually love the Old Testament because from the Old Testament it shows Jesus Christ all the way to the New Testament. So that's wrong. And nobody up in
So,
here as a
do you
Christian
agree
would
that Jesus
deny.
condoned slavery? Do you agree that Jesus condoned slavery, Nivea?
And yes, but depends what kind of slavery you're talking about.
He
Because
he condoned He
are you
condoned
talking
all
about the
slavery, Nivea. All slavery. He condoned
no,
indentured
no?
servitude. Nivea, I'm
He
talking right now,
allowed it.
and then you can
He
Nivea.
allowed
I'm
things
talking.
to
That's what
happen.
condone means. That's what condone means. But I'm talking right now, and then you can respond. Okay. So he condoned indentured servitude. He condoned. If I mute you, stay muted. He condoned indentured servitude. He condoned chattel slavery. He condoned sex slavery. If Jesus is God in the Old Testament, he condoned all three of those. Even through to the New Testament, he did not condemn it, and neither did his apostles. All slavery.
He did not have anything to do
He
with sex
did, and
slavery.
we can go to the scriptures. Yes, he
Let's
did.
go to the
He told
scriptures. Let's
he
do that.
told he told the
Let's
fathers
do that.
that they could
Let's
sell
go
their
to the
daughters. Yeah.
scriptures
Let's
because
go
you
to
said you'll do
Exodus. Let's
scriptures.
go to Exodus.
Okay,
Let's go to Exodus. Exodus
Nivea, you gonna
21.
calm yourself down, all right? And we're gonna have a discussion.
Yeah, well, talk to me like a
Okay.
woman until you
Well
can talk
then
to me like a
Yeah,
woman.
Nivea,
and we are. We are.
Nivea,
Nobody's gonna talk to you like you're a baby. No, we're not gonna talk to you like a baby. So don't
Just
expect
kind of
that.
did.
Deal
nobody
with it
no
like a woman. Deal with it like a woman. You're not a teenager. We're not gonna pussyfoot around and sugarcoat and talk sweet to you. We're gonna talk to you like a grown woman. You come up here and you act like a grown woman. We're gonna treat you like a grown woman. Okay.
All right.
So
So
Exodus
let's go to the
21.
scriptures.
Exodus 21. Exodus. Respect my stage, and you will get respected. If you disrespect my stage, then you will get disrespected.
and
We
this
can
is
have a civil conversation, okay, without you being disrespectful.
this ain't your first
All right.
time. Yeah, you know how to act better than that. So I don't know
I
why
don't
why
remember
you
talking to her.
no,
No,
she's been in the comments
I've never
before.
been in here. But if you give me
You've been
that
in the
energy, I
comments.
will
You've
give
been
you
in the
that energy.
comments. You've been in the comments. It's okay.
Oh,
Like
I
I
don't give a fuck.
said,
Like if you come with the energy, I'm gonna come with it. That's up to you. Like
yeah,
don't
like I
cry about
said,
being treated like a woman and then you come in here and you act disrespectful.
Yeah, well, I'm not a coward,
Like
so let's
girl,
I
go.
don't
you
give a
don't know
fuck.
what being treated like a
Whatever
woman is
energy
yet.
you bring, you gonna get right back. Okay? I don't care. It's completely up to you.
If you
It can be
keep
civil or
unmuting,
not.
I'ma drop you.
For real, you about to get gone because I don't know why you keep unmuting. Every time a mod mutes you, you unmute as if you have some kind of fucking power on this planet, on this panel. Like you need to relax and follow. If you cannot follow the rules, mama, get the fuck off.
Your mouth.
Like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. You sound stupid as fuck right now.
Black
She's
women
You
acting
sound
like this
dumb as
because she
hell.
doesn't like
Like
she
what is
doesn't like
wrong
the
with you?
Old
You want to
Testament.
be
That's why
treated
she's
like a
acting
woman
like
and you
this.
don't know how to follow
Yeah.
rules. An adult, you don't
Hold
know how
on.
to follow fucking rules. You don't know how to come in somebody's space and follow their fucking
Let's
rules.
carry on.
Like shut up. Shut up for 2 seconds so the host can get to her fucking point. It's not that hard. You're a grown woman. You know how to act better than
She don't
that.
got a point.
Imagine raising kids. Get it together.
She don't have a point because I know this
You're
verse.
acting
You
like
sound
this. You're
dumb. You
acting
sound
like
just
this.
like your God right now.
You're acting like this because you don't like the Old Testament, do you?
No, because I know the
Stop
verse, ma'am.
freaking
I know the
out.
verse.
Damn.
It doesn't matter if you know the verse. You don't. It doesn't matter
It
if you
does
know the
matter
verse.
because you're criticizing.
I don't give a
You
fuck.
came up here to just to act like a
You're criticizing God. Who gives a
Angie.
fuck?
Like the fuck is wrong
Like
with
your
you?
God condoned slavery. Your God condoned
Move
sex
on to
slavery.
another.
Your God condoned Abraham
Start talking
marrying
about.
his half sister. Your
He
God
is
condoned
very
Abraham
I
crazy.
don't care
fucking
about
his half sister and sent the promise
your
through an
God.
incestuous marriage. Moses is from an incestuous marriage. Moses' daddy married his auntie. Your whole entire line is from incest. Your whole
Donkeys.
promise is from incest. You
Oh
don't
my
like the God of the Bible. You don't like the Old Testament. That's why you're acting this
Love
way.
it.
Like if you know the verse, then maybe shut up so we can fucking read it. Like if you know the verse and you know what it
Shut
says,
up, Rita.
then shut up for 2 fucking seconds so we can read it. You like you're acting like a child right now. You can't shut up for 2 seconds.
Not disrespect you.
You came up
Oh,
disrespectful, you
we're
dumbass.
going to
You
cry.
came
We're
up
going to
here
cry because
disrespectful. You
Nivea's going
started
to
out
disrespect us.
disrespectful.
Who gives a fuck, Nivea?
What?
Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares about your
Look at
fucking
her.
words. Nobody
You
cares about your
care.
fucking words. I don't.
You
I really
care.
do not. I don't.
You
I'm
care
not the
because you're
one
talking
muting
about
you.
Why
people
are
and not
you
I'm not the one muting
triggered?
you. I don't give a fuck. Like what the
know about God.
fuck?
Why
When
are
this
you
life is
so
over,
triggered
Nivea, you
over it?
will not exist to me. I didn't know you before you got on the stage, and
Talking
I'm
about
not gonna fucking know you when you leave.
you care. That's you care about.
Why is she whining? Like
I
this
don't
is
know, but
Telling
if
you
y'all gonna keep muting
She's a
her, just take her
baby.
ass down, cause I'm
She's a
done.
baby.
exactly,
yes she
exactly. Stop.
is. She
Like,
acting like a
yeah,
damn child.
yeah, I can't do
I'm
that.
done.
Like I
No, I blocked her ass because that was uncalled
that's
for.
too fucking much. Like that when you talk about like a non valuable conversation, that one is
Yes.
it.
Yes.
From the start.
That's why I said they don't. That's why they act the way they act. They don't like the Old Testament. They don't like that God. It's fucking ridiculous. Just admit that you don't like it. Just admit that they shouldn't have combined the two down books. That's why Marcion didn't combine them. That's why Marcion said that the God was evil. Like shit. Don't be mad at us. Be mad at your early church fathers. It's me, TJ. I curse. That's what grown people do when they make the choice to curse. Like it trips me out. Like they talk about how God gave them a free choice, like free choice, free will, and then they cry about grown ass people making the choice to say fuck. Like, either you have a free choice or you don't.
Like, go back in your house. Y'all are so annoying. You come outside and start policing what other fucking people are saying. Like, other people, other human beings.
Oof.
Like, what? Go back in your house. You don't want to hear it? Shut everything down. Don't listen to other fucking human beings talk. Like, what?
It's like we're on the playground. Oh, I'm telling you, said a curse word. That's what the fuck it feels like.
Like,
Fuck,
put a
grow the
coin in
fuck
the
up.
jar, in the swear jar. Like, fuck you.
Goodness gracious. Instead of saying the freaks come out at night, you just say the believers come out at 5 a.m. Like it's 5 a.m. and the believers start creeping. Like the fucking what's the army called on Game of Thrones? The big ass army of the dead. Um what is it called? What are they called? Night Walkers? What were they called on Game of Thrones? The Dead Army?
White Walkers.
White Walkers, yeah. Yeah. Fucking large ass army of White Walkers. Also just got faith like a motherfucker. Still sitting in that box. He gonna be there for 3 whole weeks.
Thinker, I was in the chat. I think it was a little bit after midnight, and I heard "Also Get You," and I think it was shortly after that when I went to sleep.
Oh my god.
And the crazy part about it is, I knew it was him. I could tell by how low he was talking. I was like, "This is Oso." I'm like,
Man. Until you
Sounded like
experience
he was
it,
from the continent, man.
but until you experience also, like you can't explain that shit. I'm telling you, when he did it to me,
"Oh, he
I was
got
like,
you,
bro,
Ria?"
yeah, he first got me. Like this, I told thinking about it and think it was like, nah, he not gonna get me. Right. Yeah.
He changed that voice because you know how men from the continent. Because I asked, I was like, why do they always sound like they whisper when they talk? He came up with that type of voice, like he was
Look,
whispering when, yeah.
I don't. He was
Then he
like
said,
when he came up, his character was like American and like he sounded like one of those old men, you know, like when they come up and then like they just want to like talk. I was just like, okay, I don't know what's happening here. And then for some reason I wasn't looking at the comments. Did you look at the comments, Thinker?
so I have to sometimes like hide the comments because some of the most idiotic shit comes through and I see it before y'all do on TikTok Studio. And so to keep me from like going the fuck off about the comments and focusing on the conversation, I'll hide the comments. And so I had the comments hidden when he was on stage, so I didn't see them.
Girl, that's how he gets you. I think he just knows that while we're like hosting, we're not paying attention to the comments
Yeah.
so much.
And then I saw Dudette had messaged me and I didn't get her text. Dudette was like, that's also in the box. And I didn't get the text until like probably an hour ago.
Also in the profile.
He's on punishment on my stage too. You're not coming back up or so.
Like he is mad bold.
He 3 stages in on debt with me, so he's got a long way to go. And he told me he can handle it, so he gonna handle it. You in debt, my boy. Like my cousin said, my boy. Y'all, I can't get the box open. I'm trying to get it open.
Who do you want up next? Maybe we can help.
I don't know. It's like 13 people in there.
Damn.
Not also.
Not also.
Yeah, and then not also. Not also. And then we have 3 hosts on stage right now, so.
Okay, if you're a believer, can y'all comment? Like if you're there on purpose and you're a believer or like you're okay, well there we go. Never mind.
Eve.
What's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay. Just listening to your conversation is very interesting.
See, this is how Oso got me. You hear how low he's talking?
Alright, don't judge me
This
yet.
is the type of voice that Oso uses.
Hearing me better?
Huh?
Hearing me better? I have an accent.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a fan in the back.
Oh, yeah, I have an accent and a very sensitive mic.
Can you go somewhere where the fan isn't?
I'm going to turn on the AC so that the fan don't disturb me.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I just turned on the AC so it should be better. The air.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing from Christianity, or are you an atheist who have deconstructed from Christianity?
I believe in the Bible.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss? Well, when you say you believe in the Bible, though, do you believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Which topic did you want to discuss?
Anyone, it don't matter.
Oh, please pick a topic. I don't know why y'all come up here and do that. Like, I'm not gonna pick your topic for you.
Well, the way I treat the Bible is that everything.
I didn't ask you that. Please, okay.
Oh, you don't need my opinion?
Pick a topic. No, just pick a topic, right? I'm not asking how you treat the Bible. I don't know you, so I don't know your knowledge level of the Bible. I'm not going to pick the topic for you. If you come on stage, please already know what topic you want to discuss.
Well,
It's not like it's
all right.
not my
Let's
job to do
just
any of that for you.
let's just say I was listening to you talking about
Yeah, no, I'm not going to talk
the
to you about a conversation that I had with somebody else, right? When you come on stage, please pick a topic and already know what it is that you want to discuss.
Okay, so you're telling me the rules now. All right.
Wait, Eve, do you not see the letters? You don't see the letters on the stage?
Letters?
Yeah, you don't see the background?
Oh, I said when I came on it, it was a scripture up. When I came on, it was a scripture up.
I didn't have. Oh, you're talking about the last conversation that I had, but I switched
Yes,
that
there was.
back before
Yeah,
I
yeah.
brought you up. That
Okay,
yeah, that's
yes.
been switched back. I switched that back immediately when she was dropped.
Yeah,
So
I'm learning. I'm learning. I'm learning. So you're saying choose one of these, all right? Okay.
give me just a second. I don't care that he's trying to say what he wants to say. What he wants to say is not why I'm here. I'm not obligated to hear everything somebody wants to say. There are rules to this space. Okay? The rules are when you come on stage, pick a topic. I'm not going to talk to you about a conversation that I had with somebody else.
All right. No problem.
Okay?
No problem.
I
No
don't
problem.
care.
No problem. No problem. All right. So, well, let us talk about believers don't like the Old Testament.
Okay, you only get to choose one, so please make sure that's the one you want to talk about, okay?
Well, yes. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the I am a Christian, and can I explain to you that Christians believe that the Old Testament was the way until Christ came. So hence Christians are followers of Christ.
Yeah, they
Right?
still don't
So
like the Old Testament.
yeah, and that's we consider Christ as the liberator.
Okay, they
All right.
still don't like the Old Testament. I don't need all of that, right? This is about them not liking the Old Testament.
Oh, so maybe I should say I would agree with you then. That
Yeah.
we don't like the Old Testament in the sense
Okay.
that it was a burden. It was a burden, and there are several writers who explain that that was a burden as well. Because when when Christians begin to come into the fold, there was this scripture that I think it was Paul who was saying to the Jews that do not put a yoke upon the new believers that we ourselves could not manage. So there are
Okay.
scriptures that speaks to that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I agree with you. Christians don't like the Old Testament for whatever reason. It's a burden or whatever. I agree with you 100%. I don't have any contention with that. I appreciate you.
But why? I would like to hear your perspective, though. What do you mean
I
when
just
you
gave you
say?
the perspective. I agree with you 100%. I agree. There is no contention there. They don't like the Old Testament. For whatever reason you assign to it, I listened to it. I agree. They think it's a burden. Like I don't have any contention. And I thank you so much for coming up. Ria, Fee, do y'all have anything, Lala? Thank you so much. Okay. Fee?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day. There, Giovanni. He got to say what he needed to say.
I've been chosen. I have been chosen.
Bilal, how are you?
Can you hear me good?
Yes,
Hey, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing good.
What's up,
Are you a
everybody?
Christian?
No, I'm
Are you a
Muslim.
Christian? Okay.
But
Unfortunately,
I,
this is a live for Christianity. Okay, so I do
I'm
have
not
to
going to
drop
talk
you
about
down.
Islam
Uh,
though.
yeah, this is a live for people who are Christian, are deconstructing from Christianity, or now are an atheist. Okay.
Hmm.
Um. So
Hmm.
unfortunately, I do have to drop you down. Okay.
Oh,
All right. Have a good day. You know what I would love? I would love if I knew M that be in Justin's live, and then he could come in here and do the conversations.
Oh yeah,
Where
yeah,
yeah, if I knew him,
yeah. I can message him and
that would
see if he'll
that would be you know him.
sometimes. Yeah, yeah. I be asking him questions all the time.
That would be
I pick
awesome if
his
he could
brain
come
all
in
the
here.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that way they can participate. I'm not gonna speak on Islam. I don't know much about it. So, but if M could come in here, that would be great. Forever. If, forever evolving. I thought that was mystery evolving. They're not connecting. They have way too much noise.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take them down because that's too much.
What are those
Yeah.
birds?
I don't know. Yeah, M's voice is beautiful. I love hearing him talk.
I don't know that I've heard him. He's in Deconstruction Justin's live.
He be in
Yeah.
Justin's live all the time. Whenever Justin gets like a Muslim up,
I'll have to
M
check it
comes
out.
up to assist.
Yeah, like he's usually
And
also
his
on
voice is so.
African
Whew.
Atheist. Yeah, African Atheist Live or Afro Atheist. He'll pop up more than likely. If they're talking about, sometimes he debates with the dude that wrote that book. What is it
Jeff.
called? Jeff. Yeah, sometimes he kind of talks to Jeff a little bit. They debate back and forth.
Okay, I may have heard him, just didn't recognize the name.
Yeah, it would be cool if he was in here. But then like when you hear his voice too, you could be like, oh, his voice is so deep, and it's like I don't know, like they have like another bash. Let's see, can we bring up Fluff? We already brought you up for today, so unfortunately I can't bring you back up. Let's see, let me try to get the box open. We got 30 minutes to get a good conversation, y'all. Let's see.
Leaning down to subscribers right now. I think we got one more after this.
Okay. Super dollar bills.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. You?
I'm doing good. Can I do an age check,
What?
please?
What?
An age check. How old are you?
I'm 26.
Okay. Are you a Christian or a believer in the God of the Christian Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Is the live specifically for Christians?
Yes. Or people deconstructing from it or have deconstructed from it?
Like people who left Christianity?
People who are deconstructing from Christianity or are now atheists after having deconstructed from Christianity?
Yeah. Yeah, I actually left Christianity, but now I'm a traditionalist.
Okay. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, cause that's my parents are Nigerian, so it's about the culture, you know.
Oh, you're
Yeah, tracing
Rita,
back
this
the
is
roots.
something like what you were discussing with the other person. I can't remember his name. during the. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, just like
It's basically.
African spirituality umbrella.
Bro, can you turn on
Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't discuss African spirituality in here.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
All
I
right. Have a
think
good
the
one.
rest of them are subscribers and friendlies. We have Saint Mer, Sound Meaning, Khalifa, and Your Enemy.
Yeah. Oso's not coming on stage.
Oh, I know
Like
that.
literally. Like I think I took him out of the box and then he requested again. Also, like you acted like a Christian now. Like I told you, dude. Like you
Oh
said, you can
my
handle it. You said you can
gosh.
handle the debt. You said you can handle paying the
He
debt, but
sure
I don't
did.
think you can.
He can't stay away, thanker. He cannot stay
Yeah.
away.
Also not coming up. And this the
So,
crazy thing. All
why
he
you
had to
talking to
do was
yourself in
sing
third
that night.
person? Yeah.
All he
Why
had
are
to
you
do was
talking to
sing, and
yourself in
that would have
third
been clear.
person? That's wild. So you want me to let any of the friendlies up?
Can y'all comment if you're a friendly in the request box? Can you comment to let us know that you're there on purpose, so we know that you're there on purpose? If you are a host, I'm gonna ask that you hold off. We have 3 hosts on stage right now.
Thinker, I can hop down and start getting some stuff done around here so you can bring somebody up. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'll be
Are
in the
you sure?
comments.
Because we
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
get to have a
yeah.
conversation.
It's all good. I'll be in the comments. I'll hop up next time.
Okay,
You know
Thank
have a
we
you.
good
Bye,
love
one.
you,
y'all.
Fee.
Love you too. Bye, y'all.
Right.
Bye.
Oh, that reminds me, I gotta pay my $20. Damn, I keep forgetting.
Yeah, I paid mine, but I'm not in the thingy yet. If Fee is still listening, Mama, can you send me the thingy?
Yeah, can you send it to me too?
The thingy.
Yeah, whatever the thing
Sound.
is.
You know.
Hey, sound. So the way it works, during the week, I only allow people up who are deconstructing. They're either a Christian right now, or they are deconstructing, or they're an atheist and have deconstructed, and they're coming to talk about one of the topics. I know that you are friendly, and I love you. Unless you are a nerd, like with a badge like this, um, when you come on stage, like nerds can change the topic. They can come up and talk about what they need to talk about. So to keep fair with the rules of the live, I can't let you on stage right now. Thursdays are our freeform Friday time, unless you're coming up to talk about one of the topics.
Listen, Quincy, we are not about to sit up here and entertain your dumbass questions.
Quincy, don't piss Lala off. What did he ask?
Tell me who created the sun, then I'll deconstruct ASAP.
What the fuck?
Y'all know that song, Who Told the Ocean? Something like that. Like, who told this? What is it? What it's like? Who told the sun where to rise in the morning? Or something like that.
I've never
Y'all don't
heard
know that
that.
song?
No, I haven't heard it.
Never mind.
Also know why he gets treated the way he gets treated. Also earned every damn thing he's getting, and told us that he can handle it. Y'all don't gotta like feel sorry for Oso. Oso did this to himself. Quincy, I done told you 1,000 times. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Is this name Benaniah Ecclesiastics? Is that Oso?
Why that sound like something he look to? It sound like, oh, let me check it out. Shit.
It sound like
Hold
What
on.
was that? That was a guy that was like sleepless in, what was it? Sleepless in Jesus or something. He got another one called The Fishes or something. I don't know. Also got everybody on watch.
I don't know, cause it's on private, and what he say in the
It's
bio, it just
also
sound like
hey,
so. It
it's also
sounds.
because his ass is in the comments right now with 3 of his accounts. This
Oh,
is what I'm talking about. He's
but
in the
how he got so
comments.
many?
His
How he got
is
so
a, I don't know.
followers on that one?
Sorcery.
The fuck is going
Straight
on?
sorcery. Straight sorcery.
Yo, oh, so you got it, dude. You got it bad.
Ban Oso.
That's ridiculous. Huh?
Just ban Oso from everything.
It's ridiculous, man.
How can we? Cause he always gonna pop up.
He's not a responsible guy. He was up till like 2 a.m. last night playing
What a
Rocket
new
League.
one.
Nedu? Mm-mm. No. Like, I don't know how you wake up like this every day. Oh, so that's a lot of energy. Nedu's not connecting.
And I dropped them.
Okay. Let's see.
Y'all,
I'm trying.
can we get these likes up? We're still here. So come on, let's get these likes up. Let's get these shares still going. Continue to subscribe to Thinkers Live as well as her YouTube, Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, as well as Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash on YouTube. Gift the hosts and help us out. The panelists, the co-hosts, the mods. Thank you. Gift us too. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Also, get out. Get out. Also, get out. Khalifa, are you in the box on purpose, love bug?
We need to bind and cast also. We need to hold a prayer session.
Yeah. Cast a spell.
We only have 20 minutes left. I was trying to get y'all one good conversation before the end of the show. If there is anyone who is deconstructing, anyone who is currently a believer in the God of the Bible. Oh, hold on. Let me check to see if they accepted Sadak Mac. I was waiting for Monday to come. Yes. I was waiting for Monday morning to come.
For the emotes?
I submitted Sadak Mac to the Urban Dictionary. I was gonna surprise Mezzo. Yeah. I was gonna surprise Mezzo, but then I got excited and couldn't hold it in. Then Joel's lie. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta sign into my Google account. They send you an email to let you know if it approved or not.
It's nothing published yet, but maybe there's steps between.
It's nothing. It's not.
Well, it's not public. I mean, yeah, I'm not getting any results from it. Did you do the whole thing, like Biff Taj, or?
Yeah, because it only allows you to. Because I tried to do Sadak Mac Biff Taj or Sadak Mac, and it makes you like pick. I mean, it makes you do like examples, and you have to use exactly what you put on the first line in the examples. Yeah, so I could only do.
So if one don't go through, can you try it again with the other one? With just doing Sadak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I was telling Mezzo, I think multiple of us should try to submit it because it's a new word, right?
Yeah.
So I think multiple of us should try to go and submit it. And then I think when you do, so they haven't emailed yet, so they probably haven't reviewed it yet. But I think too, Some of us need to submit just Sadak Mac, and then some of us submit Sadak Mac Biff Taj.
Okay.
And then
I could do
and
that.
the definition for if you submit Sadak Mac Biff Taj in the definition, then you can put or Sadak Mac for short, like when you write out the definition for it, and it needs to be the same definition. And if y'all want me to, I can put in the Discord what I wrote for the definition for it. And then if you do Sadak Mac, put in the definition full acronym Sadak Mac Biff Taj, and then write out what it means. And I think the more we do it, it'll probably get approved.
It's really
What's up,
important.
Bezo?
If anyone's doing this, make sure you use the apostrophe after the S. It's really important if you can, because that's like,
oh shit,
it makes the whole thing better. And that was Joel's idea. He added that. He's going to be really pissed if it doesn't
Like
end
a
up
sky
in
comma?
yeah. It makes it look more like Baha'i faith or something, so it looks more like some like religion you haven't heard of yet. It really actually helps sell it really well. And I've been telling people, I've been getting more and more people, because at first I just did it as a joke to kind of make fun of people, but now I'm getting people being like, oh yeah, I guess that is what I am, and like they're going with it, so it's like totally working. Yeah,
it's definitely a good acronym.
Well, it's still a bit tortured of an acronym, but like the end of it gets sort of sloppy with the Biff Taj. But
Did you hear me call the person to last night a Sadak bitch? Like, what did I say? Sadak Mac bitch Taj?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. And I was trying to say Biff Taj, and it came out bitch Taj. Yeah, that was a motherfucker.
That's
funny. I did not. That's amazing. By the way, I do the same thing with surprises. With every surprise I've ever done, like from everyone in my family, I get too excited and just tell them about it the very second that.
Literally.
What is wrong with us?
Literally. My wife's birthday was yesterday.
I got so excited.
I made reservations, and then she's like, oh, like, the question was so unrelated. I don't know why the frick I said it. And I'm just like, we have reservations. Why did I say that? I don't know. And I told her, and I blew the whole thing. The question was so unrelated. I don't know.
You guys ever see those like SNL skits with Kristen Wiig where she plays the woman who like cannot deal with like a surprise, and she's like just absolutely melting down. You have to see it. I can't really describe it.
One. She's a genius though, so I'm sure it's good.
They are incredible.
Yeah, so look, everyone put in to Urban Dictionary, try to use the apostrophe after the S, and I think honestly, if we copy and pasted your exact thing, it might not look as good. They might like think it's like bots. But if we, sorry if it's windy where I am. But if we kind of like, if you say your own thing or come up with your own thing, they might be more likely to say, oh, this is a real thing some people are starting to talk about on the internet. I don't know how Urban Dictionary works. I want it on Wikipedia.
I think it is by like the popularity of it. So that's a good point. Like, don't copy what I wrote. But I do think it'll help the more people submit it.
There's also like a voting thing on there, right? Like
is it
like a thumbs up, thumbs down? So if like
Reddit.
If it gets, and it has to get listed first, obviously, right? But then once it does, people would like upload it as like the best definition of it.
Oh yeah, so they'll pick one of them. Oh, so then maybe we shouldn't all. Well, yeah, whatever it is. I mean, if they see a bunch, they'll put it in, and then whichever one they end up putting up first, we'll just like tell everyone in every Discord to go thumbs up it and just make sure that it like locks it in.
I wonder how long the whole process works. I mean, how long the whole review process takes. It didn't say how long. It just said that I'll get an email once it's been reviewed. Yeah. So, but yeah, that'd be so cool once we see it on there. And then all we gotta do is pull it up and be like, look, just call yourself a Sadak Mac. Like, this is the new word for it.
Joel got the mug. So like Crystal made mugs with the emote on it, and Joel bought the mug. And so when he asks people like, so would you say that you don't consider yourself a Christian, but you follow the teachings of Jesus, and then he like takes a big sip of it, like on the camera in front of them.
I think I saw that last night.
It was killing me. It was really funny. All right, I have to head out. I just wanted to
That's what's up.
look. Let me know when it comes up. Oh, by the way, the whole "is this Oso" thing. Like, I just say that now to like anytime anyone says something fully crazy, it like has become this. You know, like you are sure it's not him, but when we go, "Is this Oso?" Like everyone in chat knows what it is, and so it's like this great inside joke. But he's been up
Well,
on
he
my
brought it on
stage as a
himself.
mod and still requesting his other things. So I don't know how many phones he's got.
Damn, Oso?
Yeah, he's got like a bot
That is,
farm.
how does
Can
he do
you
it?
do the honors of saying the entire definition of Sadak Mac Biftosh, please?
It's so I don't actually consider myself a Christian, but I follow the teachings of Jesus. Have you guys seen my bird, by the way?
There you go, sound meaning.
Let me see.
Check this out.
Aw.
Hi, little birdie.
Subscribe, Jay. It's
I want
Rito.
to befriend a
You
crow
feed him
so
every
bad.
morning or her every morning?
Oops, let me get that off. Yeah, there's actually a couple of them. I thought there was only one for a while, but then, yeah, I started feeding them and a couple of them show up. But this is the first time they've been around in a little bit. Yeah, I've gotten them to take it out of my hand. They'll come up and take it right out of my hand or like take it off my shoulder. And I've
Oh,
gotten them to
wow.
take it like off of my tortoise's back, which is really cool because my tortoise will walk along and they'll like, the birds follow the tortoise and try and like jump on her back. It's great.
So Mezzo is like a Disney prince. Cool.
Pretty much.
What? Mezzo is oh, never mind. I get it now.
I can show you.
I was a little confused. I
Get out.
thought you were saying Mezzo. Mezzo like stands for a Disney prince or something. But okay, I get it.
No, just the birds follow me around like Snow White, right?
Yeah, I get it
Right.
now. I mean, I was a little slow. I've been up since 5 a.m.
Hey, I love your new background. It's a little like easier to read. I like the colors. It's awesome.
Thank you. It amazes me how that is 40, right? And then the other font that I use, I have to put it up to 70 and it's still hard to read. Like that's crazy to me. But that's just 40 font.
Yeah, but the
So I
thickness
think
of the
that
font
works
makes a
better.
difference.
Yeah.
And it's on black, so it's a little easier to see too. Because the bottom, like when it was over the Bible part, was a little harder to read.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, I think I don't know if it brought better energy because tonight's energy was just fucking wild.
I heard a few.
I told y'all every Sunday when it's time for me to go live, like with new questions, with new topics and stuff, I get a little like nervous because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is about to bring. I have no idea what's in store. And last night was wild. But it was
It
fun.
was. It really was.
Yeah. We laughed a lot. Oh Lord, P. Qualls is back.
And talk about she love us.
What? Since
She's like,
when?
I love y'all. No, I said, no, you
What?
don't. Right?
What happened, P. Qualls? When that change? She said that shit sound funny as hell. What when I scream? Also, go to bed. Hey, Mama Bash. Go to bed also. Is Christina live? We got about 7 minutes.
Hi, Mama Bash.
I can show
I
you
think she has about 40 minutes.
Oh, damn. No, wait. She can't go live yet. She don't get to go live till Wednesday.
Oh.
I forgot. Shit.
Will she cuss somebody out?
She told him to, I can't say what she told him to do, but damn near, yeah.
Was it something on the tip?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was wondering how long she can get away with that one.
Oh, I don't know what this is. Someone's gonna have to DM me. I don't know what it was.
Yeah. Well,
Ida, Ida,
instead of
Ida,
yeah,
Ida,
instead of
Ida.
instead of
Oh,
Sidak
really?
Mac, it would be Sadak.
Really? That got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, she's banned until the 6th. Like, we need to get her backup account up. Does she have a backup account yet?
She's got to.
If not, she needs to get one. But wait, so where are y'all gonna go after this?
It's a great question.
Who's going live? Rhea, what happened to you on Saturday? I woke up around midnight and I was like, I know Rhea's live. And you weren't. Rhea.
Saturday night?
Yeah, did she go live Saturday night?
I don't think so.
She didn't go live, right? Yeah, normally she goes live on Saturday, so I woke up around midnight and she wasn't live, and I was like, okay, maybe she canceled her live, and then I just rolled over and went back to sleep.
I only see Quad. I don't see any of our people. Any more of our people?
Who?
Other than Quad.
Okay,
only see Quad, yeah.
Is African Atheist live?
I don't see her. Nope.
Yes, she is.
She is?
Yeah.
She's not popping up on here. Let me see.
African or African is live.
What? It's not popping up for me.
Got a full 6 people on the panel.
Oh, yep.
Sorry,
she
I
is.
was on a phone call. What happened?
I hate when
I was saying, what happened to you
do that.
Saturday? I woke up around midnight.
Yeah, Saturday, because my wife's birthday was yesterday, so Saturday I was very busy. I was super busy Saturday, and
okay.
yeah, I couldn't do. I tried. I was gonna come on at like 8 something, but then like the whole thing kind of dragged a little longer than I thought. So sorry, you guys. I'm going right now though.
Oh no, it's okay. I figured you just can't.
Oh, so you are?
Oh, you finna go live now? Okay, so Rhea's finna go live, y'all. You have somewhere to go, and then I have someone to listen to sleep.
I can confirm.
Okay, y'all.
African Atheist is live also. So I don't know why they do that. Like TikTok hides lives now. Like what the fuck?
Like,
I don't. Because Mezzo was live yesterday morning, and I couldn't see him until I was on my backup account.
That shit is weird.
Yeah, it didn't show him live.
You probably don't follow me.
What you say?
I do. I follow you on both.
I was asking how you looked for it. Were you on like a phone?
I had to go directly to her page.
I mean, are you on like a mobile app or was it a desktop?
No, on my iPhone.
Okay.
Sometimes
I honestly think we're being shadow banned, though. I think the Christians may have complained enough that they're spreading us out to make sure that we don't see each other when we're live. Like something is like I don't even see Bash when he's live. I have to search for Bash. It never tells me when Bash is live.
You won't keep us from each other, TikTok.
I usually see it, but sometimes it takes a second to kick in and you have to like refresh, or I've even like, if you close the app and come back, then it works again. So I don't know if it's something nefarious or if it's just like the lives need to be refreshed.
I do that. I've done the same thing.
Yep. Mama Bash said it doesn't tell her when Bash is live either. I think he's being shadow banned for some reason. Justin, it didn't tell me when Justin was live for like probably 2 weeks. And he said that other people have told him that. Yeah, I messaged him and I was like, I said, so you went live last night? I was like, I didn't know. I said, I kept searching for you. It kept telling me you weren't live.
I wonder.
And he said a lot of people told him that.
Yeah, and sometimes you go to the page and it will not be highlighted. That's happened to me several times, and I will have to go under my backup.
Yeah, that's how I found Mezzo on Sunday, through my backup. And then somebody, several people have messaged me. It was like, I'm blocked from your page. I can't watch your lives. And I'm like, you're not blocked. Because if you were, you wouldn't be able to message me. but for some reason they can't watch the live.
I muted.
So I think there's another glitch out there.
I muted also. He said
Put
that
the
we're shadow.
pressure on.
Well, he said we're shadow banning him from the stage. So I
And you
muted his
muted him for the last
ass.
5 minutes of the live.
I don't think there's anything shadowy about this. So I think it's a pretty like
It's broad
plain sight.
daylight.
Oh, poor baby. No, you're not a baby. You're a whole ass demon. You're a whole ass demon child. Okay. So my team said that Android will not allow us to control the contacts on an Android phone. So like we may be able to only do it for iPhone, which is fucking nuts. For Android, the only thing we can do is send a message to like if we develop the Android app, if you like put the keywords in a specific contact and says this contact cannot message words that say Bible or God or devil or hate or demon, right? Any type, not keyword, but filter words, right? We can only filter those messages in our Android app. We can't filter them on your actual phone, but we can block the contact on your actual phone. And I said that kind of defeats the purpose. So it looks like we'll only be able to develop that technology for Apple because Android has blocked us. Android doesn't have an API for us to control the messages on an Apple phone, on a Google
I'm
phone.
kind of surprised that Apple would let you, because their whole thing is like the end-to-end encryption stuff. I mean, I don't really know what you're talking about specifically.
Just letting people add filter words to their contacts that stops certain text messages from through. Because Apple has the different mailboxes that you can filter things into with your text messages, with iMessage and stuff. And it's probably because Apple has iMessage, but they also have an API for that where Google doesn't. So we may be able to do it for an iPhone and not for Android. But I told him to check one more thing, and then I'll let y'all know if we'll be able to do it. And it shouldn't take long. But it's to protect people from, these, what is it? Invasive believer family friends. And then we'll let that be the first audience and then kind of see how that works. And then see if we can extend it out to people who need to block ex-lovers, kids who need to block kids at school who's being bullied. But if anything, we'll start with iPhone first. Huh?
Can I ask? So, are you talking about making an app that detects words in text messages and just blocks them so people don't have to see them?
Yeah, or filters them, right? Not necessarily block them because several people don't want to block their family that send them these Bible verses or hateful text messages about Jesus. So they don't necessarily want to block their contact, but they want to filter out the specific text messages that include these things. So just kind of helping them do that automatically.
I didn't know what you were talking about at first, but this is so heartwarming. That's such a cool idea. What a awesome way to take this power of having a community growth and turn it to something good. That's just beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do it with both phones. But if anything, we'll start with iPhone first and then see what it do and see if that provides some type of protection or help you enforce boundaries where it's hard. Because I know when it's family, it's hard to enforce those boundaries. But hopefully this will make it a little bit easier. But y'all, it is 10:02. My ass is tired and I'm pissed at Oso still. So I gotta go and cool off. Oso done pissed me off for the night. I'm still gonna get you, Oso. I'm still gonna get you. Rio, you finna go live right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Bye, y'all.
I will be
All
in
right,
the comments,
y'all. I'll
Rhea,
see
because I'm
y'all in
about
the
to
comments
knock
at
out
Ria's
too.
house. Right, I'm about to knock out. I'll see y'all in Ria's house in a little bit. I hope y'all have a beautiful day. We'll be back tonight Hopefully, it won't be so wild. Well, I like the wild and crazy, but the disrespectful shit can stay the fuck where it's at.
Yeah.
But I love y'all. Peace and blessings. Bye.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank y'all for all the gifts and the likes and the shares.
All right. See y'all later.
All right, have a good night. Well, a good day.
You too.
All right.